emergence of genius. He possessed a mighty power. The temple glowed with fire and people gathered at the gate. The door to the godless continent was created by his power. According to legend, fiery writings with the life story of this genius manifested on the rock. In a flood of energy, lightning, and power, the gods recognized him and sent him to the Juxiao mainland to become a celestial god. But a powerful vortex of energy destroyed the former generation of ancients. On the ruins of the martial arts monument, the last one was dying. The story continues at the Martial Arts Academy. The teacher announces the start of the exam. The rules have been announced to everyone. The main thing is that the monument should shine. The teacher's stern look makes it clear that those who fail the exam will be expelled from the academy. The disciples are talking in fear. One young man watching from afar was Jian Chen. The young man wonders about his new reincarnation in this life. He ponders the possibilities that have opened up to him. In his mind, he has a picture of 36 gods in fire and red heat. He recalls his past life, how he was killed by these gods with a strong blow to the chest. The thought of revenge in his new life pleases him, and in his emotions, he doesn't notice how he hits a nearby rock. Enjoying this opportunity, he can already see how the days of these gods are numbered. The impact on the rock attracted the attention of the other students. Two of them thought it was because they were afraid of failing their grades. The teacher also heard the noise and angrily calls for Jian Chen to take the test first. The student clenches his fist with a smirk and walks on. He touches the monument and his hand is enveloped in sparks. Cracks ran down the stone. A powerful force rips the monument from the inside. Everyone present is horrified. Jian Chen cracked the stone with his energy from the strike. The smug one rejoices in what he's done. The mentor is at a loss to understand how this happened. The teacher can't face it in his mind. But we have to admit that the significance of a higher religion has been lost. The rest of the students, depressed, decide to leave the exam. Sensei is in a stupor. Jian Chen in his mind didn't understand why this monument had such significance. Someone tugged at his clothes. Jian Chen turned around and saw his frightened friend John Li. After evaluating his friend and his thoughts, Jian Chen decided that he was useless. But the inner gaze behind John Li's back saw a giant warrior in a ring of power. Jian Chen reassured his friend. From somewhere, the teacher's voice called out to lay the grading. The proud Jian Chen wanted to already leave with his friend. The teacher grudgingly reminded that without the blessing of the 9 deities, the end of the exam was impossible. Annoyed by this, the friends headed towards the Temple of Deities. After estimating the number of remaining students, the mentor thinks that Jian Chen and John Li have escaped. But the friends approached the gate. Jian Chen pulled the gate handles. Once inside, they saw statues of deities placed in a circle. This was the abode of the ancients. The spirits of the statues became wary when they saw the newcomers. Jian Chen was surprised that the deities were 8 and not 9, and remembered how they had bullied him in his past life. Going up to one or another statue, he destroyed them. Left face to face with the last statue, Chen froze. An ugly face stared back at him, and he wondered who made such an ugly statue. Jian Chen couldn't understand why such ugliness existed and intended to smash her. The two friends stood back to back amongst the ruins of statues, Jian Li trying to figure out what had happened. A teacher appeared in the doorway with 3 students. With a smirk, he noticed that the blessing had not been received. The next moment he saw the ruins, he was maddened to realize what had happened. From the horror of Jian Chen's act, the mentor clenched his teeth. The teacher was already about to attack Jian Chen. The disciples restrained him as best they could. Realizing that things would not be resolved simply like this, Jian Chen turned to the 8 spirits that remained at the statues. In an instant, he flew into the middle of the temple. Fire dragons wriggled along the pillars, and fire filled the entire space. The teacher and his students froze, trying to figure out how he got the blessing. John Li watched, admiring his friend's strength. Jian Chen's feet slowly touched the floor under his teacher's taunts about his lack of cultivation talent. The teacher laughed at the choice of the gods. The chosen one of the gods grew angry at the teacher's provocations. Continuing to humiliate Jian Chen, Sensei remarked that he only had 9 spiritual veins and only 3 could be opened. Such an underestimation offended Jian Chen. He claimed that he would open all 9 right now. The mentor and his students looked at him eagerly. They laughed and provoked Jian Chen to show them this. Sparks and lightning enveloped him. Evilly smiling, Jian Chen was about to show them all his strength. The expression in the teacher's eyes changed every second. He couldn't understand how this was possible and why Jian Chen's spiritual veins weren't blocked. Jian Chen soared higher, scarlet glow and sparks of vitality enveloping him. He was uncovering the first spiritual vein. Being in the streams of power, John Chen realized that the patience of the academy and the teacher was worth it, worth the power that helps to open a spiritual vein. But the problem of being able to use a martial art with only one hand puzzled John Chen. He pondered over the solution. The faces of the students who came with the teacher tensed. One couldn't tell if it was a coincidence. The other man's face covered with sweat. He realized that a second vein was about to be opened. The third was startled to realize that the strength in John Chen was far greater. The third disciple's face expressed animal fear. John Chen's spiritual veins opened one after another, and his cultivation levels simply soared. Chosen by the gods, Jian Chen was absorbed in the process of unfolding. He is in fiery streams and vortexes of energies. His friend John Lee watched silently. In his mind, he couldn't believe that the 9 spiritual veins had already opened. The teacher's jaw just dropped and his eyes popped out of his orbits. John Chen slowly opened his eyes. Even through them sparked energy and strength. Satisfied with himself, he realized how impressed everyone was. The teacher was gloomy and angry. The thought of how this was happening kept him busy. My teeth clenched themselves to the point of pain. Unexpectedly, the teacher announced John Chen as his successor and future master. Everyone was completely shocked. The 3 at the students behind Sensei's back opened their mouths in surprise. A crowd of the rest of the students poured through the temple doors, shocked by this news. John Chen stiffly looked at the teacher. With a haughty smirk, he announced that such a teacher was not needed at the academy. Continuing to smile smugly, John Chen announced that he was not a receiver, but a true master. Sensei was stunned at such insolence and ridicule. Recovering, he tried to ground Jian Chen's arrogance by reminding him that a quick rise would also mean a quick fall. But John Chen's confidence was unbreakable. He only tiredly covered his eyes. With his arms crossed on his chest, John Chen decided to humiliate the teacher with his knowledge as well. Realizing that there would be no response, he asked a question about the lost magic seals. In the next moment, snapping out of his seat, John Chen flew to his teacher, accusing him of being worthless. Their gazes met. You could see the literal spark of hatred between them. Continuing to stand opposite each other, the teacher decided to give a year of time to raise John Chen's cultivation to his level, and only then give the master's seat. John Chen mockingly remarked that he could do it in 3 months. He proudly walked past the teacher to the gate of the ancient asylum, declaring that no one should bother him there for those months. He strode toward the giant golden door of the asylum. Behind him, a crowd of students whispered. The teacher's face was ready to crack with anger. He was ready to die rather than allow this to happen. John Lee's bewildered friend was still watching what was happening. He wondered if he would be able to be by his friend's side after such a discovery of power in him. The story shifts to Guangzhou Academy. 4 unknown people walked towards the door. They were Elder Mu of Sheng Wuzong and his followers. The disciples of the academy crowded at the entrance. There was a scuffle between those who came and the disciples. One of the students could barely stand on his feet, leaning on his sword. One of the uninvited guests mocked their weakness. The injured man looked at his opponent with anger. He was trying to say that an academy master should be shown respect. The apprentice couldn't stand on his feet and fell down, losing a lot of blood. The master stepped forward with a crowd of students behind him. One of the newcomers stood behind the elder's back and taunted the academy students and the master. He was sure that their elder was much stronger. The academy teacher's gaze expressed rage and anger. He tried to appeal to the elder to enlighten his followers. The elder was clearly preparing to attack. His hand had already started to coil, concentrating his power. The still lying academy student was in fear for his life. The elder's gaze squinted slyly. By belittling the master's cultivation level and strength, he made it clear that he didn't consider him a strong opponent. Throwing forward his hand with the energy already concentrated for the strike, the elder went for the master. The master recoiled back in consternation. In the next moment, the elder simply grabbed the master's face in a leap. With all his might, he hurls it into the crowd of students standing behind him. With such a powerful blow, the master spits blood and flies back at the students, knocking them down. The disciples, like pins from a ball, cannot stand on their feet, blood spurting out of their mouths. The master and apprentices fly off into the wall. A proud-looking elder, surrounded by his followers, walks past them, intending to enter the main hall of the academy. For a second, the elder meets master's gaze, remarking in a mocking tone that the Zun Academy is coming to an end. The beaten and humiliated master sat contemplating the end of the academy. One of the injured disciples reminded him of John Chen. He was still in the ancient asylum, refining his strength and discovering spiritual veins. Master's face was battered and bloody. He didn't want to admit that Chen could help. The crippled disciple recalled how Chen had opened 9 veins in a matter of minutes. In the teacher's mind, the images of John Chen being full of energy and strength at the moment of discovery came to mind. The thought of having to beg him for help was depressing. The elder and his followers were on their way to the main hall. The master looked at them hatefully. His fists clenched to the point of pain. He realized that there was no way he was going to let the academy fall. John Chen was immersed in practicing in the ancient lodge. Surrounded by fire, light, and lightning, he opened his spiritual veins. The 13th spiritual vein opened up. Chen continued to concentrate with his eyes closed and filled with power. The level of concentration was very high. Arms and legs were permeated with streams of energy. Chen opened his eyes. The power was literally in and around him, permeating his entire body. He was determined to open all 36 spiritual veins. John Chen could already feel the power of the 13 open spiritual veins. He was a little regretful that he had lost his former skills after being reborn in this life. Seated on the throne in the lodge, Chen remembered the 9 heavenly practices that were kept in the Tibetan temple. They could give incredible power. Suddenly, something caught Chenya's attention. He looked up. It was the teacher who came to him. His gaze was full of fatigue. Looking down at his sensei, Chen asked why he was being interrupted. Through gritted teeth, the teacher reported the attack on the academy. Chenya's eyes scrutinized the master. He wondered why the sensei was so beaten. Grimacing in pain, the master announced the death of his strongest student. He feared that the academy was over. Chen continued to sit on the throne. Without giving away his thoughts, he noticed how easily the master was beaten. Without looking away, the thought flashed through my mind of how pathetic the teacher was right now. Sensing what Chen was thinking, the sensei lowered his eyes to the floor. He reported that Elder Mu of Sheng Wuzong was here. Jian Chen jumped to his feet. His gaze filled with brightness. The energy of power enveloped him, and he left behind the exhausted teacher and rushed towards the exit of the haven. The picture was a sad one. In the clearing in front of the academy, the followers of the elder from Sheng Wuzong were beating up the master's disciples and bullying them. One of Sheng Wuzong's followers was holding a disciple of the academy by the scruff of his neck, humiliating and mocking. He was sure that Elder Sheng Wuzong, who had come here, was invincible, and the academy was over. Without letting go of the poor boy, he looked around the clearing with the barely alive and maimed students. 2 figures appeared in the distance. It was Jian Chen and the academy master who were walking. Jian Chen and Master's faces were puzzled. Master was worried about the fate of the academy. Jian Chen looked at him reproachfully. Master's weakness was humiliating to the academy. Jian Chen tirelessly raised his hand to stop all reflection. He was absolutely certain of his victory. Proudly, Jian Chen walked forward towards the beating academy students. Without a doubt, the fact that he had discovered 13 spiritual veins gave him unshakable confidence in his strength and victory. Jian Chen stopped in the thick of the fight. He smiled mockingly and began to address his attackers wryly. The elder's followers were angered by this tone. They took notice of him, thinking that he was just an ordinary weak disciple, and responded with ridicule. Jian Chen, looking condescendingly at them, continued to ridicule them, urging them to leave willingly. He raised his hands stiffly, pointing them toward the exit. One of the Sheng Wuzong school's followers had all of his facial muscles tense up from such insolence. In an instant, he jumped up ready to deliver his most powerful blow. His eyes were burning from the concentration of energy, and his hands were already aflame. Jian Chen smugly smirked. The attacker was already approaching. He had his hands over Chenya's head, and he was enveloped in flames of energy from all sides. It was clear that this was the most powerful and strongest blow he could deliver. The blow was struck. Fire and light flooded everything. The attacker, confident of his victory, jumped back. The master, who was watching from the side, stood there in fear, dead or alive. He blamed himself for hoping the academy would win. The one who had struck, with a vicious smile, was sure that he had killed Jian Chen. He looked in his direction, but for a moment his eyes widened with surprise. The dust raised from the fight began to settle and the outline of Jian Chen's figure appeared. He seemed to be unharmed. Sensei opened his mouth in utter shock watching this. The followers of the elder who had attacked the academy stood in a group and couldn't believe their eyes. They were sure that this most powerful blow of their comrade in arms would simply wipe out everything and everyone. Jian Chen's face, with burning and eyes from the power of energy, became visible to all the attackers. He once again firmly asked them to leave the academy. The 4 enemies were still confident of their victory. They were hurling insults and preparing for a collective strike. All of them gathered their strength and sent a stream of fire and energy towards Jian Chen's side. But Chen did not even move from his seat, seeing that a stream of fire was directed at him. The master behind him didn't understand why Chen was standing like a pillar. Chen simply began to run his hand over the fire. In one motion, he effortlessly simply pushed the stream away from him to the side. The attackers were completely discouraged. Their faces expressed incomprehension and fear. It seemed to them that they were facing some monster with incredible strength. Chen, satisfied with this outcome of the strike, smiled evilly. He had already started to accumulate strength for a counterattack. Sparks were concentrating around him and running even in his eyes. He began to raise his hand, concentrating the energy. A slight sweep. Sheaves of sparks and lightning began to envelop the space around his hand. Chen had already taken up a fighting stance to retaliate. His flame energy flared up so much that lightning and fire were just everywhere. The faces of the opponents were full of terror. They realized that things were very bad. The incredible flow of energy and power that deployed Chen began to sweep the hapless attackers from their seats. One of them was simply ripped off the ground and thrown towards where Elder Sheng Wuzonga himself was standing. The elder caught his disciple's breathless body in his hand. The other disciples standing near him were frightened by Chenya's cultivation level. The elder's face tensed to the point of anger. He was amazed at the audacity of someone killing his disciple just in front of his eyes. He crouched by his follower's body, touched his pulse, but there was none. The disciple is dead. Chen stood with a smug smile. The energy was still enveloping him. He was also ready to fight back against Elder Sheng Wuzong himself. Jian Chen looked towards the elder. He knew very well that Elder Mu's cultivation level was very high, and he was eager to test his strength. The elder began to draw his sword from its sheath. He was determined to either win or die. Energy began to build up around the sword. He gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, remembering that he had come for one purpose: to destroy Guangzhou Academy on the orders of the head. The elder rose above the ground. He swung his flaming sword so fast that he seemed to have several pairs of hands. Power, energy, and lightning began to swirl around him. The students of the academy rushed to flee, seeing the elder accumulating more and more power and preparing to strike. The academy's sensei, watching this, was completely depressed. He blamed himself and his weakness for all of this. Chen, seeing his sensei in such a state, simply could not understand how such a weakling became a master. He stood motionless as the elder gathered his strength. He turned slightly towards Sensei and signaled for him to leave the battlefield. Shocked by this, the master persuaded Chenya to flee. He was sure he wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. Building up strength in response, Chen was amazed at his sensei's weakness. The concentration of power and energy could already be seen in his eyes. The thought of how such a weak teacher became a master kept him thinking. Sparks of lightning were already enveloping Chenya's entire body. He turned to the elder again, suggesting that he simply leave the academy. The elder had no intention of retreating. He was sure of his victory. His eyes sparkled with energy. It began to form a deadly typhoon, swirling ever more violently. Chen didn't move as he watched this. The master standing behind him realized that things were bad. Extending his arm forward, ready to strike, Chen made it clear that he would only be able to deal with the elder alone. The flow of energy from Chenya's hand had already started to reach the elder. A powerful blue ray of power from Chenya's hand flew towards Elder Sheng Wuzong. He was horrified to realize that he was not a weak opponent. The stream had pierced through him. The force of the blow simply swept the elder off his feet. He fell to the ground with no signs of life. Everyone present was shocked. Chen was still in the light of energy. The elder was lying in a pool of blood without moving. Both the disciples of the academy and the elder's followers were wondering how such a thing was possible and whether Elder Mu was meters away. Jian Chen was very proud of himself. The energy around him was already subsiding. He thought that under other circumstances, he would not have been able to win, but now he was ready to sweep the fierce one out of his way. The elder's followers scattered in panic. Looking at the breathless body of their leader, they knew for sure that this could happen to them too. Master and Chen were left alone. Sensei could not understand why Chen had won. Jian Chen was angry at the master for his weakness. He was sure that the title of master to the teacher could no longer belong to him. Chenya's words angered Sensei. In a blaze of anger, he was about to attack to prove how worthy he was of the title of master. Chenya's one hard look toward the teacher was enough to convey that he was not joking, and the fate of the Sheng Wuzong elder could be and the teacher. Sensei looked at the corpse of the elder with the hole in his head. He clearly didn't want to take a seat next to him. He remained silent. John Chen went to the other students of the academy. He announced that he was the new master and asked them to bring him some spiritual stones from the treasury. The disciple Chen approached didn't understand the request, and Chen just decided to go himself. Upon arriving at the treasury, what was Jian Chen's surprise that it was empty. None of the gems that he had previously left behind were left there. He thought the robbery was the work of the elders attacking followers. Annoyed by this state of affairs, Chen decided to go to town and ask for a horse to be prepared for him. The hope that if he went now, he would catch up with the thieves never left him. When Chenya arrived at the stables, he was disappointed again. He was told that the horses had also been stolen and could only ride on the donkey that had been left behind. This news made Chen's mouth water. There was nothing to do. John Chen rode to Qinyun City on a donkey. He thought that he would be the first master to ride a donkey. Passing by other people walking to the city, Chen firmly decided that as soon as he got some money, he would immediately buy a horse. The guards outside the city, seeing Chenya on a donkey, mockingly said that poor people have no place here. Such insolence hurt Chenya. He stared at the guards, wondering if he was being accurately addressed. Chen got off the donkey and looked at the guards and asked if they were saying that to him. The guards blocked his path with their spears and continued to taunt him. They thought that a cultivator could not ride a donkey. John Chen tensed up. He announced that he was the master of the Guangzhou Academy. But the guards only smiled, joking that a place like Guangzhou was some kind of backwater for the worthless. Chenya's face contorted with anger. In an instant, a powerful blow with a stream of fire headed towards the guards. The gnarled faces of the guards could only spit blood. Two flashes of fire sealed them into the gate wall. Barely regaining consciousness, they wrinkled their faces in pain. Opening their eyes, they stared at Chenya, trying to understand how it was possible that someone had hit them. John Chen took the reins of the donkey and started moving towards the entrance of the city. Walking up close to the guards, he looked down at them with a horrified look from top to bottom, wondering if he could enter now. All the guards had in their heads was the thought that they were about to be killed. The guards quickly dispersed to the sides and with an obliging smirk, pointed their hands toward the entrance and invited Chenya to enter. Jian Chen smiled haughtily. He walked forward and stretched a little to relax tense muscles, then shouted that the guards had asked for it themselves. Two battered and bruised faces stared silently back at him. Jian Chen walked to the store door, tying the donkey outside. He opened the doors and turned to the salesman, drawing his attention. While Chen's back was to the donkey, someone crept up on the animal. It was the two previously beaten guards. They grinned and headed toward the donkey. The humiliated guards decided to avenge the beating and untied the reins of the donkey. Chen walked into the store. The salesman was busy behind the counter. Jian Chen asked if there were any scarlet spirit herbs in the store. In his thoughts, Chen remembered that the scarlet spirit grass was very necessary in medicine, and a medicine based on it would help to increase strength many times over. The seller did not take a break from his business, snapped back to Chen, went to look for her somewhere else. Suddenly, behind Chenya's back, someone remarked that such a poor man didn't need scarlet grass, and there shouldn't be a couple spirit stones. Chen examined his clothes. They were dirty and tattered. He thought it would be a good idea to change them. Trying to shake the dust off his clothes at least a little, Chen wondered why the unknown man thought he couldn't afford scarlet grass. The stranger carelessly threw a gem towards Chenya. He wanted to be the first to buy the scarlet spirit grass because it was very valuable and had promised it to Sister Huir. The jewel fell right at John Chen's feet. The stranger said that this spirit stone was for him and that he should get out of here. Chen was angry at such insolence. He squinted at the stranger. They came face to face. Chan stepped on a stone on the floor with one foot. The two men got into a verbal altercation over who would get the scarlet grass. Remembering that this store sold elixirs, Chen grabbed the brush lying on the table and ink. Starting to brush something on the paper, Chen said he had a proposal for the seller. John Chen began to write on the paper with such force that he seemed to be wielding a sword instead of a brush. He finished and put the brush back to the inkwell. John Chen finished, took the sheet he was writing on, and evaluated what was written. This was the recipe for the elixir. He placed a piece of paper on the counter and announced that he wanted to exchange the recipe for the elixir of the blood pill for the scarlet herb. The vendor turned around in surprise. The stranger who had insulted Chen earlier stood surprised in the doorway holding a girl by the waist. It was Huir's sister. The face of the stranger in the doorway changed at what he heard. He had never known about the elixir Chen had spoken of. The salesman snapped out of his seat. His eyes widened at what he heard. Dee jumped up to the piece of paper on the counter, not believing what he had heard, that someone wanted to trade such a rare recipe. With his eyes, the salesman quickly ran through the written prescription. Reading the recipe, the salesman couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't think it was possible. The stranger and the girl watching did not understand what was happening. The seller grabbed the recipe and quickly ran somewhere. Chen didn't understand where he was going and tried to ask about the scarlet herb, to which the salesman ran out of the store and said if the recipe was true, the scarlet herb would be given to Chen. The stranger and the girl stood there trying to figure out what was going on. Realizing that the scarlet herb was slipping away, the girl turned to the guy, reminding him that he had promised her to buy scarlet herb. At this reminder, he flew into a rage and started insulting Chenya with demands to give the herb to him. Tiredly, Chen asked who this guy was. In his mind, John Chen estimated how many more people wanted to provoke him today. Sister Huer was shocked at such insolence. She couldn't understand who allowed themselves to talk like this. The young man was a young master from Sheng Wuzong School. John Chen was surprised at this turn of events. He was alarmed that once again he had to face someone from Sheng Wuzong. The young master from Sheng Wuzong crossed his arms on his chest. Proud of himself, he and his companion mocked Jian Chen that he should have begged for mercy while kneeling. Anger and rage lit up John Chen's face with fire, but suddenly he froze without moving. His gaze was directed toward the door of the store. Young Master Sheng Wuzong thought it was a reaction to him and started laughing at John Chen. A thoughtful elderly man and a young girl entered the store. The whole crowd was watching them intently. John Chen looked at the girl thoughtfully. He saw the strength of Tai Yin, Moon Force. But the girl was in the last stage of her strength, and there was a toxin accumulating in her body which, if not eliminated within 10 days, would lead to the girl's death. The elderly man froze in place and stared at John Chen. He couldn't believe that someone had said such a thing out loud. A thought of amazement resounded in that man's mind. How with just a single glance it was possible for the claw to detect the Tai Yin power, and that there were only 10 days to solve the toxin problem from that power. Chen smugly raised a finger up and proudly said that he knew how to help turn the power into sacred Tai Yin. The elderly man, who was the young girl's grandfather, was overjoyed. He already wanted to ask Chenya more about his knowledge. In the distance, young Master Shen Wuzong was indignant at being ignored by everyone. Young Master Shen Wuzong became angry. He started shouting insults towards Jian Chen. He applied his cultivation level, accumulated energy, and rushed to attack the standing John Chen. Chen only sighed tiredly and decided to himself it would be better for this upstart to disappear somewhere. And at some point, a sudden, powerful blow threw the young master aside. He flew backwards with his back at a tremendous speed. A powerful stream of energy threw him into the wall. It was the young girl's elderly grandfather who did this. He stood in a blaze of energy and looked at the defeated young master. Chen didn't even look surprised at this. He only noted to himself that the elder's spiritual power was similar to that of the 5 divine disciples. Sister Huer, who came with the young master, sat down beside him. The young master, after flying into the wall, and grimaced in pain. The elder stiffly turned away from the defeated man. He made it clear that he wanted to talk to Jian Chen and would not let anyone interfere with him. Sister Huer, who was still near the young master, and the master himself were surprised to notice the old man's hip plate with the name of Shuhai Kanshan, Snow Mountain School, on it. The young girl's grandfather invited Jian Chen, gestured for John Chen to sit down. Barely on his feet, the embittered young master sent Sister Huer to Shen Wuzong School to immediately inform the elders of the attack on him. The lust for revenge distorted the young master's face into a vicious grimace. He intended to get even with John Chen. The elder, his granddaughter, and Chen sat down at the table. The grandfather turned to Xiao Yu's granddaughter to take off his hat so Chen could assess her condition. The girl removed her hat with a slight movement of one hand. It turned out to be a very beautiful girl. Chen stared at her for a moment without tearing his gaze away. Quickly pulling himself together, he coughed. He had to say that it was only possible to correct the yin in the granddaughter's body and turn it into Tai Yin power if the girl stayed with Jian Chen. Without missing his advantage, Chen figured out in his mind that Saint Yin's strength was extremely rare, and it would be good to get such a disciple into the Guangzhou Academy. The elder and the girl thought about the proposal. The girl was afraid of her grandfather's decision, while the elder doubted whether what Chen was saying was possible. Chen grinned and got up from the table, not intending to bargain. He only needed the elder's consent to his offer. Leaving the table, Chen smugly remarked that the girl had only 10 days left. and that he gives only 10 days to think about his proposal, not forgetting to mention that you can find him at the Academy Kwanzun. The elder did not like this state of affairs. He looked after Jane Chen and was absorbed in his own thoughts. The grandfather and granddaughter left the store full of thoughts about what they had heard. Young Xiao Yu wondered who that man was and why he was dressed like that. Xiao Yu's granddaughter went outside and asked her grandfather if what she had heard in the store was true. The grandfather had to recognize the gravity of the situation and that his granddaughter had 10 days left. Grandpa S.'s face was full of bitterness at the realization of the hopelessness of the situation. It seemed to be the only way to let Xiao Yu go with Jian Chen. Chen stood in the huge store hall looking at the red-hot boiling vat. The vendor from whom Chen wanted to exchange the elixir recipe for the spirit herb was running around looking for Jian Chen with a hot cauldron that had apparently just been taken off the stove. He called out to Master Jian Cheng with all his might. Finally, he found it by the column. Jian Chen was surprised to see the alchemist seller holding a hot cauldron. In thought, Chen noticed that the guy's hands were burned. Disregarding his burnt hands, the young alchemist was full of joy. He remade the elixir according to Jian Chenya's recipe and obtained the long-lost medicine. Joyfully, he showed the result to Chenya and wondered who he was and where he was from. Jian Chen gave his name and said that he was from Kwanzun Academy. Since the recipe was correct, he recalled that he had asked for the scarlet spirit herb. In his thoughts, Chen noted that he was popular wherever he went. The young alchemist happily embraced the cauldron of elixir. The second young man held out the spirit herb to Jian Cheng. Taking it, Chen examined it and thought for a moment. Embarrassed, Chen asked to be allowed to use the furnace and the herbs that were in the store to practice alchemy. He thought it would be good for the academy to have its own furnace. The alchemists happily pointed the way to the furnace with their hands and didn't skimp on herbs. Approaching the furnace, Chen began to heat it up with a stream of fire and cultivation energy. Suddenly, from behind him, someone shouted and stopped him. There was a senior alchemist standing among the young alchemists. It was the shopkeeper. He shouted and condemned the alchemists for their frivolity and for groveling before some youngster. The young alchemist bowed to the shopkeeper, Lord Tong, and tried to explain what was going on. He didn't let them say a word. Turning directly to Jian Chen, Mr. Tong assumed that the herbs were needed to prepare a blood pill. The shopkeeper himself was unable to prepare this pill at the time. He was sure that Jian Chen wouldn't be successful. He demanded a fee for the use of the herbs. One of the young alchemists told Chen that Master Tong used to be a third-rank alchemist. 10 years ago, Jian Chen was upset by this fact. He remembered that he was already an alchemy master at 15 and had already reached the 9th rank at 17. The shopkeeper's level was negligible. Paying no further attention to the shopkeeper's claims, Chen began to practice alchemy. He put the first herbs into the cauldron. Tong-san's eyes slowly widened watching this. Unable to stand it, he shouted that Chen was doing everything wrong and was just playing around with alchemy. Behind them, the young alchemist began to whisper, suggesting that perhaps they had made a mistake in so exalting the unknown master. Suddenly, the furnace flared up and glowed to a golden color. Everyone present gaped at what they saw. A flower of unprecedented beauty rose upward from the boiler out of the steam. Mr. Tong stood there with his eyes bulging in shock. He couldn't believe it was possible. The young alchemists held their heads together. The flower in the furnace only meant one thing. Jian Chen's alchemy level was far above that of the shopkeeper. Jian Chen was holding a bloody pill in his hands. His face expressed dissatisfaction with the quality of the medicine. He did not achieve over quality and pondered where miscalculated. Simply tossing the pill on the floor, Chen was ready to continue. The alchemist rushed to pick up the pill. After catching it, the young alchemist wondered why Chen had done that. To them, it was the best pill. Jian Chen thought it was just trash. The shopkeeper stood still, seeing that Chen continued his experiment and wanted to achieve a better result. There was a bright flash of an explosion. Mr. Tong opened his mouth and eyes in astonishment. From the cauldron on the stove rose a bloody tablet of unprecedented purity and quality, surrounded by amazing lotuses. Everyone who saw it stood in amazement. The shopkeeper fell on his knees, wondering such a miracle. He wondered how it was possible that Jian Chen had obtained a divine flower. Chen stood smugly. His whole appearance spoke of the confidence that he had proven his skill. Lord Tong smiled, still sitting at the cauldron. He admitted his lack of education and urged Jian Chen to stay at his store. The young alchemist supported the idea. They also urged Chenya to stay because the store would work even better with him. But he declined, thanking her for such a generous offer and taking his prepared elixir. Chen announced that he was from Kwanzun Academy and had no intention of staying at the store. He headed for the exit of the store. The alchemist stared after him. After Chenya left the store, an argument ensued between the alchemists. Some were surprised that the Kwangzun Academy had not been destroyed. Others were happy that there were such amazing masters there. Unexpectedly, Mr. Tong decided to leave the store and hand it over to the young alchemist and become a teacher. After leaving the store, Chen went to the place where he left his donkey. But not finding it, he realized that it had been stolen by the guards, whom he had beaten a little. Already mentally adjusting himself that in the return trip to the academy will have to go on foot, Chen smelled a very tasty smell of roasted meat. 4 guards were sitting around the fire and eating meat roasted on sticks. Chen went to the fire and realized from the talk that it was his donkey. They stole and roasted the donkey. Annoyed, Chen realized that there were no ways to get to the academy on horseback. When the guards saw him, they started laughing and joking about how appetizing his donkey was and mockingly offered him a taste. Hatred and anger swept over John Chen. The power began to envelop him in bright flames. Saying that he was the king of all deities, Chen prepared to attack. He made a single lunge, accumulating power in his arm. And in the next moment, the city guards were already flying around from the powerful energy blast. Another guard standing nearby intended to fight back against John Chen, accusing him of being cruel and disorderly in the city. The guards rushed at Chen with all their might. Chen stiffly looked at him, assessing the force of the blow. And in the next instant, with one hand, Chen threw the guard away like a toy. Looking down at the unfortunate guard, Chen declared that the wrath of the deities was beyond the power of mortals to withstand. The disgraced guard sat wiping away the blood, looking at Chenya and wondering who he was. The townspeople began to gather. They were discussing Jian Chen for beating a guard and using force within the walls of Qinyun City. Opposite Chenya stood another guard. He accused him of using force and cruelty. Chen answered nothing, and the guard was infuriated by this disregard. The townspeople whispered confidently that John Chen now couldn't stand up to one of the 4 strongest guards. Chen assessed the situation. The guard was strong and capable, but Chen had no doubts about his victory. He began to build up energy in his hand. Taking a fighting stance and preparing to strike, 2 bright yellow energy swords appeared in Chenya's hands. The guard had already accumulated energy and was attacking Jian Chen. The guard gathered all the energy in his hand in the form of a huge lion with its mouth open. Chen smirked just seeing such a thing. In an instant, struck several blows with his energy swords, cutting the air into a sieve. Chen finished his lunge. One of the swords had blood dripping down one of the swords. The guard fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Lying in a pool of blood, the guard looked angrily at Chenya, trying to figure out who he was. The townspeople watching all this were whispering, wondering who this stranger was that beat up the guard. Chen only turned around a little to let them know that he would not be lenient next time. Suddenly, some sound caught John Chen's gaze. He barely had time to dodge the sword. Someone was attacking again. It was the young master from Sheng Wuzong who had returned. He hadn't forgotten his humiliation at the store and decided to take revenge. John Chen was already annoyed by this annoying upstart and decided that it was time to deal with it. But all of a sudden, 2 unknown people appeared behind young master. One of them was preparing to attack Jian Chenya in a leap. Not expecting such a thing, Chen barely dodged the powerful energy strike. Another second, and a new powerful energy burst flew at him. Master Sheng Wuzong rejoiced and urged Chenya to apologize by licking his shoes. One blow still reached John Chen. He wiped off the blood as he assessed the situation and realized that these 2 were subordinates of Sheng Wuzong's master. Determined not to stop there, one of Sheng Wuzong School's underlings once again accumulated strength in his hand. Seeing this, John Chen became angry. He began to accumulate energy to retaliate. The minions of Sheng Wuzong School had already rushed to attack. The young master behind their backs cheered like a child and shouted insults. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere, calling for a non-lethal attack on Chenya. The eyes of the attackers rounded. Between John Chen and the attackers, the shopkeeper, Mr. Tong, appeared from somewhere. He protected John Chen with his cultivation energy. Mr. Tong chased the attackers away, saying that no one had the right to attack a great master like John Chen. Chen was overjoyed at this appearance. He didn't have to do the dirty work himself. Young master Sheng Wuzong was taken aback. Mr. Tong was a respected alchemist in the city, and his store would be in good standing. He thought that the master had just been fooled. Mr. Tong flew into a rage and was already ready to engage in a fight with the young master himself to prove his esteem at John Chenyu. The townspeople and everyone in the crowd were shocked by Mr. Tong's reaction. Everyone wondered who this stranger John Chen was. Master Sheng Wuzonga tried to reason with Tong, not understanding why this outsider had become a VIP. Mr. Tong shouted toward Sheng Wuzonga's followers. He was definitely sure that no disciples or schools had the right to cause trouble to his store or his customers. The young master tensed up. He didn't want to defame the honor of the store. He quickly changed from anger to mercy and smiled, assuring me that he didn't mean to cause trouble for the store. The young master turned around and called for his minions to retreat. The young alchemists had barely caught up with Master Tong. They dragged huge bags and carts loaded with cauldrons of herbs and alchemical supplies. They were very happy when they finally caught up with Mr. Tong. Tong gave them a hard look. He said the store didn't need them anymore, and there was no reason to run after him. The alchemists had no intention of leaving. Mr. Tong noticed that John Chen was injured and volunteered to escort him to Guangzhou Academy. Chen smiled wryly as he realized that Tong had decided to move his store to the academy, and the alchemists in turn had no intention of backing down. Tong confirmed Chenya's assumption. He had decided to teach and practice in Guangzhou. The alchemists were determined to follow him. Chen was grateful in his mind to Tong for his decision to escort and stay in Guangzhou. He had already thought he would never make it out of the city. Chen gave a couple of instructions regarding preparing the horses and herbs with the stove to go. Everyone agreed to prepare everything quickly. The townspeople who witnessed this conversation were in complete shock. They didn't understand why an alchemist like Tong would be so obliging and courteous to a strange stranger. Seeing this, they concluded that the Guangzhou Academy had really started to train great masters and was becoming famous. Young Xiao Yu, whose grandfather had asked Yan Chen for help, also saw what was happening. She wondered where such a famous master had come to the city. She still does not dare to understand why the alchemists respect him so much. The grandfather standing next to him concluded that Chen's words about Chenya's ability to heal his granddaughter were true. Xiao Yu was upset as she realized that she would now have to go to Guangzhou Academy. Grandpa confirmed her hunch, but to do it a little later. An hour later, John Chen and the alchemists reached Guangzhou. The former master who greeted them gaped in surprise. He couldn't believe they all wanted to live in the academy. Chen confirmed his assumptions. The alchemists were standing around in joy. The former master was extremely satisfied. This was all very positive for the academy's reputation. Tong was interested in where to settle down. Chen wanted privacy for practicing and preparing the elixir, so he entrusted the former master to accommodate the new guests. Tong was excited that perhaps the elixir would once again be of the highest level. But Chen told him that he was only going to make a black-level elixir. Tong and the alchemists were upset. The former academy master had already invited them to accommodate them. John Chen was in deep practice. He kept trying to discover a new spiritual vein. The fire and sparks of energies enveloped him more and more. Chen dipped into the practices again and again, focusing energy in the area of the solar weave. He thought that the black-level elixir was not as powerful, but even it could help open 20 spiritual veins. The alchemists had brought enough raw materials, and Chen intended to use them. Suddenly, someone burst through the door. It was John Chen's friend, John Li's brother. He couldn't stand on his feet and just fell down at the entrance. Chen helped him up, trying to figure out what had happened. John Li was beaten and could barely walk. He said that Sheng Wuzong's men had attacked the academy again and had already broken through to the gate. Chenya's eyes lit up with anger. After sitting down, his brother John Li Chen decided to split with Sheng Wuzong's men. He headed towards the exit. The former academy master was the only one resisting the attackers. He was the only one standing against them, holding them back. Young master Sheng Wuzong was persuaded to give up Zhang Chengya and then was willing to not kill the others. Sheng Wuzong's associates were clamoring for Cheng's rendition. They wanted to split with him. The former master stood his ground. He was not pleased with Jane Chen, but he was the new master of the academy and so worthy of protection. The former master's eyes burned with fire. He resolutely refused to give up Zhang Chen and was willing to die for him. Chen, who was already standing behind him, heard the entire conversation. Chen continued to observe and noted in his thoughts that former master Lu Qingchen was important to the academy. Chen stepped forward and stood between the former master and the academy threateners. The young master, satisfied with his course of action, crossed his arms on his chest, confident that today Chen will answer for the humiliation. His eyes burned with anger and was already ready to kill Chenya. Mr. Tong appeared behind Chenya. He was angered by such disrespect from Sheng Wuzong's followers towards John Chen. The young master paid his respects to Tong and informed him that Chen had committed a murder. He wondered what the store and the alchemists thought of this event. Tong hesitated, not knowing what to say. Chen, on the other hand, decided to take on all those who had come. Master Sheng Wuzong smiled evilly. He noted that since the Academy's monument had been destroyed, a part of the defense had fallen as well. This gave him the confidence that the entire Academy could be destroyed. Chen stared back just as angrily. He remembered something and began to concentrate his energies. After creating large streams of energy, he had already started to direct them towards the enemies. Sheng Wuzong's followers were extremely tense when they saw such power. The young master and his companions were not in the least bit frightened. This energy was the power of a great guardian. Chen completed his concentration and prepared to attack. The power was nothing but God's power. John Chen snapped out of his seat and headed towards the young master full of strength. In the next instant, with a powerful punch to Master Sheng Wuzong's chest, he set an energy seal on his chest. The master could barely withstand the blow. The seal was realized. Sheng Wuzong's minions were shocked. The young master couldn't resume cultivation. It was blocked by the seal. Chen finished and announced that the cultivation seal would last for 10 days. If any Sheng Wuzong attacked the academy, the young master would die. In his thoughts, Chen noted that the spiritual messages left by the disciples had disappeared, and this meant that all preparations were complete. Master Sheng Wuzong only laughed in response, not believing in either Sixth the Seal or Chenya's power. He called on the elders who had come with him to help. One of them gathered around the master and began to forcefully try to break the seal. Suddenly, the unexplainable happened. The young master began to choke and bleed. His face was contorted in pain. The elders stopped trying to break the seal. They were afraid for the master without realizing what had happened. Chen explained with a nonchalant face that whoever undertook to break the seal would die. If within 10 days someone from Sheng Wuzong attacks Guangzun, then the young master will die. The seal itself will dissolve without a trace after 10 days. Master Sheng Wuzonga was wiping away the blood. The elders thought that just need to wait for 10 days and the master would be safe. Chen smiled, hearing their naive words. In the next instant, he activated his cultivation and visualized a new seal between his hands. The young master screamed in pain. His head felt like was tearing. Chen continued to manipulate the energy with his hands. His eyes were burning with fire and his whole appearance told that he was not joking. With a sharp tone, he ordered all of Sheng Wuzong's minions out of the academy. The elders swarmed around their master in a hurry to get him away. He was covered in blood. All of them quickly headed towards the gate in a hurry to leave the academy. Chen and the former academy master looked at them. The former headmaster, standing behind John Chen, didn't realize that they would only give him 10 days. After all, the danger to the academy was still present. But Chenya had his own plan. He only needed 10 days. Chen called Mr. Tong to go to the city immediately. Tong wondered why he would leave the academy at such a time. Jian Chen only remarked that there was a need to prepare for the role of the academy's headmaster. Tong and Jian Chen reached the city. They went to Zhen's store. Chen opened the door and entered the store. Tong didn't understand why they had come to the store. Jian Chen's practice materials were not enough, and he decided to buy them here. Turning to Tong, Chen noticed that since he and the alchemists were living in his academy, they should pay for it. Tong was surprisingly even happy about this news. He gratefully accepted it and was willing to pay for all the purchases. The owner of the store, Zhen, came out to meet them, surprised that they needed to be here. Tong, accompanying Academy Master Guangzun, inquired that they had come to do some shopping. The shopkeeper looked back at Chenya thoughtfully. His gaze fell on John Chen's shabby shoes. Evaluating him further, the thought arose as to how such a ragamuffin could pay for shopping. The shopkeeper asked those who came in if they had anything to pay with. Mr. Tong was embarrassed to realize that the shopkeeper was referring to John Chen's shabby appearance. Tong slapped his chest with his hand and resolutely declared that he would pay all the expenses of Academy Master Guangzun, and whispered to John Chen with an offer to buy new clothes. While Chen was writing a list of all the ingredients he needed, Tong and the shopkeeper were arguing behind his back about whose store was better. Chen in his mind didn't understand the reason for the dispute, since their stores were almost identical, and didn't know why they wouldn't end their dispute in such a case. Tong insisted that his store would be the most profitable in the future. Chan finished writing the list in the meantime. Continuing the argument, Tong handed the list to the shopkeeper and reminded him that he was taking care of all expenses. Running his eyes over the list, the owner was surprised at how many items there were. He wondered what was being planned with these ingredients and if anything else was needed. Tong broke into a shout for the owner to hurry up and gather what he needed. The shopkeeper smiled slyly. He handed the list to his assistant and told him to get everything together. Chen watched thoughtfully to see if Tong would have enough money to pay his bill. Tong was sure that it would be enough. Half an hour later, Tong was dumbfounded by the billing of 30,000 spirit stones. He shouted a rebuke at the owner for overpriced goods. He smiled wryly and said that if he couldn't afford it, he shouldn't have come. Tong upset Jan Chen by telling him that such a sum was huge. Chen was also penniless. The owner just blurted out in a smile, informing me that for the return of more than 10 items, you also have to pay. He made it clear that he wouldn't let anyone out of the store without money. Tong was about to get into a fight with him for such insolence, but Chen put his hand on his shoulder and calmed him down. He offered to trade for goods, to which the owner reacted skeptically. Chen smiled and began to accumulate energy around himself and in his hands, about to show something amazing. Suddenly, he began to draw something in the air, and a seal materialized under his feet. Tong and the owner watched as if mesmerized. The owner praised the quality of the print, noting that it surpassed even the heavenly seal. Tong watched smugly. He was sure that the other store owner was deeply impressed by Chenya's skill. Jian Chen was pleased with this reaction and offered to exchange the seal for all the items on the list. The owner was wary. He was not sure of the authenticity of the seal. Chen smiled slyly, noting that an expert like the shopkeeper must have heard of the Swanju seal. The owner strained his memory and recalled that this seal had been created by deity King Tian Chen. He recalled the pictures of how it was created. It was the most powerful 9 Zhuan 9 seal ever created. The owner did not believe in the authenticity of the seal, knowing that it had been lost many years ago. Chen smiled in a non-committal way. He turned to leave, saying that he had come to the city for the goods he needed in exchange for the seal. If the shopkeeper wanted to see its authenticity, should follow him. The owner had no choice but to agree, but he warned that if it was a hoax, he would demand retribution. They came to the Guangzhou Academy. When the shopkeeper saw this, he was upset. Realizing that Chen was from an academy that wasn't exactly popular, his sadness grew even stronger. Chen stopped to look around. The patience of the shopkeeper standing behind him had run out. He began to ask when John Chen would show the power of the seal. Chen pointed with his hand to a stone clearing with symbols and a sign pushed back on it. He ordered its owner and the helpers who had come with him to clean it up. Such insolence made the shopkeeper and his assistants furious. Jian Chen pretended not to notice their indignation. As if in the air, he unobtrusively uttered wishes about how he would like to see this place clean, and in addition, 6 other similar sacred places of the academy. Then he glanced sharply in the direction of the assistants and the shopkeeper, as if taunting them that this was beyond them. The salesman's face contorted with anger. He clenched his teeth. In the next instant, he was ready to mash Chenya's flanks. Already he was about to move toward him, and his aides were ready to back him up. Chen suddenly threw the scroll with the description of the seal and the manuscript into the alchemist salesman's hands. He said that he would have to remember what the seal he had shown him in the store looked like. Jian Chen moved toward the academy, and the shopkeeper greedily read the manuscripts. Amazed by the diagrams and descriptions in the scroll, the alchemist couldn't believe that this seal was the strongest he had ever seen. It was even stronger than the heaven-level seals. 3 days had passed. Jian Chen practiced in his chambers, increasing his cultivation level. He was in deep practice. His inner gaze was open to different visions and memories of past lives and past practices. Remembering that there was one level Chen had never reached, he began to ponder about it. He also recalled his conversation from his past life with Dao about the strongest cultivation level and the Dark Lord's infinity recipe. Getting to his feet and shaking off his clothes a bit, Chen told himself that he had to be the best cultivator in all its forms. After all, in his previous life, he had been the strongest. He was adamant that in such harsh conditions, his body should be hardened as well. Suddenly, a violent flash of lightning cut through the sky outside. Jian Chen looked up, already realizing that this was the action of the 9 seals of Zhuan. A smile of satisfaction stretched across his face. The same shopkeeper that had stayed at the academy to practice printing came into the chambers. He shouted at the top of his voice that had succeeded. With an even greater shout, he marveled at the heavenly rank of seals that Chen had given him. Chen looked at him approvingly. He knew that the seal would work until 3 or more strong cultivators gathered to break it. Jian Chen was anticipating how angry and displeased Sheng Wuzong would be. The shopkeeper continued. After having such success with the seal, he decided to stay at the Guangzhou Academy for good and informed Master Jian Chen. Emboldened by this, he sells to convince Chenya that he should just be here. Chen was taken aback by this insistence and asked again if the alchemist wanted to stay here for sure. At the top of his voice, the alchemist shopkeeper announced his desire to stay. Chen, pleased with this turn of events, decided to give something else to the alchemist for the good of the academy. It was another seal. Chen was already deftly drawing it in the air with his energy. He thoughtfully offered to help the alchemist with the markings and then the seal in his hands. Quickly writing down all of Chen's drawn symbols in the air, the alchemist couldn't see himself from happiness. Realizing this joy, Chen decided to take advantage of it. He demanded from the joyful alchemist a fee to stay in the academy and decided to charge him for the materials to create the seal. The joy quickly left the alchemist. He was afraid that he would have to give away a lot of materials from the store. His face was filled with worry. Cunning John Chen decided to sweeten the news and casually took out a piece of paper. He announced that he had prepared a Dan Dao cultivation training course. Mr. Tong, who was also the owner of the herb and elixir store, jumped out from somewhere. He ran up to John Chen, pushed his rival away with his shoulder, and gave him the training sheet ready to give him all of his herbs and elixirs. In turn, Tong's competitor pushed him away with his elbow, already gripping the sheet. He had already offered to deliver and prepare everything in the store for free. John Chen was embarrassed that Tong heard and ran to fight for the manuscript. Chen gave them the written exercise and went off to the side to think. He needed strong and talented students. More. He wanted to create a school. The image of the beautiful Xiao Yu, whose grandfather had sought help to cure his granddaughter of the toxin of Tai Yin power to transform it into Holy Yin, surfaced in his mind. Chen also remembered that the place among the heavenly deities for the Tai Yin Lord was not occupied by anyone. John Chen's musings were interrupted by John Lee's joyful brother running in. But as if recovering from his joy, Lee's face grew sad. He was embarrassed that he had barged in without proper respect, because now Jian Chen was not just a brother, but a grand master of the academy. Lee quickly bowed with his hands folded in a penitential posture and apologized for his behavior. He started to say that Chenya was wanted by the former academy master. John Chen, seeing such embarrassment, began to unlock Lee's hands, assuring him that they were still brothers and nothing had changed. He put his hand on Lee's shoulder encouragingly and made it clear that despite his new title of academy master, he was still John Lee's brother and friend. A thought flashed through Chen Se's mind. Let him be a great genius incarnate, but the body is from the Jian family and that Lee is his brother. The sadness overcame Lee. His face was filled with sadness. After all, if they were brothers, their abilities should be equal. But everything had changed in John Chen. Chen didn't give up trying to comfort his brother. He put a hand on his shoulder and reminded him how long they had been considered the scum of the family, even after entering the academy. His gaze became sharp and he noticed that everything was different for them now. Lee's sadness persisted. He was worried that there were only 3 spiritual veins open and that he wouldn't be able to obtain the relic. He wanted a Dao relic and a chance to see the world. Hearing these words, Jian Chen rejoiced as Lee's wish to join the Dao was quite feasible. They went outside. Looking up at the stars and still comforting Li Chen assured him that he was capable of achieving more. Reviving the images of ancient times and great spirits, Chen told Li the legends of the Holy Spirit hidden deep in the body. He had met such a one, but did not yet know how to open it. And in the next instant, Chen pointed his finger at Li, dumbfounded by the news. It is Li who is the Holy Spirit deep down. Li opened his mouth at what he heard. Further smugly, Chen crossed his arms on his chest and smugly announced that he was one of the few people in the northern lands who knew the way to open a Holy Spirit. Li was at a loss for words from surprise. A little wistfully, Chen spoke of a flame capable of unlocking a spirit, and he could create it. But the danger was high. Anyone unable to receive the flame could die. Academy Master Kwang Zun looked at Brother Li questioningly. Whether he was ready for this. Li was in doubt. The look on his face was frightened. He clenched his fist to the point of pain. The only thing that was clear in his mind was that this was his only chance to catch up to Chenya in strength. Full of determination, he shouted out that he was ready for it. Jian Chen looked at his brother approvingly with a pat on his shoulder. Chen headed towards the gate of the academy. To awaken the Holy Spirit, he needed an elixir and a magic pill, but it was impossible to make an elixir without the important ingredient of the herb of the extinguished flame. One could only get the herb in the sunset forest. After waving to his brother, Chen assured him that he would return to him as soon as he finished his preparations for the awakening. As they approached the beginning of the sunset forest, Memories came flooding back to John Chen. The last time for him had been almost an eternity since he had been there. He kept wondering what it would be like to be there again. Entering the sunset forest, a beautiful landscape of autumn forest with golden leaves all around opened up to Chenya's eyes. Some groups of people attracted John Chen's attention with their noise. He realized that they were robber bandits. Suddenly, the giant figure of one of the bandits and his gang appeared in front of him. The bandit was taunting Chen, and it seemed they were going to rob him. Unperturbed, John Chen asked to clear a path so he could pass, to which the healthiest of the gang laughed. The bandits offered to voluntarily give everything of value to them. Chen smiled slyly. The bandit swung a huge stick ready to strike John Chen. He, in turn, was about to fight back with his cultivation. But from somewhere came a sword. Someone from behind struck the bulky man with a sword and he went through. He was spitting blood from the pain and the heavy wound. Some guys with swords appeared. Chen watched in surprise, wondering who these people were. Another young man with a sword announced that they are students of Xinjiang School, and as long as they are here, no one has the right to rob or kill. The thuggish bandit grimaced in pain and humiliation. The bandits retreated, helping their wounded friend. John Chen, satisfied with this turn of events, stood with his arms crossed over his chest. The Xinjiang disciples put down their swords and inquired if Chen was all right. He thanked them for their help. Remembering that these guys' school was 300 miles from the forest, he wondered why they had traveled so far away. Apparently, the chief of the disciples was not happy that Chen was foolishly wandering through the forest alone. The forest is full of monsters and bandits. He advised him to leave the forest immediately. With an annoyed look, he commanded all the students to leave. As Chen looked at them, he wondered who this arrogant, prideful man was. He knew very well that the sunset forest was full of monsters, demons, and dangerous animals. There was even a local demon king. Once again, a noise caught his attention. Someone was approaching. Academy Master Kwang Zun's eyes widened upon realizing who was about to attack. A real demonic giant bull with eyes burning fire jumped out of the thicket. That arrogant, prideful man from Xinjiang School threw himself into a fight with a bull. He squinted, figuring out the best way to strike. Getting off the ground, making a turn in the air, it was decided to strike from above. The cocky guy had already mentally straightened out the bull. He, smiling, squinted. Chen was completely perplexed as he watched this. He knew for a fact that the demonic bulls of the Green Tribe did not walk alone. And if you attack one, the whole herd will come running. How could not know such an elementary thing? Chen was lost in conjecture. The defeated bull fell to the ground. Just as Jian Chen thought, a huge herd of furious bulls jumped out. When the students of Xinjiang School saw this, they realized what kind of trouble they were in and thought that it was the end of them. Chen spotted a huge leader in the center of the herd. Since these guys had saved him from the bandits, Chen decided to pay them back in kind. He was willing to help with the bulls. Master Quan Zun moderately approached the guys. Those not understanding why he hadn't escaped yet persuaded him to escape. The leader of their group was still standing in front, ready to sacrifice his life to save others. He turned and commanded everyone to run. John Chen smiled and remained calm as he approached the head of the team of guys. He noticed that although he had a good heart, he talked a lot. He also mentioned that the good will be rewarded for the good. The leader of the bulls stood on his haunches. He was ready to attack. Chen stood one-on-one with the ringleader. The bull emitted a stream of blue flames from its nostrils. The guys behind John Chen were scared out of their wits. This meant that the bull was preparing to use the magical power of demonic beasts. But the master didn't even budge. He began to concentrate energy into a blue sphere. Using his cultivation power, yellow streams began to swirl around. Building up the power of the energy rotation, Chen gathered true qi into a very real sphere around his entire body. The Xinjiang disciples opened their mouths as they watched this. They didn't even know that such a thing was possible. Chen was pushing the currents harder and harder. Everything around him was burning with fire. The bull tried to break through the sphere by bashing his head into it. Without losing concentration, Chen continued to hold the orb. He regretted that cultivation alone was not enough and was going to use another technique. A group of the same guys he met in the woods started shouting to stop him. They ran up to Chen. Putting their swords forward in front of the bulls, they shouted that the technique that John Chen wanted to use could not be used in the Sunset Forest. Chen smiled, not understanding the reason for their panic. They stepped forward again, left alone in front of the herd of bulls. Concentrating a smaller sphere in her hands, she spun around, consisting of sheaves of energy in the solar plexus area. He pointed it at the bull and it was pierced by a discharge of red lightning. The disciples of Xinjiang school couldn't understand how it was possible to use the hidden technique of the thousand beasts. They were wondering which school Jian Chen was from, asking him where he got so much power and strength from. Jian Chen, dissatisfied with their idle chatter, stepped forward into the herd of tanks, and in the next moment, the entire herd was immobilized with red lightning bolts running through each bull like discharges. Noticing that he was not so good at taming animals, Jian Chen suggested that everyone run away while they had the chance, and everyone ran for their lives. A group of students were worried about what would happen if they didn't escape in time. Chen looked forward. There was only one answer for everyone. If they didn't escape in time, they would only die. They all stopped under a large tree, catching their breath. The students of Xinjiang school were thinking that they could not defeat the animals by themselves. Jian Chen, hearing their conversation, reassured them. He was sure that everyone was safe now. After all, the bulls had attacked within a radius of 5 miles, and they had all run much more than that. The boys were stunned. They were incredibly surprised that Chen had counted how many miles they had traveled while running away from the bulls. Master Chen was surprised. After all, it wasn't difficult. You could say the basics. Being deep in the sunset forest, Chen still had not done what he had come here for and had to say goodbye to the guys. They bowed to him in gratitude for his rescue and said goodbye. Jian Chen kept wondering why the bulls had come so close to the beginning of the forest. Usually they are always in the center of the forest. And was it a coincidence that the students of Xinjiang Academy were there as well? Suddenly the pungent smell of blood hit my nose. 2 breathless, bloodless bodies lay in the clearing. The wolves were roaming around. They were 2 slain monsters. Their ugly faces were frozen in a grimace of death agony. Chen wondered why all the blood from the corpses had disappeared. And then it dawned on him that only the Black Witch could have done it. He decided to kill her. There were some interesting events surrounding Jian Chen in the forest. He remembered that the last time he was here was about 3,000 years ago, and now he was here again, and a series of events began to happen around him, continuing his journey onward. Again, Jian Chen witnessed some sort of gathering of people in the clearing. He lurked and watched from afar. 4 men surrounded the girl, accusing her of using demonic cultivation power. There were also several corpses lying in the clearing. The men accused the girl of murder and intended to massacre her. She denied her guilt, justifying herself by saying that she came when the corpses were already lying on the ground. The men were from Xing Wuzong School, while the girl was from Dao Jingyu School of Demonic Techniques. She didn't deny having demonic abilities, but insisted that she didn't kill people. Sheng Wuzong's representatives didn't want to listen to her. The fact that she was using demonic techniques was enough for them. She was upset at how those who thought they were righteous would kill without proving their guilt. She gave Sheng Wuzong's disciples a stern look. She realized that it would not be possible to intimidate her with the power she possessed, even if it was demonic. And they didn't care. They had already decided to kill her. Screaming, they all rushed at the girl together. Still sitting in the distance, Jian Chen tensed up. Someone else was approaching, and Chen was even more wary. The man who came out to the men and the girl licked his lips bloodily. He took a couple more steps toward everyone in the room. He was a tall guy, clearly demonic looking. He addressed the girl like a sister. Jian Chen, observing, rated this guy as a very strong cultivator. He was also from the Dao Jinjing school and also used demonic techniques. Chen realized that the breathless, exsanguinated bodies he had seen earlier were his work. Zhongju, that's what the girl called the demon-like guy. She definitely didn't want him to interfere. Sheng Wuzong's people were not frightened by his appearance. A second later, this guy spread his arms to the side and started cultivating. In a moment, everyone from Sheng Wuzong cried out in pain. He sucked their blood out of their bodies. Everything was covered in a red veil. The blood of the unfortunate people flowed towards Chongju. Jian Chen was at a loss for words from what he had seen in his hideout. He remembered that the cultivators who had turned into demons had become bloodthirsty killers and were consuming other people's blood and souls to cultivate. It was vile to watch. The girl at the center of it all decisively cut off her brother's bloody bonds with 2 flaming swords. Sheng Wuzong's people were left alive. Everything that was happening and what her brother was doing, she strongly disliked and gave him a hard look. Even though they were using demonic techniques and the line between good and evil was thin, she didn't think it was okay to kill and suck other people's blood. Chongju abruptly approached her, causing her to recoil backwards. The fact that she interrupted made him angry and look at her angrily. She was frightened, but did not take her eyes off it. With one hand movement, Chongju threw her back into the tree. He continued his cultivation and sucked all the blood out of Sheng Wuzong's disciples. When he had finished, he turned to the girl so that she would not give herself illusions of innocence. He clenched his teeth to remind her that she too had crossed the threshold of the demon school. Without averting his eyes from before his sister could get up, Chongju mockingly remarked that kindness and innocence had said goodbye to her from that moment. The girl got to her feet. She refused to accept his words as truth and refused to accept that she wasn't like him. All she wanted was to get the relic of the setting sun that would give her the power to fight demons. To this, Chongju only smiled in response. He insisted that demonic power was not a toy. His sister didn't listen to him. She just wanted him to stay out of it. After seeing her off with a glance, the demon cultivator laughed at the top of his voice. Jian Shen, who was eavesdropping on them, smiled. He remembered the relic the girl had spoken of. That relic had turned a man into a setting sun. The fact that the school of these Xinjian demons was located deep in the Sunset Forest seemed more than natural to Chen. He also knew that another sect was also in the same forest. Academy Master Kuang Zun smiled slyly. In his mind, he thought that it would be good if one of the demons followed him, and even better if he could suppress its will and use it as a test subject in his many practices. Encouraged by his thoughts, he went further into the forest. He anticipated that he was going to have an interesting adventure. Jian Chen stood on the branch of a large tree and watched the scene below. People began to gather on the stone platform in front of the temple. Chen recognized the figures of several leaders and elders of different schools at once. There were Xinjian, Sheng Wuzonga, Bafang Meng, and Wuj. The temple contained the remains of demons and deities, and also their most important legacy. The elders of the Sheng Wuzong schools, Sheng Zhan himself and Elder Xinjian, discussed the importance of not letting the demons get their hands on the relics. Chen did not hear from above their conversation, but he was worried that if they opened the relics, they would be no better than demons. Someone approached those already gathered. It was Yongju, Mozong's apprentice, the demon-like one who sucks the blood out of people. Everyone tensed up and some of them drew their swords. The two were already about to attack him and move forward with their swords out. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere in the sky. Everyone looked up. Someone abruptly flew down landing, surrounded by lightning sparks and energy. Everyone recoiled to the sides. A formidable face peered out from under the hood. His eyes burned with lightning fire. The tall man got to his feet and threw off his hood. To their horror, all the people present recognized the elder of the Mozong Demon Academy himself. He was the 9th strongest in the Dao realm. His name was Mo Xintian. Everyone was all panicked and didn't understand how he had gotten here. One of the students present clenched his teeth. He was afraid that Mo Xintian would kill everyone now, because not all the school leaders and elders were here. Watching everyone, Shen grinned. After all, the relic of the setting sun had begun to open. He couldn't understand how the Mozong Academy had sent just one of the 9 strongest. Xintian listened. Chenya's sneer reached his ears. In a second, he turned toward the tree on the branch where Chen was lurking and directed a powerful strike of the dark seal there. From this surprise, Jian Chen was confused. He realized that he had figured him out, barely had time to form a protective golden seal in response to the attack. Chen S concentrated all his strength to form a defense seal and repelled the attack. Mo Xintian was astonished by this. He wondered who this stranger was. Chen stepped onto the stone plaza. He was glad that Mo didn't attack with all his might. Chen stood in front of the crowd. After looking around at everyone, Jian Chen introduced himself. The school elder Sheng Wuzong recognized the one who had placed the seal in his body and in the body of one of his students, Sheng Ding Yun, who had tried to attack Chenya first in the city and then the Guangzhou Academy itself. The elder began to threaten Jian Cheng that he would deal with him in the academy. Jian Chen subtly reminded him that the 10-day seal was still in effect and that the student's life was still in his hands. Hearing this, the strongest of the 9, Mo Xintian, assessed Jian Chen as a frivolous fool who provoked the school elders. The head of Sheng Wuzong realized that he was in danger before 10 days had passed because the seal was still active. He decided to spare Chengya for today and wait until the seal expires to take revenge. Listening to the conversation between Jian Chen and Elder Sheng Wuzong, Chongju, standing next to one of the 9 strongest, lost his patience and decided to seize the moment to attack Chenya. He decided to use his blood demonic cultivation to bleed him dry. Chen was alert and applied his defense. Even without straining outwardly with a single protective seal, he simply prevented the blood cultivation from reaching him. He also nonchalantly addressed Zhongju that by using such a bloody cultivation, he was standing up against the heavens and gods. Zhu smirked that only a deity would help him, and in the next instant, he froze in place. Suddenly, the face of a deity appeared in the air, addressing the blood cultivator. He announced that all the cultivation basics had been violated and that he had already stood up against the heavens. This was unacceptable, and that if he wanted to do so, he would be helped to realize it. Everyone present was shocked. They recognized the symbolic seal. Only one cultivator for hundreds of thousands of years could possess this seal, and it could bring about the punishment of heavenly tribulation. Punish the demons for their killings and bloody cultivation. Zhongju was still oblivious to this and was determined to kill Chenya. Mo Xintian, the strongest of the 9 Dao 9, was standing beside him. Chen smiled. He was amused by the arrogance of demon-like people. Zhongju dared to attack. The giant fire serpent headed towards Zhang Chen. Chen didn't budge. He just stared at the serpent. He was frustrated that even after the appearance of the heavenly tribulation seal, Zhang didn't change his decision to attack. In the next instant, hundreds of lightning bolts pierced through Zhongju's body. He was completely stunned, the pain distorted his face, and he was finished. Mo Xintian, who saw all of this, was astonished. Zhang was very strong, and not everyone could fight back. He began to fear for his life as well. The others who observed it were shocked. They hadn't seen such power before. Chen surprised them very much. Mo bowed to Zhang Chen. He was very scared and begged for mercy from Zhang Chen. He decided to surrender before it was too late. Chen looked at him sternly. He decided to forgive him, but with one condition: if Mo becomes his servant. The attendees just gaped at everything that was going on. Mo was terrifyingly strong, and no one could understand how he was groveling before Chen. But Xintian didn't listen to anyone. He swore allegiance to Chen with his own blood. He recited the oath of allegiance and sealed it with a small bloody seal. The seal with the oath lay in Chen Yu's hands. He was glad of this turn of events. Zhang Chen smiled as he clenched the oath seal in his fist. He was very proud of himself that his endless cultivation had brought him such a servant. With one flurry of his hand, Chen burned the seal of loyalty, fastening it. The indignation of the people present was unprecedented. They were afraid and didn't understand why Chen was such a powerful servant from the demon school. His cultivation was the strongest in these parts. They were angry that such an act could lead to the uncovering of the path of demons and the entire Guangzhou Academy. Chen was unfazed. He announced that he saw neither bad nor good and would not do the work of demons. Sect leader Sheng Wuzong shouted out that if Chen killed the demon like now, everyone would be willing to turn a blind eye to such insolence. There was only one thing on everyone's mind: to prevent the demons from gaining access to the magic thread. Others supported Elder Sheng. They all accused Chen of colluding with demons. Many people began to say that Guangzhou might be all demonic already. Chenya was amused by this reaction. He folded his arms across his chest and jokingly asked what they could do to him even if he was possessed. Looking at everyone suspiciously, Chan said that if everyone wanted to, he could do the same demonic thing. He asked if everyone wanted to know which one. A man came forward. It was the deputy leader of the Wuj sect. He threatened Chenya with death if he didn't change his mind. Chen looked at him stiffly, asking if it was a threat. Deputy leader Wuj stood in front of Chenya. He threatened to destroy the entire Guangzhou Academy. The others had already bared their swords. Chen didn't like his words. He beckoned to his new servant, Demon Mo, and he grudgingly accepted that he was now a demon servant and had to serve. The threatened man was very frightened by this hand sign. Mo Xintian began his blood magic, sucking both life and blood out of the unfortunate man. Mo finished and turned to Chen. The others behind him were scared out of their wits. They shouted that if Chen continued, there would be no turning back. Chen grinned evilly. Turning to Mo, he ordered them all to be killed so that there would be no witnesses. Mo turned around to the people present. He did not understand why Chen had first said that killing was not allowed, but now so easily ordered to kill everyone. But there was nothing to do. An order is an order. Everyone was terrified. They began to beg for mercy. Sheng shouted that if he was released, the misunderstanding between Sheng Wuzong and Quan Zun would be over. The others simply asked for their lives to be spared. Chen was unyielding. He gave the order to Mo. Xindian started cultivating, and the blood cultivation began to just suck the lifeblood out of everyone present. Everyone was screaming and grabbing their heads, but there was nothing they could do. Jian Chen smiled as he watched what was happening. Here Mo reached those three guys who saved Jian Chen from the bandits. He was ready to kill them. Chen commanded a halt. Mo stopped. The guys Chen met in the forest didn't recognize him. They stared wide-eyed, not understanding the reason for such cruelty. Behind them lay the already breathless bodies. Jian Chen didn't feel the need to explain himself. He let them go and kept them alive in gratitude for their help in the forest. He gave them a very hard look, and he said, "Let this moment be between them. But if they started talking, they'd die too." The guys silently left without realizing what had happened to Jian Chen. Mo Xintian didn't understand why Chen let them go if he was afraid of publicity and if it was reasonable. Chen didn't care. He decided to do just that. Xintian remained silent. He didn't understand his new master's action. He was worried that the relic of the setting sun was about to appear, and that meant the strongest members of Sheng Wuzong, Wuj, Xinjiang, and Bafanmen schools. Mo wouldn't be able to match their strength anymore. Chen let Mo go to gather grass from the extinguished flames. He decided that he would take care of those who arrived. He deftly climbed the tree. With one leap, he jumped up onto the branch. Taking a convenient position for observation, Chenya waited. The relic of the setting sun should appear soon. Half an hour later, the footsteps of many people could be heard on the stone platform. They were masters of different schools. The number of corpses of the apprentices they had sent here earlier made all those who had arrived horrified. The former master of Sheng Wuzong School made the assumption that a demon-possessed person really appeared. From somewhere behind came a voice that denounced not the content demon, but who on the trail demon. Those were the three guys Jian Chen spared. They said that he was the one who did it, that the academy's master, Kuang Zun, had taken Mo Xintian, the strongest of the 9 demon-like servants, as his servant, and that he had killed everyone here just for his words. The sect heads were astonished by what they heard. They couldn't understand how someone like Jian Chen from Quanzhen Academy could do such a thing. The Xinjiang school leader said that the 3 were his students, and there was no point in lying to them. Former Master Xing Wuzong kept wondering how Mo could swear the oath to Jian Chen. Quanzhen was one of the weakest sects. He asked where this Jian Chen was. Hearing his question, an answer came from somewhere above. Chen jumped down from the tree branch. He stepped onto the stone platform. Chen turned mockingly to the boys he'd let go. He said he shouldn't have let them go after all. The 3 Xinjiang disciples were offended by such treatment. They resented how a demon-possessed man could speak to them in such a tone. The sect leaders decided to attack. They drew their swords and swung at Jian Chen. Suddenly, a seal of fire appeared around Chenya. Then a blue fire was lit on the mountain of the shrine. It burned very brightly. It seemed the relic of the sunset was showing itself. The sect leaders, seeing this, were stunned with their mouths open. The temple tower was in motion. A blue fire flared up on its top. Chen, crossing his arms, stood at the foot of the tower. Suddenly, a blue vortex began to swirl around the fire. 4 seals appeared. The whirlwind grew stronger and more powerful. Restrictive seals were placed on the sect leaders. They were in a panic and didn't realize what was happening. They were barely able to use a medium and beggar rank cultivation. Chen looked very pleased. Still standing at the temple, he smugly announced that the relic had activated and the shrine had revealed itself, which meant that everyone in the vicinity was sealed in its power. The leaders were not relenting. They still wanted to kill Jian Chen. Hearing this Yi standing in front of them, Chen suddenly began to accumulate energy. He was literally on fire, and even his eyes were burning with flames. Chen announced that the people present would not have long to live. Now the elders were in a complete panic. They didn't understand how they could have such strong spiritual energy. Chen held 2 fiery energy swords in his hands and was already about to attack. He rushed amongst everyone like lightning, delivering devastating blows. First, he killed former master Shen Wuzong, then rushed towards the Xinjiang sect master, literally slashing with his flaming sword. Another lunge, and Chen swung his sword at the others. Attendees were choking on blood. They suffered fatal wounds. Clenching his teeth in pain, the former master of Sheng Wuzong School tried to understand how everything that was happening was possible. Another of the leaders screamed from the last of his strength, threatening that his death would be avenged, and several great gates would rise. Chen enjoyed his power and only laughed at his words. Jian Chen seemed to have lost his human form. It was as if he had become a demon-like person. He darted from one to the other, killing them and enjoying his power. There were only 2 survivors. They begged for mercy and were ready to become Chenya's slaves. Chen stopped in front of them. He pondered whether to spare them. Returning to human form, Chen asked what they could be useful for. One pleaded that he would sell his life to survive. Chen killed one. Ignore his pleas. The breathless corpse fell into a pool of blood at Chenya's feet. The last one left, and he was the one Chen wanted to finish him off too. The last survivor was from the Wuj sect. He convinced Chenya that he was very useful to him because all his forebears were from that sect. Jian Chen decided that he was useful and take him as a servant. They made a contract, a tracking seal. They slowly left the stone platform. The three guys from the Xinjiang sect that Chen met in the fight against the tanks were also not touched and advised to get out. Suddenly, Sectmaster Wuji stopped. He remembered the relic of the setting sun and wondered if Chen would take it. Chen was not interested, but he wanted to suggest something different and asked about Master Wuji's specialty. Sectmaster Wuji couldn't read Chenya, but he felt his strength and didn't resist. The tower came into greater motion. Chen commanded to go. He needed to get to the demon world. After a while, Chen was already exercising on the mountain of Guangzhou Academy. Next to him sat a battered Mo Shintian. Chen was practicing on him. He wanted him to take heavenly sorrow and obtain the demonic sunset relic. Mo was already pretty battered. Shintian looked pleadingly at Chenya. He begged him not to do this. He didn't need the relic anymore either. Chen stared back stiffly. He was determined. If Mo didn't want to accept it, then all that was possible was Mo's death. Suddenly, something caught their attention in the distance. Xiaoshuan's seal was broken. Chen left Mo and headed that way. It was the old master and his granddaughter Zhao Yu who had come. It looked like time had expired and Yin's power was killing her. Everyone got excited. The old man easily broke the seal. Chen came out to meet them. Jian Chen looked at them, wondering if they had come just to talk or still accept the offer to heal the girl and stay in the academy. The old man announced that he had come only for the welfare of his granddaughter. Xiao was afraid whether they could help her. Chen announced that a payment in advance for the broken seal was needed. The grandfather and granddaughter did not expect this. They stood astonished. Chen shouted at the reaction. He demanded money for permission to print and for materials to rebuild it. Grandpa smiled, trying to smooth over the conflict. He offered a ring worth 30,000 spirit stones in return. Everyone who heard their conversation was stunned at the enormous sum. Chen only smiled wryly. The elderly man decided that this was not enough and offered to send 3 million. Now that's when Chen and everyone standing really got stunned by the amount. Jian Chen coughed and said that was enough. Then pointing his finger at Zhao Yu, he said that the conditions were the same and that she needed to stay here to be healed. Hearing this, everyone in the academy didn't understand Chenya and why he would even have a girl here. Zhao Yu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted that she didn't want to hear it. Grandpa was confused. Chen nonchalantly waited that she could either be a servant girl here or his disciple. The girl was the very daughter of the Lord of High Baidi City from the first-rank Gate sect. Jian Chen turned away from them, leaving it up to them to decide whether or not to stay here. He went to take a bath. The grandfather and granddaughter were left to ponder. The grandfather thought it was better to be ashamed but to live than to die. The girl agreed with him, but she was worried that Father Lord would destroy the whole academy if he knew about it. Chen in turn walked away thinking about the Lord's daughter. After a while, they decided to go after all. When they entered the ancestral hall, they saw Chenya, who had already finished his ablutions. Chen was already putting his shirt on, asking if they had made a decision. Here, Zhao Yu glared at his torso. Yu blushed, realizing that she had never seen a more handsome man. Grandpa said doomedly that they were in agreement. Chenya was pleased by this and offered to commit the apprentice contract seal so Yu couldn't escape afterward. He touched her forehead with his finger, making a seal, then looked at Grandpa. After announcing that the contract had been concluded, he asked the old man to leave to dispel the yin that was sending Xiao Yu's body. Such insolence made the old man indignant. Pushing the old man over, Chen pointed to the door. There was nothing left for Grandpa, and he decided to leave. Jian Chen locked the door behind him. Approaching Zhao Yu closely, Chen looked at her. Still looking at her calmly, he said he would start right now to dispel yin. Zhao Yu was embarrassed, not expecting this to happen so quickly. After being left alone, Chen asked Zhao to undress and lie down. She was even more confused, not knowing if she was going to be cured or if it was some other purpose in Jian Chen's mind. Chen looked at her in silence. Tiredly, he explained that to find yin, one must understand where it is in the body, and through clothes, it is extremely difficult to do so. Suddenly, voices came from behind the door that Shen Wuzong's men had come. The deadline of 10 days had expired. And also from behind the door, Grandpa replied that he would take care of it, if only Chen would help his granddaughter. Once again, being alone with Xiao Chun continued. Xiao began to undress. She comforted herself with the thought that it was for healing. She was untying her kimono. She continued with a hard look at Chenya, making it clear that she would not allow anything dirty to be done to her and would defend herself. Chen, continuing to watch, thought that women's problems are not insignificant. Blushing, Xiao threw off her kimono and remained in her underwear. The kimono completely flew off at her feet. Seeing her in her underwear, Chen marveled at the sight of her magnificent figure. Chen noticed her beautiful form. Her breasts were unusually lush and full. The waist was slim and graceful, which was also to Chenya's liking. Noticing she was being scrutinized, Xiao demanded to begin. Jian Chen coughed and agreed that it was time to start. He took her hand. In one motion, he laid her on the bed. Raising 2 fingers up, he said he had to find the spiritual vein in her body through which yin flows, and began to slowly run his fingers from her neck down her body. After passing his neck and chest, he stopped just below his navel. Xiao was embarrassed by this action of his, and then Chan froze looking at her. He was walking a vein of yin in the thigh area. He directed a stream of his energy to that spot, and Xiao involuntarily shouted. She said she was very cold. Chen continued to increase his influence in this location. Xiao began to wriggle without shutting up. Chen did not reduce the strength of Xiao Yu's piglet influence without moving. She was very cold. Clenching her teeth, she asked for it to be over quickly. Squinting, she looked at Chenya, asking if that was all. Chen backed off, saying that the hard part was over. Xiao jumped up, covering herself with her kimono. Chan turned away, heading for the exit. He opened the doors. Grandpa Xiao was still standing there. He was alarmed at how things had gone. If anything happened to the sole heiress of Baidi City, it would be bad for everyone. Chen calmly walked over to him, saying that everything was ready. The elderly man said that Sheng Wuzong's men from the Mountain Gate had come here, and they wanted to destroy the Guangzhou Academy. But that didn't stop them from extracting the yin from Xiao Yu's body. This news made Chen Yi a little sad, but he was glad that he didn't have to deal with Sheng Wuzong's men himself. Xiao Yu was already coming down behind him. She walked out to them, turning to her grandfather. He was concerned about how she was feeling. Xiao blushed, but she said that she felt fine. The coldness left her body, and it was as if her body had more strength. She thought to herself that Chen was a kind man, helping her to heal. Grandfather recognized that even he couldn't handle the disease. And since Chen was able to help her, she should learn from him and stay in Guangzhou. Xiao bowed to him, agreeing with his opinion. The old man wondered who this Chen was. He agreed to himself that if he could help his granddaughter, it would be safer for her to stay with him and she could learn a lot. He had already started to say goodbye and was about to head back to Body Town. Chen smiled slyly and put his hand forward. He demanded the tuition and academy fees up front. This is where the grandfather and granddaughter were taken aback by such insolence. Chen increased his pressure. He insisted that he had cured the girl. The stay and tuition were paid daily, and that he did not intend to babysit for free. And staying and studying at the academy cost 10,000 spirit stones a day. He demanded 1,000,000 at once. Realizing that now he might be asked for more stones, Grandpa hurriedly left the academy with the help of Cultivation. He said that Chen would receive his spirit stones in a few days. John Chen was angry that the old man left without paying. At the same moment, interesting events were unfolding at the entrance of the Wuj sect in Qinyun City. There came the same pardoned students of the Xinjian school whom he had met in the Sunset Forest. They tried to tell what crime Chen had committed by killing the heads of sects and many others with the Sunset Relic. They were not believed. Those who met did not believe their words and did not understand how they themselves had survived. The people who came did not stop. They tried to prove that everything they said was true and that Chen had gotten Mo Xintian as a servant and forced him to kill. The girl from Xinjuan tried to prove that Chen had become a real demon and did not deserve to be forgiven and protected. Someone cut them short with a harsh voice. The head of the Xinjian sect came out. He went to talk to the Wuj leaders and was angry and upset. Since Wuji couldn't hear him, he decided to take care of it. Descending the steps, they reported that they had already notified the companions by sending a pigeon to Bafenman and the Alliance, and they were on their way to Quanzun. Strictly, he continued that the strongest 9 and the 3 progenitors would make Chenya pay for what he had done with blood. One of Xinjian's disciples wickedly rejoiced that Chen would pay and be killed for his atrocities. On Mount Quangzun, pleas for help were heard and lightning bolts were revealed. Mo Xintian begged Chenya to stop his experiments. He killed him 3-4 times a day to make him stronger. Chen sat down in the lotus pose. He began to build up the energy in his hand for the strike again, and urged Mo to be an obedient servant. A new lightning strike. Xintian squirms in pain again from the piercing blow. The disciples and alchemists who were watching from afar marveled at Zhang Chen's strength. They didn't understand how he used such a powerful force. With another bolt of lightning, a scream rang out. Everyone tensed and froze. Everyone ran to Master Zhang Chen. They thought that he was seriously injured and needed help. Zhang Chen was fuming, and Mo was lying there like a dead man. While everyone was slamming the master, Mo begged for help. Everyone sympathized with Mo Xintian as well. They didn't understand why he was agreeing to these experiments. Chen got to his feet. Satisfied but shabby, he decided to take a little break from experimenting. Suddenly, something happened. Xiao Yu's eyes widened as she watched. She couldn't understand what was happening. Chenya was enveloped in a powerful ball of burning light. Xiao Yu had already started to cry, thinking that Chen had just been burned. Then the whole place filled with smoke. Xiao once again directed her full attention to where Chen was. He was sitting there unharmed as well, smoldering and engulfed in the energy of cultivation. Chen strengthened his cultivation and began to form a fire sphere at the solar plexus level. Everyone on the mountain just gaped at what they saw. Chenya's body was unharmed. Xiao Yu was more than a little scared. The lust for quick success in cultivation level made Chenya do everything in a great hurry. This could be harmful. Chen grinned and jumped to his feet, continuing cultivation. He convinced her that he was doing everything gradually with just quick steps. Everyone's attention turned to Li's brother, who came running in. He shouted that there was big trouble brewing. Panting, he tried to explain that people from the Xinjiang and Bafangmeng sects had gathered at the foot of the mountain, as well as the 9 Alliance masters. They were all going after Chen's head to avenge the death of their masters. Former Master Quan Zun's face changed upon hearing about the Tao of the strongest in the realm, but Chen didn't seem to care about this. Former Master Quang Zun couldn't understand how Chen had forced the strongest cultivators to come to Quang Zun's door. He was afraid that the fight wouldn't be easy. With a calm face, Chen confirmed that it was true. Everyone here was already stunned by the news. Zhang Chen's gaze became rigid. The realization that the 9 strongest 9 in the kingdom didn't come to him in peace didn't make him happy either. The alchemists whispered, not realizing how much power one had to possess to anger the 9 strongest ones like this. The former master exploded with a scream. He knew that the protective seal was broken and things were bad. Standing beside Xiao Yu was embarrassed to realize that the seal had been broken by her grandfather on their last visit. Chen, seeing what she was thinking, asked her if she was afraid and asked her to help him deal with the strangers. Xiao Yu was frightened. She didn't believe that Master Chen was asking for her help. Everyone wondered why he needed the girl's help and what he was up to. Chen clearly had a plan. He remembered that Xiao Yu's body was now filled with holy yin. He invited everyone to see what would happen. Down below, the people who had come had already demanded Zhang Chen's head and were beginning to form a seal with their collective cultivation. Xiao was afraid seeing this. Chen concentrated. Chan and his disciples gathered together. The older man who came accused Chenya of colluding with demons and demanded that he surrender. Xiao resolutely accepted Chenya's offer to deal with the uninvited guests. She began to fly down from the top of the mountain with her strength. The men downstairs, seeing only a woman approaching, froze at first, then laughed that the great master had sent a woman to sort things out, and himself was hiding behind her. Xiao had already stepped her feet on the ground. Glaring angrily at those laughing, she demanded that everyone shut up. The taunts continued. They started laughing with Xiao Yu herself as well. Xiao blushed red with anger. And in the next moment, incredible energy and light surrounded her body. It was the holy yin. She demanded that everyone bow before her. This did not stop the attackers, and they continued their taunts. Xiao Yu began to attack with her cultivation. The men who came also decided to respond with their strength in return. But the flow of power of Xiao alone was so strong that she easily repelled the attack of the 3 male cultivators. The men were stunned at what they saw and couldn't believe their eyes. There was a powerful light and energy coming from Xiao. The head of Xinjiang averted his eyes from what he saw. Xiao stiffly and piercingly looked at him, then directed a powerful stream of energy in their direction. The energy nearly swept them off their feet with how strong it was. Xiao stood indestructibly in front of them. She looked down at them and had a very low opinion of their cultivation level. In her opinion, they were not capable of transforming spiritual energy into true cultivation, and then they had no right to say anything either. Chen and the students were watching everything. He called out for Zhao to come back. Former Academy Master Kwang Zun was very surprised at the young girl's strength. Zhao was embarrassed and started walking back. She was embarrassed by her strength. The attackers were terrified. 9 of the best cultivators couldn't stand up to one girl. Jian Chen thought that for now, Zhao Yu's strength wasn't enough to kill the attackers, but it was already difficult for them to stand against her. Rising to their feet, the enemies decided to retreat. The head of Xinjiang was angrier than ever. He made a decision to take revenge later. One of his disciples said that he had a plan. He started whispering something quickly in the chapter's ear. That being said, it made the head smile evilly. The returning Zhao began asking Chenya to teach her more. She watched how he handled the lightning and how strong he was. Zhao looked at her master confused. She didn't know what she would want to learn, but asked her master to come up with practices for her. Chen looked at her. He said he was happy to start teaching. Zhao's grandfather still hadn't paid for her tuition, and Chen emphasized that was why he wasn't teaching her yet. This made Zhao very angry. Jian Chen pondered for a moment. The power of the academy was still small. So far, his trump card was only Xiao Yu's strength, and the soon-to-be-revealed ancient spiritual body of Brother John Li. 10 days passed after this event. Chen was in spiritual practice. He pondered that an ordinary man needed 9 drops of blood for concentration to make his physical body stronger, but infinite powers could require up to 36 drops of blood. Chen opened his eyes and looked at his hands. Next to him lay the already shabby Mo Xintian. Jian Chen had only managed to concentrate 35 drops of blood so far. 1 more drop of blood, and he could cultivate at a monstrously powerful level. But Mo had reached his practice limit for today, and it was also necessary to unleash Li's ancient spiritual body. Someone called out to Chenya. It was the former academy master. He was running holding something in his hands. It was an invitation to a banquet from the Wuj sect. Only the most influential schools and sects were invited there. Kwang Zun Academy had never received such invitations before. Chen wondered how so Kwang Zun wasn't influential before. But that didn't interest him. He planned to continue practicing and offered the former master to go there instead. To which the former master was surprised, because this banquet would raise the status of the academy, but he had to bring some kind of gift with him. Those are the rules. Chen said they would go as soon as he was done and asked him to warn Zhao Yu and Brala Li that they were also going to the banquet. Jian Chen turned away and invited the former master to follow him. He planned to teach him more skills to raise the prestige and reputation of the academy. The next day they went to Qinyun City for a banquet. Chen and Xiao Yu were walking side by side. She tried to make conversation, but the master was not in the mood. He said he took her just for company, and not because of strength or beauty. Li walked in silence. Xiao was upset by such rudeness. Suddenly 4 men stood in their way. The main one began to ask Chen Yu if he had killed one of the Xinjiang masters. They were a master and students from that school, as it turned out. Jian Chen stopped listening to them. He grinned that those defeated by him were also here. Turning to Zhao Yu, he told her to go so that she wouldn't hear the girl's rude talk. Zhao remarked in a resentful tone that she was a lady and not a girl. Chen turned at her and asked her not to insult the lady's word. It was as if he was pissing her off on purpose. Then abruptly turned around saying that, since that was the case, let her deal with these comers herself. He called Brother Li to go on, and they left her alone against those from the Xinjiang sect. Zhao was out of her mind with anger. Zhao glanced angrily in Chen and Li's wake. Suddenly, something caught Zhao's attention. Some powerful force in the form of a vortex began to unfold in front of her. Zhao adopted a fighting stance. With one move, she threw the attackers back. She had already defeated them once, so she decided to teach them another lesson. The men scattered like skittles. Zhao's face expressed stiff determination. Meanwhile, Jian Chen and Li also had a certain stranger in their way. The unexpected blow caught Jian Chen by surprise. He barely managed to keep his hand from falling. Chen bounced back, grabbing Brother Li. He barely had time to land on one knee and put Li down behind him. The attackers were right in front of Chenya, some hooded man. The strength of his chi was very high, and Chen noted it. He wondered how a cultivator with such strength was hidden in the outskirts of the city, but the stranger was silent. He gathered the energy in his hand again to strike again. Here already, Jian Chen had to really strain his strength for defensive cultivation. The stranger threw himself into the attack with all his might. Chen was concentrating hard to defend himself, but the stranger's energy blade simply broke through Chenya's protective seal. A jolt of energy reached Chenya. The blade was already at his face, and Chen looked simply at its tip. A new powerful flash headed towards Jian Chen. Chenya was thrown backwards. The attacker drew his blade again. Here Chen was already scared out of his wits. He called out to Zhao Yu with all his might. The enemy gritted his teeth in anger. He realized she was about to appear. Zhao suddenly appeared between the opponents. She deftly repelled the punch aimed at Jian Chen. Chen sat up holding his wound. Zhao asked if he was okay. The attackers realized that he could not defeat Zhao. Angrily, he recognized that killing Chen would have to be postponed until later. Taking a step back, he fled in one motion with the help of the force. Zhao was about to chase after her, but Chen stopped her by the arm and said that they didn't come here for that. Taking Brother Li under his arms, Chen said, "We need to make our way to the banquet in Qinyun." As they approached the gate, Chen and his companions saw a man come out to meet them. He greeted them kindly. Then he whispered in Chenya's ear that it looked like a hunt was open for him. Chen wryly replied that he had already noticed it. He thought to himself that all the sects of the godless continent had gathered here, and also the sect of hidden mercenary assassins. The greeter remarked that several groups had been sent out on patrol, and there was nothing to fear. Turning around, Chen looked at him and asked stiffly if he knew who started it. As he was escorting the guests into the hall, the welcomer could not find anything to say, but suggested that it was the work of the Wuj, Anj, and Danja sects. They all walked into the spacious hall, and the tension was palpable. Many people were unhappy that had invited Chen after his antics in the Sunset Forest and wondered what the catch was. Met Chenya invited them to the second floor. It was the place of honor for the distinguished of the academy. Those who were already sitting there started to make a fuss. How is it possible that Chen will be on the second floor, and what does it all mean? Master Wuja cut them off harshly. He reminded them that the banquet was at their school. He yelled that everyone should behave themselves. Standing in the center, he loudly announced that Quan Zun would be sitting on the second floor, and it was Wuja's personal order, and asked everyone to respect this decision. The attendees whispered, not understanding if Elder Wu Mu was an ally of Quan Zun, and it was also said that Quan Zun's status would be elevated. Everyone put on tense smiles, saying that since it was the decision of the chief of the Wuji sect, no one had any complaints and accepted his decision. Someone in the audience asked what this year's Qinyun banquet prize would be. Master Wu Mu, continuing to take center stage, announced the gifts this year will be many, but there is the most important and valuable Qilin blood drop. A precious relic arose in everyone's mind. Qilin blood with great strength and power. Everyone became alarmed. Chan was very surprised at what he heard. His face showed genuine bewilderment. Master Wu Mu asked everyone to calm down. He didn't want to make it seem like it was something special. Everyone in the audience was not relenting. Here and there were heard whispering voices that it was incredibly rare and powerful. With a single drop, a person's body can be reborn. Zhao stood next to Master Chen. She didn't expect such a rarity to be in such a place. Qilin blood is the blood of a mythical, magical consciousness that no one has been able to see yet. Jian Chen began to yawn out of boredom. In his mind, he thought that the noise was for nothing. After all, Qilin is just a hybrid. Jian Chen's strength was higher than the 9 gods, but a drop of Qilin's blood would mean a lot to an ordinary person. He remembered Brother Li, who was also standing beside him. For him to take a bath with Qilin blood was to strengthen his physical body many times and become stronger than any man. Li got excited when he heard this. He was determined to get his hands on the Qilin blood. When Chen heard this, he said that Li should get it himself. He has practiced hard and opened many spiritual veins. His strength would last him a long time. Li was embarrassed but agreed. Chen looked at him approvingly. Li had practiced hard and his strength had increased many times over. Everyone in the audience started yelling that it was time to start the trials then. Master Wudge smiled at this and agreed that it was time to begin. Master Wudge stepped into the middle of the hall, where a platform had been set up. Standing on it and looking around at the participants, he announced the rules. All you have to do is just go up and take the challenge. He asked who wanted to go first. Zhao and Chen stood and watched what would happen next. Chen wondered who would come out first. He remembered Zhao's great strength, but he didn't want to ask her from the beginning. Some man jumped onto the platform. It was Lin Mo from Xinjiang High School. He volunteered to be the first one. Standing already on the platform, Lin Mo found Jian Chen in the crowd with his eyes. Without taking her eyes off of him, I wondered how the 9 Taoist cultivators had died trying to kill Chen. Chen caught the look in his eyes. He understood his thoughts, and although even after letting this guy go with his friends in the Sunset Forest, Chen's thirst for revenge had not died down. John Chen was already ready to step onto the platform for a fight. Suddenly, Lin Mo pointed his finger at the fat man standing next to John Chen. It was John Li's brother. Lin Mo wished to fight him. Lin Mo understood very well that Chen was strong, but he thought that Li was a simpleton and a weakling. Chen was puzzled. Brother Li was embarrassed and asked if he was referring to him. Chen admonished Li before the fight, saving energy and unleashing the seed of one's spirit. Li hesitantly started walking towards the platform, turning back to Chen and memorizing his advice. Li was already stepping onto the platform. Lin Mo shouted that after defeating Chen's disciple, he would defeat John Chen himself. And just when Li and Lin were on the same level, suddenly, the chubby Li slammed his fist into Lin's face with all his might. The blow was of such power and strength. Lin simply flew out of the ring with a crushing force. He was slammed into the wall. The astonished brother Li stood there with his mouth hanging open, not expecting this from himself. The Xinjiang sect members who were watching their comrade in arms fight were stunned. Master Yang Xuan's eyes widened. How much their disciple had talked and how he had been humiliated by a single blow. Brother Li was still standing on the platform. He was confused and turned to John Chen that he had just released the power that was bursting out and did not expect such an effect. Chen calmly said that when he returned to Quanzun, he would have to undergo enhanced training. Chen turned to the head of Xinjiang with a mocking smile to see if they wanted another round. After all, this was Quanzun's weakest disciple. Xinjiang Master Yang Xuan jumped up in anger. He argued that one victory was not a victory and there was no need to rejoice before the time. He barked at the student next to him to go to the ring next. The boy had no choice but to obey. Everyone present didn't even have time to read to 10. Brother Li simply swept this unfortunate disciple out of the ring with a torrent of his power. Everyone from Xinjiang opened their mouths. Without using martial arts, Li was simply releasing a huge amount of energy. Master Yang Xuan grimaced in anger. Li was scared of himself. He turned to John Chen and asked him to stop the competition. His strength was growing and he didn't want to kill anyone. The unperturbed Chen replied that he didn't mind even if Li killed everyone here. Master Yang Xuan summoned another of his disciples. Ling Xiao was supposed to be next. It was already about the honor of the entire Xinjiang Academy. Ding Zhao calmly stepped into the ring. He pulled his sword from its sheath. Standing in front of his brother, Li Xiao grinned and asked not to get too upset, but he intends to fight to the death. The student fans who were watching the bout were all stunned. Xiao was the strongest of the Xinjiang Academy. It was rumored that he had reached his highest body form at only 10 years old, and at 15, he had already killed a huge number of disciples. Brother Li hesitated. He looked at Master Chen asking if it was really necessary, to which Chen said to accept defeat and surrender if you don't want to fight further. Ling Xiao didn't even want to hear anything. He was already preparing to kill Li. With a shout that he would not accept his opponent's defeat, Xiao was already preparing to attack. Putting his sword forward and gathering energy, Lin decided to use his most powerful technique, the Dance of Heavenly Blades. The fans were in a deep panic. One recognized the technique and mentally buried Brother Li. The other admired the strength of Xinjiang's most powerful disciple. Brother Li barely had time to focus. He was very scared and squeezed his eyes shut. Deciding to strike with all his might out of fear, he threw forward a fist with a stream of energy. And an unprecedented stream of light and energy pierced Zhao so much that it seemed even his bones were visible from this light and power. Ding Xiao was just carried out of the ring into the audience by fire. He collapsed in a pool of blood and overthinking all the bones. Xiao was dead. The attendants looked at his corpse in silence. Brother Li panicked. Most of all, he was afraid that he would be blamed for such a hard blow. Li didn't want to kill. From the intense fright, the energy was so powerful that accidentally protecting himself, Li killed the strongest Xinjiang disciple. Chen smiled with his arms folded across his chest. He replied that he was dead and could no longer blame anyone for anything. There were cries from the Xinjiang sect that a disciple had been killed. Yang Xuan, the head of Xinjiang, appealed to Chen. He demanded punishment for the murder. Chen smiled smugly. He saw no reason to punish him. After all, Li was just defending himself. But Zhao continued to attack no matter what. Yang Xuan, head of Xinjiang, became angry. It seemed unforgivable for him to laugh at such things. And since Chen was reacting like this, there was no point in the Quanzun Academy, and it should be destroyed. Zhao Yu was indignant at such words. Chen began to provoke Yang Xuan and invite her to solve the problems in the ring. Zhao Yu and brother Lin glanced at each other. They were afraid of this fight. Chen was serious. Hosting everyone in his academy, Master Wuja tried to stop Chen, that there was no need for a fight of this level. Chen argued that there was no need to defend the honor of the Guangzhou Academy because he was its master. Meanwhile, Master Xinjian had already jumped into the ring. He confidently drew his sword and urged Chenya to begin the fight. Chen also jumped into the ring. He stepped right in front of the enemy. Looking at Master Xinjian, Chen scoffed at them that he was in such a hurry to die. Standing behind him, Brother Li was very worried about Jian Chen's life. He blamed himself that Yu might get hurt. Yang Xuan looked angrily into Jian Chen's eyes. He insulted Jian Chen, but Chen only smiled and replied that he had never heard him mock. Zhuan didn't understand such a reaction. Chenya had a cunning plan. He loudly began to say, how could such a mature master fight with such a young and inexperienced, albeit Master Guangzun? That such an unequal fight would definitely not bring Master Xinjian glory, because Chen's cultivation should be much lower than Yang Xuan's. The crowd behind Zhuan began to whisper that Chen was right. After all, Zhuan was much stronger and the duel was not equal. Zhuan realized that the crowd condemned him for choosing such a weak opponent. Yang Xuan had no choice but to agree to fight at half strength. He announced it loudly to everyone. Chen smiled and agreed. The bout has officially been announced. Xinjian Academy Master Yang Xuan versus Guangzhou Master Jian Chenya. Chen looked at his opponent and marveled at his pompousness. The crowd, sensing that the fight would be spectacular, began to gather around the ring. Everyone was afraid for their master. Chen was ceding the right to make the first attack to Master Yang Xuan as the older one. Xuan prepared to attack with the lotus sword technique. He attacked with a shout that Chen would lose his life today. The crowd froze. Seeing the lotus sword, the disciples did not leave Chen Yu a chance to live. Xuan got off the ground and swung his sword forward with all his might at Chenya. He stood still with his arms folded across his chest. The crowd cheered. They were anticipating the end of the fight. They were surprised and amused that Chen was standing motionless, waiting for his end. The blow was struck. Everything was covered in bright light and dust. Nothing could be seen, whether Chen was alive or dead. The students and everyone else watching froze in anticipation. They were eager to find out how the fight ended. After all, no one could withstand the blow of the lotus sword. Yang Xuan was sure that Chen was dead. He could already feel his victory, but suddenly his eyes widened. Chen was standing unharmed. His hands were still gathered on his chest and the smile did not leave his face. He looked at his opponent and smiled even wider. He asked if he should give him a little more time or if that was all he could do. Yang Xuan was simply amazed. He was obsessed with the question of just how many blood drops Chen had concentrated in practicing. Chen still also smirked without naming a number, realizing that he was tormenting Xuan. Those who were watching the whole thing were also tormented by this question. The disciples were whispering, trying to understand how Chen had made his body almost deity-like and how many drops he had concentrated. Yang Xuan didn't give up trying to kill Chenya. He was preparing for a second attack. Figuring that Chen concentrated about 18 drops of blood, Xuan considered his sword stronger and again prepared to attack. With anger, Xuan looked at Chen, and he in turn did not think to move from his seat. Chen looked at Yang Xuan without taking his eyes off of Yang Xuan, expecting an attack. He had already thought of a retaliatory move. Snapping out of his seat, Chen decided to strike back. After applying the power of cultivation, a bright sword of energy appeared in Jian Chen's hands, and he prepared to strike Yang Xuan with it. Chenya's eyes expressed anger and determination. In Yang Xuan's gaze, there was horror and fear of understanding the hopelessness of his situation. Splitting his sword into two, Chen struck a strong cross-strike. He literally cut the master of Xinjian Academy. He was killed instantly, and blood was pouring out even from his mouth. Chen deftly lands in the ring. Smiling, Chen turned to everyone, calmly saying that victory was his. Everyone from the Zhenjian sect was at a loss for words. Yang Xuan was one of the strongest cultivators, Li Yunshan. The new head of the alliance was amazed at how easily Master Yang Xuan was killed. He decided to fight against Jian Chen next to kill him. Before Chen left the ring, the new head of the alliance jumped forward and challenged Chen. Jian Chen remained calm and just looked to see who else wanted to fight him. Li Yushan blushed red with anger. Some kid who had recently become a master thought he was stronger than everyone else. Chen looked completely relaxed. They stood across from each other, determined to start a duel. The head of the alliance looked at Chenya appraisingly. The one in turn condescendingly remarked that it was not worth it for someone weaker to seek a fight with someone stronger. These words made Li Yushan laugh. He didn't take anything seriously. Yushan clenched his fist and decided that he would never let Chen alive. Qiaji and Chen feigned resentment. He pretended to be upset at Yushan's intention to kill him. Yushan came simply furious at such bullying. Suddenly, Chen left the ring with a single leap. As he left, he told Zhao Yu to go to the ring. Old man Yushan was too weak an opponent, and Zhao could deal with him on her own. At such news, she rounded her eyes. Chen put his hand on Zhao's shoulder and announced that she was a senior apprentice in Quanzun, and he asked for her permission to fight Yushan. Xiao was embarrassed. She didn't want everyone here to see her strength and stop seeing her as a lady. Li Yushan was indignant at such insolence. Some girl against the head of the alliance. Chen, seeing that Zhao was interfering with the shift, decided to think about increasing the tuition. He named the price of 100,000 spiritual stones, and Zhao was stunned by the figure. Zhao got nervous, although her Baidi city is rich, but such a price she can bear. Zhao snapped out of her seat. Stepping into the ring in front of Li Yushan, Xiao was resolutely ready to start the fight. She had already started her cultivation and was as if she was in the light. Li Yushan rushed into the attack. He just flew at Zhao with the intention of finishing her off. With a slight movement of her hand, Zhao threw Yushan away without even exerting herself. Before he even realized it, he was flying outside the ring. Zhao turned around, leaving the ring, defiantly shaking off her hands, displeased at the way her hand could be raised on the girl. This is where the fans just panicked. Some girl was able to take down the new head of the alliance with such ease. The head of Wuja entered the ring, announcing that Zhao Yu had won, and if there were any more people willing to fight her. There were none. Everyone was shocked by Yushan's crushing defeat and could not understand why Quanzun had such powerful disciples. Li Yushan accepted his defeat to prevent a senseless massacre. Chen approached the master of Wuzong Mu Academy. He asked if it was a victory if no one dared to fight with the disciples of Quanzun, and they had won the Qilin blood drop. Master Mu approvingly agreed with this. He also wanted to make an announcement. Leaping out of his seat, Master Mu headed to the ring platform in the center of the hall. Standing in the center, Master Mu declared the Quanzun Academy to be an 8th rank strength sect. The attendees were outraged. To be a rank 8 sect, one must have at least 2 Taoist cultivators. And today they saw only one of them, many shouting that Quanzun didn't deserve this rank. Others from the Xinjian sect shouted that Quanzun was nothing. The new leader of the alliance was barely on his feet after the battle with Xiao shouted that protocol should be followed. Master Mu didn't understand why everyone was so insistent that Quanzun didn't deserve the 8th level. Suddenly the door opened, and in walked 2 alchemist masters with their assistants, shopkeepers who had previously asked to live in Quanzun. The alchemists, Master Santong and Master Luoshan, bowed to Zhao Chen. The defeated new head of the alliance stunned at what he saw. Master alchemist Santong was a Taoist cultivator and was now living and studying in Quanzun. He announced that. Standing in the crowd, the representatives of the most powerful sects in the godless continent, Danga, Zhanga, and Wuji, declared their full support for the Quanzun school. All objections fell silent. Tepe Master Mu calmly declared Quanzun to be an 8th rank sect. Jianchen was weeping with happiness. After all, he knew that he could now take a certain amount of spirit stones to Wuji every month. And the higher the rank, the more stones could be taken. Zhao Yu sitting next to him didn't understand such greed for money. Chen was not surprised by her reaction because she had never known what it was like to be without money. He commanded that as soon as the drop of Qilin's blood was taken, we should return to Quanzun. After leaving the Wuji sect with the gifts, they had already arrived at the Quanzun gate. The alchemist kept trying to persuade Jian Chen to teach them martial skills. But Chen was adamant. He said that their talent was not enough for that. Suddenly he stopped and listened. Chen questioned why he was being pursued and what they wanted. Everyone stopped questioningly. A figure appeared on the path in front of them. It was the same cloaked man that had attacked them earlier on the way to the banquet competition in Wuj. He announced that Chen was born into a completely ordinary family and could not have such strong abilities. Chen smiled strangely. He recognized Anja's assassin. Chen figured in his mind that today's banquet had attracted a lot of attention from him. After he became a master, Quanzun had changed a lot. The assassin smiled from under his hood and remarked that he didn't care because he had come to kill Chenya. Unexpectedly, the assassin manifested a seal with his cultivation. on which both Chen and the assassin had already appeared to be standing. Jian Chen was surprised by the dark seal. This seal dulled all senses. The assassin was about to strike. He said in a calm tone that he would end Chenya's life. The assailant reached out his hand to strike. Chen smiled, saying he doubted the assassin's plans. The killer, wary questioningly, looked at his victim. The assassin's eyes widened. The next second, something appeared between them. It was none other than Chenya Moshintian's new servant from the Demon Academy. He looked questioningly at the assassin, whether he had really decided to kill his master. Chen felt proud and calm. With his arms folded across his chest, he insisted that the assassin could not take his life. Mo looked at Chen and realized he had no way out. If Chen dies, Mo dies. Shintian turned to Chen, asking if he wanted him to finish off the assassin. Chen wanted to know who had sent him first. Mo obeyed and began his cultivation. A dark, powerful glow enveloped him, and he moved to attack the assassin. The hooded stranger was startled to see such a powerful level of cultivation like Mo Shintian's. He tried to avoid the fight by backing further away from Mo, but the latter was determined. Shintian simply became one solid dark energy and attacked the assassin with a powerful stream of fire. He came close to the stranger, hovering over him like a single dark cloud of power. The poor man in the cloak was already not glad he'd gotten involved in this case. A new hard tug, and Mo just tossed him around like puppets. Shintian grabbed the assassin by the throat while looking straight into his eyes. Even in this position, the hooded man found the strength to ask how Great Elder Mozong became a servant and follows orders. Such insolence infuriated Mo. He shook the assassin by the throat and asked who sent him. But the man was determined not to give up. If he said a word about it, he would betray his Ange school. In the next instant, he gathered the energy in his hands. While still immobilized, the assassin managed to free his two hands. He continued his cultivation by directing his own power against himself and literally tore his body apart just to avoid saying who ordered Jian Chen's life. All Mo had to do was watch him kill himself. Shintian was already sitting next to the breathless body. He looked questioningly at Chenya. What to do now, because he still didn't know the name of the person who had hired him to kill him. But Chen was not surprised by this turn of events. He waved his hand and replied that it was nothing big. This is Ange's standard response. They would sooner die than give up the customer. Mo asked what to do in such a case. Chen thought about it and decided that he would repair Zhao Xuan's protective seal and no one else would dare to enter Quanzun. He asked Mo to do his own investigation to find out the name of the customer. Shintian thought for a moment. The only thing he knew about Ange Academy was that it was full of mercenaries and assassins. He had no idea where the academy was located. After pondering, Mo squinted his eyes and decided to return to his demon academy, Mozong, to ask for help from the demons themselves to find out the name of who hired the assassin. Chen looked tiredly at Mo. He agreed with his plan and insisted that it was necessary to find out the name, no matter what it cost. He expressed great fatigue at the fact that someone kept prying and disrupting his plans. Shintian looked respectfully at his master and wondered if he was really that serious. He was absolutely not frightened or puzzled that a powerful sect like Ange had sent his mercenary. Rather, he looked tired. Mo had already bowed in farewell. He was about to leave, saying he'd do his best and be done in 6 days. Just as suddenly, Chen tripped him and Shintian collapsed to the ground without even expecting such a thing. Jian Chen stood over him with a sly smirk. He remembered that he still hadn't concentrated the 36th drop of blood to gain strength. For Mo, this meant a couple more painful attacks. For the experiment, Shintian grimaced as he lay on the ground, but only uttered a full assent to his master. Mo closed his eyes doomedly, letting go a tear of regret. After a while, Mo, Jian Chen, and Li's brother were on Mount Quanzun. They were practicing and training Li. Mo and Chen were surrounded by lightning. Apparently, Chen was practicing techniques on Mo again. Shintian was quite tired already. Brother Li was learning how to concentrate energy and control it properly. Li sat motionless in a meditative pose, creating a sort of dome around himself, trying to learn to control his new power. Chen stood there full of joy. He was clutching an energy lightning bolt in his hand. Chen had successfully managed to concentrate the 36th drop of blood into it, meaning that he had reached the infinite technique. Poor Mo stood behind him, fuming. Seeing the satisfied master, Shintian found a way to escape quickly so that he wouldn't have to participate in the training as a punching bag anymore. He bowed and remarked that since the master had finished, he could go to investigate the assassins. He couldn't take any more blows like that, and he really wanted to get out of here. Standing with his back to him, Chen saw no need for Xintian to be here any longer. Li's training was almost finished. Barely forgetting Chen before leaving, Mo asked him to call Xiao Yu here. After all, her strength also needed control and more practice. Brother Li kept sitting there trying to curb his strength. Something went wrong, and he squirmed. He screamed at the sensation of power tearing him from the inside. Li asked Master Chenya for help. Chen came up behind him and put his hand on Li's shoulder. It was gone in a flash, as if it had never happened. Li opened his eyes. Jian Chen looked worried. The power in Li's body was very fierce, and if Chen was late, irreparable things could happen. Jian Chen calmed down Li. The force began to subside, and Li breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu came in. She was dissatisfied that Chen was always sending his servant, Mo Xintian, to fetch her, and he never came himself. She began to feel that the teacher was not eager to teach her. Chen advised her not to try to invent something new or unusual. He said that the tried and tested standard methods could be more useful. It is necessary to first feel the flow of power and just be able to release it. It might not work the first time, but practice makes a big difference. Unexpectedly, Xiao suggested to the master to test her in a fight. She wanted to fight with him. Chen laughed. He refused to fight Xiao Yu, but put Brother Li ahead of him. He said that he too had trouble concentrating his strength, and they could fight each other. Li hesitated. He turned to Chenya and asked if he was sure that his strength and Xiao's strength were of the same level. He was afraid that Xiao would smash him like a weakling. Xiao exploded at such talk. She was angry at such an assumption by Li. In time, Xiao pulled herself together and calmed down. She had noticed that she had become very stiff and unfeminine when she had gotten into Quanzun. Xiao's face changed. She calmed down and smiled and said, "Can she really be stronger than Li? After all, she is a lady after all." Chen and Li looked at her, not knowing what was going on. After thinking, Li said she didn't want to fight her. Chen was getting annoyed. Then since Li didn't want to start a fight with Xiao, he decided to fight him himself. Li became even more worried. He was afraid that he couldn't handle the force and still not control it. Xiao laughed and asked the master why waste time on Li when he could fight her. Master Chen smiled. He assured that he had enough strength to fight Li and Xiao. At the same time, he wanted to see how his new power would behave. Xiao was pleased with such news. She had wanted to try her hand at fighting Chen for a long time. Li, on the other hand, was just resigned to this part. Li and Xiao took up their fighting stances. Lastly, Xiao said that if anything happened, she would not blame her or Li if they miscalculated their strength. Li didn't want to hurt Chen, but there was no choice. Jian Chen only smiled. He snapped out of his seat. Applying cultivation, Chen was about to strike with his fist. He swung with all his might and hit Li. The power of the blow was so high that Li flew off the ground and flew aside, Li barely landing any meaningful shots. He was shocked by the blow. It seemed to him that the blow was something iron and heavy, but Chen assured him that he had only clenched his fist and had nothing else in his hands. Chen decided to continue. He told Li to attack back. The latter accelerated and decided to attack with more force. No sooner had Li gotten close than Chen simply, with one incredibly powerful blow, ripped him off the ground again and lifted him into the air. Li flew even farther away than the first time. Chen was disappointed that Li was not as strong as he could be. Jian Chen stopped the bout. He told Li to go treat his wounds and think about today's fight. What were the mistakes and how to avoid them? Chen was extremely satisfied with his new cultivation power. The new inexhaustible cultivation method was very powerful. Li slowly stood up, holding his wound. His new power was causing him a lot of problems. He could hardly control it and thought every time he was about to die. Now it was Xiao Yu's turn. Chen smiled slyly and signaled for her to step on. Xiao was really scared. After she saw what Chen was doing to Li, she was scared. Chen saw it on her face and began to giggle at how she wanted to fight, and now she was afraid. Xiao timidly asked if the master wanted to kill her, but there was nothing to do. Xiao started cultivating. She took a stand and it was like water swirled around her. She threw a punch. Frozen drops of water flew at Chenya. He became frustrated. The water technique was the most hackneyed and commonplace technique. He pestered her not to use this trite technique anymore. Xiao objected. The water martial arts were the strongest in Qinyun City, and there was no equal in Baidi City. Chen didn't even bother using 2 fingers to repel the attack. With only one hand, Chen dispelled in general all the attack directed at him. Xiao stood watching from the sidelines. Chen grinned at Zhao's words about water techniques. He clearly showed that they weren't that strong. For a moment, he thought about what he could show to demonstrate the shortcomings of this technique, and he chose fire. He put his hand out in front of his face and prepared for a fancy burst of energy. A huge, incredible flash snapped from Chenya's hand. Zhao didn't move from her seat. An incredible force, like a huge lump of fire, was bearing down on her. She was very frightened. She couldn't believe that Chen had aimed such a powerful blow at her. She barely had time to cover herself with her hands from the blow. Suddenly, Zhao saw pieces of her clothes being picked up by a whirlwind and blown around. She looked around herself and realized that the powerful stream of impact had ripped off almost all of her clothes. Only small pieces of her dress covered her incredibly beautiful young body. Chen stared at her like a bewitched man. It was impossible to tear his gaze away from such a sight. Zhao shouted at him. Where is he staring at? Chen was embarrassed and averted his eyes. He realized that he had overdone it. Chen started to take off his kimono. Zhao was confused, not knowing what was going on. She asked what he was doing. Chen calmly replied that too wanted to take off his clothes to make it fair. Xiao decided that it was definitely unnecessary. She wanted to approach Chenya, barely covering her body with her arms. Taking one step, Zhao suddenly stumbled. She had already started to fall towards Chenya. And then the unbelievable happened. Chen caught Zhao Yu, but he caught her right by her semi-naked breasts. His hands went straight to her lush breasts. In his hands, Chen felt Zhao Yu's soft and firm breasts. Chen couldn't believe it. He stood like that, clutching Zhao's chest. She squirmed in embarrassment. In the next moment, Zhao Yu shouted Jian Chen's name so loudly that it was heard throughout the entire mountain, and even all the way to Guangzhou Academy. Chan ran down the mountain. The alchemists Luo Shan and Tong San were on their way to meet him. Chan ordered them to bring Xiao's clothes and healing elixirs. Thinking about what had happened, Chan realized that Zhao Yu could have been seriously hurt, and it upset him. But then he remembered how she'd fallen into his arms and decided that the feel of her soft breasts in his palms was worth it. Luo Shan wondered why Chen was running away. He asked why Chen would leave such a beautiful student. Had he done something wrong? Chen angrily asked what other problems the overly curious Shang had. Shan decided to change the subject. He had learned some great news. The famous Baiming Yuan Academy was starting to recruit students. He asked if the master would like to participate. Chen hesitated for a moment. Baiming Yuan was the most famous academy near Begu City. Chen wondered why he should become a contestant. After all, he is already a master. Shan replied that the academy belongs to Sifan Xin himself. Many famous sects like Julu, Baoyu, and Qilu are just dreaming of going there. Chen was skeptical. He looked at Luo Shan and asked what this Xin Yu was so famous for. The alchemist didn't know exactly, but remembered that the academy was founded by a man named Shenian 2,000 years ago. Chen froze. His eyes widened. He recognized the name Shenian as the name of an ancient god. Chen stopped to think. He remembered that the entire Shifan Xin was divided into 4 parts: Baiming, Nanhuang, Danli, and Shixue. Only the most capable of these sects could enter Shifan. Chen decides that if Shifan was founded by Shenyang himself, he left his legacy there. Master Chen asked the alchemist if he himself could enter this academy, to which the answer was no, that was against the rules. Chen walked past the alchemist. If he had to follow the rules, then so be it, he decided. It remained to find out where Baiming Yuan was. He had to get there first. The alchemist knew. Baiming was 600 miles north of Qinyun City. He raised his finger a lot significantly. Chen got ready to go. The alchemist asked to go with him, but Chen refused. If Ange still went to kill him, then there was no point in taking the alchemist with him. Chen took another step, and something incredible happened. With the next step, he completely changed his appearance and clothes and even his hair. Quan Zun Xuan's seal of protection had been restored. In addition, 2 great alchemists remained at the academy. Chen decided that during his short absence, nothing terrible would happen. Chen in his new appearance was on his way to Qinyun City. He was surprised at the number of people going to Baiming. He walked past the men sitting and discussing something. He heard that the selection process for Baiming Yuan had already started, but the criteria was extremely strict. Cultivation must be at a colossal level, and the age must be no higher than 18 years old. They said that there were only a few people in Qinyun who were allowed to enter Baiming Yuan. Chenya's attention was particularly caught by one man's words. At first, he was surprised that there must be a great number of young and talented masters there. Then he remembered some World Bank and said that he hoped there would be masters from there too. Suddenly, a friend sitting next to him put his hand over his mouth. The other one laughed and thought he had just had too much to drink. Chenya was interested. He walked on thoughtfully, repeating the World Bank to himself. What was that thought that kept him thinking? Chen paused to think. He speculated perhaps it was those who held the entire economy of the godless continent. They traded all the spiritual stones for divine techniques. Chen had heard that those who crossed their path could not live peacefully on the continent afterward. Chen squinted. He had absolutely not expected such a scheme to become so popular. The men seated at the table continued their discussion. Chen was not far away, eavesdropping. They discussed that not long ago Sheng Wuzong had gone to attack Guangzhou, but no one had returned. They were extremely surprised because it was thought that Sheng Wuzong was stronger than Guangzhou. Chen smiled when he heard this. He noted that since his rebirth here, Sheng Wuzong had become the center of everything that was going on. Chen went outside. Something was happening there. All the people were being dispersed from the road. Lord Duo Xiao was coming, and the guards were just chasing everyone away. Chen paid no attention to it, continuing on his way. One of the passers-by tried to warn him. He turned around in bewilderment. He was just being driven at full speed by some bratty kid on horseback. He was boorishly asking everyone to give way to him. Such insolent behavior ticked Chenya off. He turned around and decided to get the boy lord, gathering strength and energy in one hand. Chan toppled both horse and rider in one motion. The young lord simply tumbled from his horse to the ground. The horse lay unconscious. The lord flew even farther away. People ran over to help the lord get up. Chen just stood not far away. The lord jumped up, showing Chen the middle finger, who was an insolent, spoiled brat. Looking at this picture, John Chen was even a little surprised. Then the whole thing made him laugh. He thought the lord was like a pesky flea. Maybe he should just finish him off. The lord's guards rushed at Chenya with swords and shouts. They were out to get him. Chen didn't move as he watched all this. He took a stand. Energy began to rise beneath his feet. In the next second, everything was filled with light from the cultivation. All the guards were simply lifted into the air by a tremendous force. Chen seemed to have made great strides in his endless cultivation. The guards just fell over each other. Calmly surrounded by power, Chen slowly approached the lord, who tried to get up from the ground. He wanted to show him that he was born into a rich family does not give you the right to insult and humiliate everyone as you want. The lord tried to object. He said that his last name was Duo, and that Chen Yu was certainly not one to say hello. The power around John Chen was growing. He walked close to the spoiled boy and made it clear that he was not interested in his origin at all. Chen looked down at him with a terrifyingly hard and stern gaze. Bending very close to Lord Chen's face, he smiled evilly and said that just his existence was a huge annoyance. Lord felt an animal fear. People began to gather around. Everyone wanted to see who dared to threaten Lord. Poor, cowardly Lord shouted that he was the youngest son of one of the founders of the World Bank, that everyone would kill for him. Chen didn't like what he heard. He didn't want trouble for himself and the Guangzhou Academy from powerful men. And then a thought struck him. A smile stretched across his face. He remembered that he was now in a completely different form, which meant that he had nothing to do with the Guangzhou Academy or Master John Chen. Chen continued to play his part. He pretended he didn't care about the boy's name or status. He called himself the young master of the fictitious Tongqian Temple. The young lord fell into a perplexed state. He had never heard of or known about the Tantian sect. These words puzzled him. Chen was not satisfied with his image. He began to insist that his temple was a great legacy and not some sect. The boy still didn't understand whether it was a sect or a temple, but he insisted that it was better for no one to mess with the World Bank. Someone came up from behind Chen. It was the two young strongest masters of the Zhan Yizong sect. One of them turned to the boy and said, "Is he fooling around again that he is the youngest son of one of the founders of the World Bank?" Chen, hearing this in his mind, thought that the kid was just lying about his origin. The Lord was upset and asked him to shut up. He didn't stop and kept saying that his lies only annoyed everyone around him. Chen noted to himself that the Zhan Yizong sect had sent two of its strongest disciples here as well. John Chen had already decided to approach this false son and ask him why this circus in his fictions. The boy snapped that no one would do anything to him even if he was lying. The two young men who came in were puzzled by these words. They tried to defuse the situation by advising Chen to ignore his nonsense. He is certainly not the son of one of the founders of a World Bank, but heir to Baidi Heihe. That's where Chen got perplexed. Baidi Heihe was the best Sakia that could compare to Baidi City, and this brat is representing it and lying about it. The John Yaezong guy looked at the boy sternly and put his hand on his shoulder as a sign of support. He asked him to stop fooling around and be serious. After all, his father had banished him from Haihei, and as long as he was fooling around, he wouldn't be able to go back. The kid got angry and yelled that it was none of his business and none of his business at all. They separated. Chen smiled at the whole story. The boy did not stop and finally shouted that he would check everything about this obscure Tuntian temple, and if it was not true, he would come back and kill Chen. John Chen only smiled. He knew that when the truth was revealed, it wouldn't matter anymore. The only thing that mattered now was getting to Beiminyuan. A day later, everyone approached the walls of Beiminyuan City. Jian Chen walked silently in the crowd of others. The boy Lord Luo walked ahead with his escort. He did not stop in his reasoning that there was no Tuntian temple, and that he would investigate, and if he found out that it was a lie, he would hang Chen's head over his bed. The two attendants decided to discuss it. They asked why they had come all the way here and what was most important to them. The boy was embarrassed. He replied that everyone came here for one reason: to receive the legacy of the spirit mind. The attendant, who was walking at the side, grinned that the Baiming sect's recruitment had not attracted such a large number of people before. After the rumor about the legacy of spiritual intelligence was spread, there was a huge number of people who wanted to come. Chen heard their conversation and it made him think. Chen realized that there was a lot he didn't know yet, and the legacy of the spiritual mind was one of the things he hadn't learned yet. Luo, a recognized guy from 7 Luo, threateningly tells that he is the youngest son of 7-1 of the creator of the World Bank, and that the protagonist will be unfortunate if something happens to him. Guy hears this and starts to think that given his level of strength, he doesn't need such an enemy. But the guy remembers that now he has a different appearance and no one will know his real identity. The young man pretends and says he's from Tuntian Temple. The heir had not heard of this sect, asking the protagonist where this sect was located. The young man says it's his legacy. The guy doesn't understand the difference, and threatening, saying better not to mess with him and the World Bank. The two great disciples of the Qianzong sect begin to accuse that the successor Luo is once again fooling the commoners. The protagonist thinks that the Qianzong sect also sent the strongest disciples here. At this time, Luo accuses one of the disciples. Shikume starts accusing the major of lying. The young man starts to ask what kind of circus this kid is running if he is not the heir. The kid starts to say that he can't do anything to him anyway. Another student starts to explain that although the one is not the heir to the bank, he is the heir. Bailey Heihei, and this situation is not worth it. Proto doesn't understand why the disciples of such a strong sect are trying to settle with a deceiver. The apprentice puts a hand on his shoulder telling him to calm down, and that his father kicked him out of the clan for correction, not for him to cause trouble. Luo pulls back his arm and tells him to stay out of his way. The young man says that the second temple of Tuntian is questionable, and he will check what kind of sect it is, and if the young man has lied to him, he will destroy him. The crowd outside Beiminyuan City. The older apprentice and Luo discuss whether or not the protagonist can make it into the city, as well as his origins. The elders and the heir discuss what they came to this city for. The kid says everyone here is here for the legacy of spiritual intelligence. The protagonist overhears this conversation and becomes interested in this legacy. The disciples of the sect notice that there are many strong people gathered here. The guy says all these people have come all this way because they're sure they'll win. A mysterious old man interrupts the conversations and explains that anyone over 18 years of age would leave immediately, and the rest of us who must pass through the gate would be allowed in. The protagonist notes that technically, his body is less than 18 years old, but he's the white crow here. All participants begin to go through the gate. The hero picks up on the strictness of the rules in the beginning. Proto is enveloped by an energy that prevents him from going through the gate. An unknown force pushes the young man away. He asks why he was thrown back. The elder tells the guy to leave them because he's too weak. Also, one of the crowd says that this circle is testing your age level of cultivation as well as your spiritual level. The young man asks if the cultivation level depends on the spiritual level, and what about the physical level? The old man says rules are rules. The kid laughs at Proto and how he boasted about his cult and power. The protagonist stares furiously, calling that one an annoying rat. The old man and one of the others in line tell the guy to stop because he's too weak to go through the gate. This time the guy goes through the gate calmly. The guy is wrapped in an energy that says he's made a breakthrough. Everyone in the crowd realizes that the young man just made an instant breakthrough and can't believe what they're seeing. A young man asks the old man if he can come in. The elder says that now the one can pass, thinking that this is only stage 1 and that it is too early to rejoice. The apprentice remarks that the boy is quite entertaining. The heir, in his turn, remarks that he is only a lower level and he will deal with him. The young man shows that he doesn't care about the boy's words. Luo notices that the guy doesn't care about his words and starts to snap at him. But the older man starts to stop him, saying not to get hot, because soon another test will begin. All conversations are interrupted by a pretty girl and a fat man, saying that they too want to take the test. The hero recognizes in these two his students with a subtle sigh. The heir starts looking at the beautiful girl, saying he wants to marry her. The old man tells them to hurry up because the next test is starting, while the girl and the guy are discussing whether Qianshen is here or not. Guy looks at his students and asks himself if they really came here to find him. The elder begins to explain, in order to pass the next test, you have to take the stairs behind him. The crowd starts climbing the stairs, saying 99 steps is too easy. Someone from the crowd, stepping on one ladder, falls down. Others going on it notice that the pressure is quite strong for the same step. Belle notes that the challenge is too boring, and even a child can handle it. The girl starts climbing the ladder very quickly. The other participants are very surprised at the girl's strength. The old man remarks that the girl is very skillful with cultivation, and that she will be the one to take the treasure. The fat man asks the old man if it's so hard to climb the ladder. The old man says of course it's hard. The guy as well as the girl climbs the ladder in one go. The heir notices that Bai Mingyuan has some interesting personalities at his disposal. One of the elders tells him to pass the test. The two older ones rushed forward, leaving the younger one behind. The boy, looking at the protagonist, asks the others if he can't climb. The guy stands still, watching other people discuss the difficulty of climbing the ladder. The old man points out that whoever does not overcome the 99 steps within 10 breaths will be destroyed. Climbing disciples look at others with disdain, saying it's sad to look at. The students notice that the guy is going to climb without an aura, but if he does, he'll turn into mincemeat from the pressure. The young man notes that this trial is boring and is not affected by the ladder seal. The other students mock him by telling him to fail or climb further rather than scratch his tongue. The guy agrees that the foreman and him climb the steps. The young man starts climbing the ladder in an instant. When the guy climbed, the others can't believe he did it so easily. The students can't understand what happened and how the guy ended up on top so quickly. The young man sighs and asks what the next challenge is. He is tired and wants to rest. The old man grudgingly says that the ordeal is over, and those who climbed followed him. All students begin to follow the old man further. Puffy notices that the man seems familiar. Building on top of the mountain. Beiminyuan outer courtyard. The elder tells everyone who came with him to enter as the trial is over. The girl in turn snaps back, saying that she is only here to find one person and is not going to join if that person is not here. The elder starts yelling at the girl to come in, or God forbid, get lost if she's not going to join, also noting that if the girl came here to have fun, she should get lost. Belle notes that even if it is as the old man said, no one dares to reproach her if she wants to have fun. The elder is getting angry. The fat man tells the girl to chill out. Because the boss, Jian Chen, doesn't like arrogant upstarts, the beauty notices that he's not here. Fatty notices that he's right there. The fat man looks at the young man, raising his finger up and winking. The young man thinks he's already figured him out. The girl looking at the guy thinks he's not her master, and she has a bad feeling about it. The beauty, showing her strength, says that she is Bai Fenyu from Baidi City in Chanshan, and that is the end of the conflict. The girl says that the old man is right and let's go inside. The old man notes that he understands why this person behaves like this, because she is the heiress of a first-class sect. The elder says that the girl will go to the courtyard and the other 16 people will be divided into pairs and fight to form the top 10. Others ask the old man why he's so strict. Since more than 100 disciples were recruited last year, the old man says that it was the order of Dean himself from Shifang Temple, and it's directly related to the legacy. The old man leaves, telling everyone to find a date. The old man thinks that no one here can compare to the strongest of Qin Yun's list, and that everyone here is just children compared to them. Qin Yun's list, it is a list of the generation under 20 years old, in which there are only those who have reached the Dao stage. The guy grabs the first guy in the crowd and says, "Stop counting crows and let's go fight." An arena where battles are held to select the top 10. Some youngster challenges John Lee to a duel. One of the people involved looks at it thinking it's all one show. The guy tells the protagonist to start a fight too, at which time Luo starts insulting the white-haired guy and calls the other guy Juchi and tells him to destroy him. The fat man looks at this, saying that the kid is a terrible person, as Luo calls him a narrow-eyed fat man and starts telling him that Jayuchi has an incredible potential and cultivation level to destroy the white-haired guy. The fat guy is looking at the guy laughing, thinking the boss is just going to smash his ego while the opponent is yelling at him to pay attention to him. Puffy starts a fight with his opponent. Both begin to prepare for a confrontation. The protagonist also starts a fight with his opponent preparing to strike. John Lee begins his fight with his opponent jumping first to strike. At this time, Qian Chen's opponent also launches an attack, first going behind his back, saying that it wasn't enough to defeat him. Lee's opponent, shrouded in energy, says it's impossible. Fatty strikes his opponent hard, knocking him back several meters. The protagonist's opponent notices large streams of energy, and no sooner does he strike than the protagonist blows him away with a wave of his power. Both young men say they won. Luo and the two older students were speechless as they watched the fights. Then as they come to their senses, they start to wonder how strong these two are. The old man notices that this young man has defeated Juchi in a matter of seconds. The protagonist asks the old man if he can enter Bei Minuan. The old man grudgingly replies that according to the rules he can enter. The examiner tells the other Bayman students to escort the guests to the dormitory, the sex dormitory building. The pretty girl is offended that how could the teacher notice her and not even say hello. The fat man in turn asks if the teacher will teach out here. The main character asks why the ponies came here if no one asked them to do so. The young man says that since his students are here, he will teach them here as well, asking them to leave his room. Some guy kicks the door open, tells everyone in the room to get out of there. The hero is hit by a rock charged with the power of the one who broke into his room. The young man calmly chisels away at the stone. A girl and a guy ask who dares to barge in on them. Some guy with a baton walks into the room saying that all the newcomers have to pay their living expenses and he's come to personally collect the money. The fat man and the beauty look at him, thinking that the guy broke into the wrong place and he will have to pay the toll. The young man tells Lee to ask the guy if he really wants to make him pay. A guy comes at the protagonist with a baton saying they've got the wrong guy. Young concentrates his strength for the punch. Guy gets knocked back by a jolt of energy. A kid lying on the ground asks the young man that how dare he attack him. The protagonist stands up and asks the burglar who he thinks he is. The guy thinks how dare he think he's some big shot with a lot of money. The young man snaps and says he doesn't care who they are, and if they don't pay him by the end of the day, they will be kicked out of the sect. The young man tells his companion to take care of the misunderstanding. The guy, apologizing, says it's an order from the boss. Fatty takes a swing at Kid on the ground. Kid lands a high kick. This guy starts spitting blood when he notices that his cultivation has been destroyed. Fatty asks if the boss will fight. The young man says that canceling cultivation is enough. The protagonist puts his hand on Lo's shoulder and tells him to visit the neighboring rooms that way. The fat man, returning from the next room, brought the door with him, showing it. The girl says that while the guys were fooling around, it was time to go back to the courtyard. The young man sees the girl off and tells her not to come back until she finds a sponsor. Belle says with a disgruntled look that she understands. The heir starts nagging the two guys to calm down since they are all new. He also begins to explain that they will not be punished for oppressing the old students, but the elders may come and then they will be in trouble. The young man, snapping at him, tells him to watch himself and not others, not thinking that if he is the heir, others will run after him and wipe his ass. The other students start discussing the young guy in white who was Bai Yi's subordinate who was beaten up. The heir starts to leave, saying he'll deal with them later, but next time. The fat man asks the boss if he should deal with this guy in white. He answers that he doesn't need to because he is still weak compared to him. He will solve everything himself. The protagonist asks if the guy came to avenge him. The guy replies that if the guy zeroes out his cultivation, he'll let him go alive. The young man snaps back saying the same thing as the guy and to get the guy to stop. Bullshit or fight. The disciple, enraged, begins to attack. Protagonist dodges a punch. The young man dodges all of the student's punches without letting him hurt himself. Guy starts a counterattack by dodging another punch from his opponent. The student has time to react and throws a punch. The protagonist gets nailed to the ground by the opponent's machinery. The young man wonders if it's a spell. The guy remembers that there are different cultivation methods, and the title of warlock is very difficult to obtain, noting that not only is the opponent's cultivation stronger than that of a normal person, but he is also a warlock. The enemy begins to mock the young man for not being as nimble now. The young man begins to gather energy. Proto breaks the student's spell, saying that everything is useless. The apprentice is surprised and can't believe his spell was dispelled so easily. The young man begins his attack, enveloping his opponent with his technique, saying that his pathetic tricks won't work on him. The student, trying to dodge, asks what the guy is going to do. The guy replying that for going to deprive him of his cultivation, he would do the same to him by striking him. An old man appears and saves the apprentice by telling them to stop fighting because he has already lost. The young man asks the old man that if he were in his place, his cultivation had already been destroyed, and the old man was unlikely to intervene. Elder thinks that how can he compare himself to his grandson, and it's a shame there are a lot of people here. If it wasn't for that, he would teach him a lesson. The old man turns around saying that this buffoonery is over. His grandson starts tauntingly asking what the young man still wants to hit him. The other students begin to discuss how strong the main character is and that the old man cares too much about his grandson. The young man begins to harp on how everyone thinks this is fair. The fat man begins to say that this student is under the patronage of Master Lu. The protagonist begins to notice that not only the elder has authority in the sect. On the academy ground, some talk began about a gathering of all the students. The protagonist is cultivating at this time. The guy, sighing, asks what the urgent meeting at the academy is about. The fat guy starts telling me that every 3 years there is a tournament at the academy. He also notes that the top 3 will be able to enter the Siphon Temple. The young man rises, saying it's not a bad idea to go see the outside courtyard of the academy. One of the students asks why Elder Luo isn't there. Another explains to him that he has some problems with his nephew. The elder explains that the academy has selected the top 10 students to participate in the tournament. The students start discussing that freshmen are unlikely to make the list. The old man starts telling us the names of those participating in the tournament. Students hearing a freshman's name start asking why he was allowed into the tournament. The old man explains that if Toto is not satisfied, he can challenge him to a duel, and the winner will take his place. Luo arrives with Chen Xiaoju, his cousin, saying that if anyone is unhappy with his candidacy, then let them fight him. The arrogant guy looks at the young man and asks him what is wrong with him and replies that he is too naive. The young man notices an unusual energy from the boy's cousin. Someone in the crowd has volunteered to be the kid's opponent. Guy beats his opponent with one punch, asking others that if they want to fight, let them come over. The elder notices that some ordinary disciple has decided to fight an outstanding disciple like Luo. The old man begins to list the other participants. Announcing the last participant, the old man surprisingly says that the last one will be John Chen. The young man thinks he doesn't want to reveal his true identity. The other students disagree with the elder's decision. The mysterious man says something. This the old man hears and immediately yells at the students, saying that this place belongs to him and it is not up for discussion. The other disciples begin to object, not understanding why the elder decided this. The main character starts yelling that he won't participate. The other students can't understand why he refused to participate, because it is a very honorable place. The old man tells him not to dabble, because participation in this tournament will do him a lot of good. Because if he achieves good results, he will be rewarded. The young man wonders if he should take part because he can win, but he doesn't want his enemies to know he's here. The old man says that he has no right to refuse because his name was called by the head elder, and if he doesn't participate, he will be expelled from the Bei Minyuan sect. The boy thinks if he opposes the elder, all his work will be for nothing. The young man agrees to participate, thinking that playing some games is not such a big deal, to then enter Siphon. The teacher leaves, saying they will meet in 3 days, thinking the guy is rude. The protagonist puts his hand on the fat man's shoulder, telling him that he'll teach him a couple new moves to keep up the level of his other opponents. The young man says that the outcome of the tournament will depend on the guy. The fat man doesn't understand and asks if it will really depend on him. The guy, angry, hits the guy over the head, saying that from him because he's not allowed to reveal his identity. A girl comes up and says that in order not to reveal his identity, just don't use the techniques by which he will be revealed. She also starts bragging that she has gained the support of Elder Bilu from the courtyard. The guy tells her not to get cocky and introduce herself as a master. She replies that she knows that master is comparable, that and progenitor and all that. 3 days later, the tournament arena. The old man leads the disciples, saying that Nanhuan Yuan is the strongest unit out of the 4 existing ones. So let the others not be surprised if they win this tournament. The heir begins to boast that the old man is wrong because he is participating this year. The teacher in turn points out the level of cultivation of the opponents and notes that they are much stronger and more capable. After these words, the boy calms down and says nothing in response. The protagonist remembers that there is a level limit and that stronger participants can take. The other teachers approach the old man with a sneer. These teachers begin to greet the old man and say that he hasn't changed a bit, and his students are still just as weak. The students start shouting angrily about how they'll easily beat them. The old man starts scolding the students for their intemperance. The other teacher starts telling them to calm down because they are still young and energetic and invites them to pass on. Two students begin to argue over who will win the tournament. The elder standing in the middle of the arena explains that only the strongest students will participate in this tournament. He also hopes that everyone performs well at the tournament and that they don't aim to kill anyone. Another elder starts handing out plaques, while the first one tells that now all participants will receive a plaque on which will be written their turn and the name of the opponent. All students receive their plaques. The protagonist looks at the plaque and says he's lucky because he's caught weak opponents. Fatty asks if that's a bad thing. The guy explains that this is very good because he can pretend to lose and then win. The fat guy is looking at his spreadsheet while he listens to the guy's explanation. He says he can't do that because he's up against some tough opponents. The young man says that the fat man can win, but he would like to think of another way without using techniques. But he thinks that even if he trains heavenly and earthly body techniques for only a couple of days, he has a chance of winning. Guy goes into the arena saying he's going to give it his all and win. The two students arrive at the arena and prepare for battle. The referee announces that the match has begun. The opponent shouts that he will start first and starts using his technique. The technique was so strong that the guy fell to his knee. The protagonist notices that this guy is suppressing the fat man's powers. The young man notices that the opponent is able to suppress the power of others, but not completely. The fat man is just afraid of losing. Guy losing to his opponent enveloped by his suppressive energy coming out of the arena. The referee declares the youngster defeated because he has stepped outside the arena. The boy starts to ask his teacher how his opponent could have so much power. The young man replies that the opponent's cultivation was much higher than his. The fat man who finds out the truth can't believe it and starts wailing. Some student thinks he's the only one who's going to win first place. The guy is frustrated that he can't win the tournament. At this point, Proto thinking that cultivators of this stage can safely enter Sifan, so why would they participate in the tournament? The protagonist says they will win this tournament, but Lo remembers that he didn't want to participate. The guy explains that since he lost, he's the only one who has a hope. The protagonist enters the arena to battle the enemy. The other disciples begin to mock the guy's cultivation level. The opponent starts saying that if he gets on his knees and admits defeat, then he won't kill him. The guy replies that he's annoying and launches an attack. The opponent manages to bounce off the guy's attack and starts a counterattack. The young man begins to use a defensive technique. The defense technique calmly repelled the enemy's attack. The guy doesn't seem to mind his technique being repulsed. The protagonist begins to use enchantments. Others watching are amazed that a guy who knows how to put up barriers can use charms. The opponent, gathering energy, starts fending off the guy's attacks, saying that with his strength, he's no match for him. The man begins to reproach the protagonist for his weakness and points out that his barriers will be able to do nothing to him. The guy says to make his opponent better at running away instead of scratching his tongue. The opponent noticed that this thunderstorm technique was very strong. Rolls of thunder and lightning begin to pierce the man's body, causing severe damage. The opponent falls to his knees, exhausted by the previous blow. Young begins taunting his opponent, asking him why he is kneeling. The kid asks him if the man wants to continue the fight. The man gives up in fear. Other students take their ally on their shoulders and carry him out of the arena. One old man begins to understand why the elder has a liking for the young man. The disciple elders noticed that this guy was very strong, and the fatty was also strong, only the cultivation level was lame. The boy overheard their students' conversation. The young man starts calling names and belittling the student who has become very arrogant. The elder calms his apprentice, telling him to ignore such upstarts. The guy calms down and says he will definitely whitewash in the tournament. The old man recognizes the white-haired guy as Xian Chen. Lo remarks that he noticed two people looking at the guy. He, in turn, says that he knows about it and says that he has found out something. The young man says that he felt a lust for killing in the arena, also saying that only shameless dogs are in non-Huanyuan. The fat guy asks the guy if his identity has been revealed. He tells him that the assassins have filled the entire continent, so if they notice suspicious activity, they'll leave. The young men's conversation is interrupted by two students. Two guys start asking the white-haired guy about who he is since he's the only one who won out of the rookies. The young man replies that he is from Tuntian Temple, at which point the heir starts shouting, saying that he has made inquiries and found out that such a place does not exist at all. The guy begins to explain to the young man that not all information is under his control, because his temple is much more powerful than he thinks. The protagonist begins to leave with his friend, the boy looking at their backs thinking that maybe this guy came from some hidden world. The fat man asks what kind of temple the young man has named, since he has not heard of such a temple. The white-haired guy starts angrily punching his friend, saying that he's an idiot, explaining that he lied. But Lo notices that the old man who revealed the protagonist's identity can do something about it. The young man agrees that the old man has discovered his identity, and tonight will be the perfect chance to strike. So they return to recover and prepare. Evening, the main character's dorm room. The guy notices someone and says, "Let him go," enters, at which point the foreman flies into the room. The old man begins to say that the hovel in which the boy settled is not so bad, noting that the young man did not stay in his sect, but changed his appearance and came to the tournament. The elder says he wouldn't recognize the guy if it weren't for the ego's lightning attack. The young man snaps back, saying that even if he did reveal the ego's identity, he can't defeat him. The master says that even now he wants to play with the youngster, noting that the chubby kid isn't here. The kid snaps back, saying that the old man is too weak to do anything to him anyway. The old master launches an attack, shouting that he will finish off the youngster. The guy starts using the technique, saying that everyone who tried to kill him is already dead. The old man marvels that the guy can create seals while he's enveloped by flames. The young man says that he is prepared for the elder's arrival and wants him to enjoy his gift. The old man, afraid of death, tries to say that he knows valuable information about Anj. The guy walking away says the old man was too late and finishes his attack, which kills the old man without leaving a speck of dust behind. After the fight, a puffball runs into the room asking the guy what happened here. The guy says he's dealt with the enemy and points out that if it wasn't for the guy and the girl, his identity wouldn't have been revealed. The young man, leaving, tells the boy that since he realized his mistake, he will learn heavenly and earthly techniques as punishment. The fat man asks the teacher if this is a punishment. The kid, catching up with the teacher, asks what he's going to do about tomorrow's bouts. The young man realizes that the trio will do business with him, and if he fights them all, he will use up all his energy. The protagonist starts using some technique, saying he'll worry about it tomorrow. The next day of competition is the tournament territory. The protagonist enters the arena for duels, while the other student's ego is being judged by the rest of the students. The students start threatening and belittling the guy, telling him to give up or die because he shouldn't have crossed Nanhuanyuan. The young man glares menacingly at his opponents, saying that trash like them can't do anything but idle chatter. The instigator, who was the most arrogant of all, says that if the guy doesn't want to do it the hard way, he'll do it the hard way, and before he can finish, he's surprised to see his opponent. At this time, the young man uses his technique and floats in the air, asking his opponents if they are scared. The disciple, surprised at what he saw, says that people at the lowest level cannot soar, asking if these are celestial arts. The guy encourages all the students together to teach the protagonist a lesson, because he is not so simple. All the students start attacking the young man. The guy in turn calmly begins to use his technique. The protagonist's past opponent is trying to warn the others to be careful, because the guy is going to make a reception with lightning, which he lost. The student's mentor notices that the young man's attacks are getting stronger each time. Proto puts his hands together, starting to create a technique. The energy around you begins to intensify and connect. Guy finishes his technique while the others watch the fight. Teacher notices that this is the Sky Vault of Justice technique. A mentor warns his students to leave. The guy, smirking, says it's too late. The young man completes the technique. Rolls of thunder begin to hit the opponents. The students begin to fall to their knees from the guy's strong attack and beg for mercy. Teachers start yelling for him to stop. The young man says he will stop if the teachers answer his question. Teachers can't wait and ask what the question is. Guy asks who the winner of this fight is. All but one teacher says that of course he won. The remaining teacher thinks that if they recognize him as the winner, they will give him the first place in the tournament. The guy interrogates the teacher's decisions, while the other teachers begin to hurry the ladder with the answer as they are worried about their students. The last one is clearly unhappy that the guy won. The young man, snapping back, says he could have been quicker to admit it. Guy cancels his technique. The students who got caught in it sigh with relief because they thought they were going to die. The mentor, who didn't want to recognize the boy's victory, says that tomorrow is the last fight. The boy thinks that Nanhuangwan is shameless. The protagonist, grinning, agrees with his mentor and says that since he won today, he will give the others one night to heal their wounds, because tomorrow they will fight anyway. Other mentors examining their students think that how terrible this guy is, since he can so easily maim other people. The mentors, looking at the guy, say that their disciples from Zixuiwan and Dongliwan will not participate in tomorrow's fight. Two disciples from Nanhuanyuan tell the mentor that they want to participate in the duel. The teacher, getting angry, says that 2 of the students' egos will be involved. The guy, laughing, walks away and says he hopes the students have time to recover before the fight tomorrow. The teacher can't stand Jian Chen's words and threatens to take revenge. Academy dormitory. Fatty marvels at the protagonist's strength and says he's beginning to admire him even more. The guy's conversation is interrupted by an old man telling the guy to take the old man's advice. The old man advises the young man to lose the fight tomorrow. Proto replies that he doesn't intend to lose. The elder, leaving, says the guy will regret his decision. Luo asks the guy what the old man meant. The young man replies that the old man is afraid of Manhwa. The guy also notices that they're not going to give up, and neither is he. The young man begins to feel spiritual pressure. The elders came to the young man saying that Elder Shu didn't return yesterday. One of the elders says the protagonist won't leave until they figure out what happened. The guy leaves the room asking how he is connected in the disappearance of the elder. Mentor says he's the most suspicious of them all. The young man asks if he can participate in tomorrow's fight. The teacher replies that he is suspected of killing the elder, and he dares to ask about it. The old man walks away telling the guy not to lie to them and about going to the finals tomorrow he can score. The fat man asks what the young man thinks about it. He tells him that the old man was probably killed on purpose and that the elder wants to take advantage of the situation and prevent him from participating in the finals. Lo asks the guy if he's really going to participate after what happened. He tells him that they should rest. The day of the tournament finals, the tournament arena. The disciples can't figure out where Jian Chen is because the duel is about to start, and if he doesn't come, they won't be able to participate. The elder is content to think the guy got a good scare and got spooked. The teacher who recently accused him of killing the elder starts to say since the guy didn't show up for the duel, we can call it a day. The young man interrupts the old man saying that he had urgent matters to deal with. The 2 elders are surprised that the boy came after all. Some student starts asking the young man how he got out of the barrier. The guy, remembering how he destroyed the barrier, says he guessed who put it up. The mentor starts yelling at the young man saying that how dare he show up if he is suspected of killing the elder. The guy entering the arena says that the elder is so vehemently accusing him of murder without proof, and since that's the case, he can also say that Manhwa is sabotaging his participation in the finals. The teacher, angry, starts attacking the guy saying his words are baseless nonsense. The protagonist replies to the elder that since he says so, what will the people of Siphon Temple say to this? Mentor begins to realize that if people from the Siphon sect find out about it, he will not be happy. Perhaps he will die. Realizing the situation, the elder calls off his attack. The teacher asks the guy, does he really think the elders won't be able to suspend him? He also says that he will look into the disappearance of one of the elders. The protagonist remarks that he doesn't care because he admits that if he doesn't remove the 2 guys who accompany him, he won't be able to defeat him. The elder is hurt by the guy's words and, angry, says that the finals don't start with the ego fight and that he was waiting for his turn. The young man swipes a glance at the insolent men, thinking that he will see how shameless Manhwa can be. The fat man runs over to the students and they start asking where Jian Chen is. Puffy tells that they were locked in the barrier because an elder accused him of missing another elder. One apprentice asks why the mentor is silent. The old man coldly replies to the disciple that the finals are about to begin, and if he is not satisfied with anything, he should contact Bei Mingwan. The boy replies that he despises an elder who can't protect his own students. The teacher announces the start of the finals and says that the participants can choose their own opponent. The young man immediately realizes that this non-Huangyuan are scum since they are exposing 2 people with average cultivation levels. He challenged 2 people to a duel at once. The enemy begins to boast of his strength. The second students begin their attack. The guy starts using his technique, saying that even he doesn't know his full capabilities. The arena begins to fill with the dense aura of the protagonist. Someone in the crowd remarks that it is heavenly level or even higher. Within this force, an incomprehensible silhouette begins to loom. The protagonist saying that his opponents are in a hurry to die. The ability took the form of a demon. The guy's opponents start yelling that he didn't come near them. Guy defeats his opponent with 1 punch, heading towards the next. The next opponent begs for mercy and asks not to be touched. The young man doesn't listen to his opponent and defeats him just as easily. Other students see how the guy, easily divided with opponents, begin to fearfully call him a demon. The protagonist approaches the elder and says that no one will stop him from taking first place in the tournament. The teacher yells at the young man, saying he won't get first place. A man starts accusing the protagonist of being a spy for a demonic sect, and someone like him can't take first place. The disciples of this elder begin to agree and condemn the guy. The other guys start defending the guy, saying it's Nanhuan Yuan not wanting to give the first place to someone else. The fat guy runs up to the young man and tells him to leave, but the guy tells him to calm down and watch the show begin. Elder Nanhuan Yuan and his disciples start attacking the guy. Some voice begins to say, "Show me who dares to say such a thing." The teacher can't understand who said this and asks what right he has to interfere in Nanhuan Yuan's affairs. The old man descends with great energy. The elder introduces himself as Zhujian from the city of Baidi. The man is puzzled and can't understand why the guy is being defended by such an authoritative master. The old man hands the pill to the boy, saying that he came to pass the payment for his friend and hopes that the boy will give him some good advice. The young man says that he is ready to train the old man. The main thing is that he does not slack off and works hard. The elder understands what the guy is getting at and asks if he can get a discount, thinking that a young man can be so greedy for money. The protagonist, pointing his finger at the instigators of the conflict, says he will give a 20% discount. The old man agrees. The main instigator says it's all a joke, but sees that the old man has no intention of stopping. The elder attacks the man, killing him with a powerful blow. Students watching this painting wonder how a master could be so cruel. At this time, some master appears in the air and asks the elder if this is too much. This master turned out to be Muzhong Bei from Nanhuan Yuan. The other disciples begin to rejoice that he has come to save them. The old man asks why they're picking on everyone else if it's too much. He replies that they are in their territory of the Siphon Temple. The master also points out that a messenger from the temple will soon arrive, but the messenger will still say that the boy must die. While the conversations are going on, a carriage with a messenger arrives. The carriage lowers to the ground, stopping not far from the arena. The messenger begins to get out of the carriage. Master Nanhuan Yuan gets on his knee and greets the messenger. The young man walks past the master, ignoring him. The man doesn't understand why the messenger ignored him. A young man walks up to the old man and bows his head in greeting, calling himself Bai Xiaolin. The young man asks the old man, addressing him as an uncle, what he is doing here. The old man replies that he has business here, pointing at the protagonist. The boy asks his uncle to tell him what is going on in detail, so that he can understand in detail what is going on here. The master does not understand what is going on and wonders if the old man knows the messenger. The young messenger asks the man who the winner of the tournament is. The master starts to lie and says that all the winners are disciples of Nanhuan Yuan. Luo starts yelling that he is lying, and the winner is Yia Chen from Beimingwan. The messenger asks the man what the problem is. The master begins to tell him that Jian Chen is the winner, but he is a spy of a demonic sect. The man pointing his finger at the guy goes on to say that if he hadn't come, the protagonist killed their headman. The guy looking at the liar teasingly asks if he's really from a demonic sect. The old man tells the messenger not to listen to this liar, and the man from the demonic sect is behind his back. The guy remembers that the protagonist is his cousin's teacher, and she is the first to know about it. The messenger turns to the man saying that he is a liar since this guy is his cousin's master, and how could he join a demonic sect? The boy points to the old man, asking the master if he knows who the old man is. He replies that he doesn't know ego. The young man explains that this man is Yang Ye, Lord of Chan City Shan Dahai Baidi. The man backs away, unable to believe the ambassador's words. The youngster says that the old man is superior to their elder, and can't they recognize a renegade in their sect themselves? The master realizes he's finished. The guy asks the protagonist who the other finalists are. Proto says those two, pointing to the two students lying down. Guy notices that the disciple's energy is somehow fluctuating and concludes that it's a Tao Sit cultivation. The master realizes that things are not working out in his favor and feeds to leave. The messenger notices this and stops the liar with his attack. The kid asks since when the Siphon rules don't have a ban on Tao Sit cultivation, calling Murong Bi a bastard. Muron tries to justify that it was not his order and that he will change everything. The messenger replies that the Siphon sect will definitely pay for using the technique. Bai approaches the protagonist, saying hello to him. The young man says that since he is the winner of the tournament, he can enter the temple and start training, and also presents a present. This present was the legacy of the god Nian Sheng. The messenger began to tell how he had received this inheritance and said that the god himself had descended in one of the four directions to leave his inheritance. The protagonist, listening to the young man, thought that it was the end of this god's life that he had come down to leave his inheritance. Then a star fell in the middle of the sky, for a star fell. The boy began to think that if a star had fallen, then a god had fallen. He asked himself if it was really Nian Sheng he was thinking of. After that, the messenger says goodbye to the old man and the protagonist, saying that he still has some business to do and he has to go. The liar lying down pushes himself to justify himself even more, to which the protagonist replies that he does not need to take more sins on his soul. The guy just walks by the teacher, who disliked him, saying he didn't do it for him and to report everything to Bae-Minuan himself. The teacher realizes that the young man didn't blame the old man, so he wouldn't be punished. The old man starts to say that he originally came here to see his granddaughter. The guy teasingly agrees with him, leaving for his room. Heavy rain on the dormitory grounds. The protagonist fills the scroll with energy, trying to read it. Bright streams of light begin to shine from the dormitory building, at which time the man on the street noticed that he had somehow gotten worse. The protagonist sees Niansheng's soul emerge from the scroll and laugh. The soul begins to say that it believes if it waits for the ego, it can die in peace. The protagonist begins to ask how he died. The spirit begins to tell that the 36 gods who turned against the hero after his departure declared a war of the heavens, and because of which most of his people died or fled. Some began to hide. The guy asks what about Niansheng, why he didn't hide or run away. The spirit explains that his 9 heavens and God seat needed protection. The ghost continued to speak and regretted that he couldn't stand. The protagonist screams that he wants to protect his old friend. The young man keeps saying he'll come back and protect everyone. The soul of an old friend holding the young man's hand begins to disappear and tells him to let his heirs accompany him in the battle for the freedom of the world. The protagonist yells at his friend and starts dropping tears. One tear lands on the scroll, which begins to emit a glow. The characters in it begin to get into the young man's head. A young man cultivates for 10 days, attaining supreme mind control. After that, the guy receives a message that his subordinate has found the main hall of the Dark Pavilion. The young man opens his eyes, thinking they have finally found their enemies. A subordinate tells us that the Dark Cloud Inn is the enemy's base, wondering if they were right under their noses, but they didn't notice them. The guy remembers passing by this hotel a couple times. The protagonist asks the old man what the strongest fighter the pavilion has. The old man starts to ask that is he really going to destroy the enemy's main headquarters and make so many enemies. The guy says not to worry about it and notes that the old man needs to go back to his sect since he hasn't been there for a long time. Coming out of his room, the guy meets 2 students who block his path. The boy immediately began to ask why he went into seclusion immediately after the competition, whether he was afraid of him. John Chen walks past without paying attention to the kid. The kid starts stopping the young man, saying he embarrassed him every time he could. Luo starts to say that the boy was just scared after meeting his cousin. The cousin starts looking at the young man, saying that he is unimpressive. The protagonist asks the brash young man who he is, noting that he is quite young for the realm of the Tao. The young man introduces himself as the heir to the Manchen World Bank, also pointing out that he has a legacy, and if he gives it up and apologizes to his cousin, he will consider not hurting the guy. The protagonist says he won't give up the legacy and thinks people like him aren't worthy of his brother's legacy. The guy with the fan starts attacking the young man, saying that defeating a few cultivators with a small level of Tao doesn't make the ego invincible. The guy replies that if he wants to fight, he'll do it. The young man begins to use a forbidden technique. The guy dodges the techniques, saying he's surprised at how much his opponent has risen to the realm of Tao using only forbidden techniques. Jumping back, he starts attacking back, saying he can't be defeated like that. None of the enemy's attacks reach the target. The protagonist begins to counterattack, but the opponent dodges the blows. The heir begins to use his strongest technique. The guy asks when the young man uses his trump card, Proto noting that the guy has an avatar. The young man begins to contemplate the fact that Tao cultivators with an avatar will be stronger than a normal one without an avatar. The heir starts using his techniques, saying that if it wasn't for the protagonist's forbidden techniques, he wouldn't have had to use his trump card. The guy's punches are starting to counter the protagonist's defensive technique. The protagonist says he has more forbidden techniques starting to set her up. The guy's opponent is surprised at the amount of stuff the guy has because every sect has its own rules and techniques. The heir makes his strongest attack yet. The protagonist begins to use another technique. As a result of the clash, the protagonist wins the battle with his strength. The cheeky boy is surprised that his cousin lost and goes over to see how he is doing. The young man falls to his knee, exhausted, thinking that if he was stronger, he would have no problem using this technique. The protagonist tells the loser that since he lost, he is not worthy of the legacy, thinking that the battle was hard because the cultivator with the avatar is different from the others. The loser opens his eyes, trying to say something. The protagonist's opponent sees someone approaching him and shouts for him to dodge. At that moment, an assassin appears behind the young man and pierces him with a dagger. The protagonist grabs the assassin's arm. At this time, Jianshen's disciples came running over and saw that he was being attacked. The girl starts attacking the killers. The assassin recognizes the girl and fails to dodge the blow, but is saved by a protective formation. The killer screams that the guy is finished and runs away while the fat man apologizes because if he was here in time, it didn't happen. The young man takes out a dagger and says that the Dark Heaven Pavilion has long wanted to take Ego's life. The girl starts to ask what condition the guy is in. He replies that he urgently needs to return to the sect because the killer's dagger was poisoned. The disciples, through tears, say they will take the master to the sect right away. The apprentice carrying her master tells the two young men that this happened because of them, and if something happens to the boy, the city of white rulers will declare war on the World Bank. The heir is surprised by the girl's words, realizing that she is the same Bai Fengyu. Also, he can't understand who this guy is since he is her master. The disciples are trying to get their master into the cult faster. An old man and his students are standing near the exit, shouting that Ming Academy is not a place you can leave and enter whenever you want. The old man thinks that this is the best time to get rid of him because no one will care about what happened here, and if someone comes, they can blame it on the tournament. The girl starts yelling for the old man to get out of her way. The old man replies that she is his student and she can't leave without his permission. Belle hands over the poisoned protagonist a puffball, telling him to keep an eye on him. The girl says she'll clear a path for them. Feng Yu starts attacking the crowd, saying that they'll just die if they don't pass. The girl's attack begins to reach the crowd, but the old man asks if she thinks they are afraid of her. A security seal appears in front of the teacher. This seal neutralizes the girl's attack by feeding off the crowd's powers. Belle, angry, remarks that the old man is prepared, and yet if they don't let them through, she will wipe out the academy. The old man replies that everyone from her town is so cocky. The girl continues to attack the old man. The old man shouting that the academy so still under his rule is not so easy to destroy, attacking the girl back. Beauty trying to defend herself to think she's done everything she can, but the girl is protected by an unknown man. Then the silhouette of an old man appears and says he's stopping this buffoonery and sends Elder Lu to the Hall of Punishment. Lu realizes that this is a great elder. The old man, realizing that no one had come out of the Academy Punishment Hall alive. The elder falls down before the Great One and asks for insight, saying he realized his mistake. The girl takes the master away from the guy, telling the old man that if their master dies, he too will go to the other world. The elder feeds to persuade the girl to dissuade the great elder from the sentence because such an old man, as he gets there, he will not be able to see the sunlight anymore. A girl and a guy walk out of the academy. Belle notices that the teacher is getting worse. She starts begging Jianshen to hold on and not die. The main building of the Guangzhou clan. The guy assumes his true form, telling the girl to take him to the throne of the sect head. Belle gently places the protagonist on the throne, asking if everything is okay. The young man sighs with relief as he sits down on the throne. The girl starts running for the antidote, telling the guy to stay to protect the master. The protagonist begins to cultivate, realizing that the poison the ego has been poisoned with can dissolve flesh and energy. However, with the throne he created before ascension, will be able to neutralize the poison. The protagonist begins to cultivate with the throne, knowing that it contains the powers of eternal ice and the blood of the scarlet bird that create a semblance of yin and yang. The girl comes running in with the healer, yelling for them to hurry. During this time, the young man cures himself of the poison. Belle, realizing that the guy is fine, starts crying and says she's happy to see him fine. The guy says that this poison isn't strong enough to take Ego's life, pointing out that the girl did her best today too, and she deserves a rest. Belle, leaving, says she was very worried about the protagonist and will now go to rest. The young man beckons the two men over to him, asking one of them if he has enough medicine. The latter replies that it is enough because they grow herbs every day and prepare pills according to the master's recipe. The young man tells the alchemist to take the medicine and go hire a few mercenaries of Dao stage, no less. The alchemist asks him why he wants to do that. The guy responds by simply doing it by putting his hand on the man's shoulder, changing the man's appearance. Turning to the other, Proto asks him to take the men and surround the Dark Cloud Inn. The man asks why the guy would want to do that. The guy replies that they tried to kill the egos and he wants revenge, hustling Luoshan to make things quick and clean. The old man replies that he will avenge the guy, thinking that the death of the master will also be death for the Sacred One. The young man gives the man the scroll, telling them to surround the inn according to the plan on the blueprint. The guy staying alone says he'll be sure to deal with the pavilion. An old man comes to the foreman and asks if he wants to get rid of the pavilion. The guy replies that the old man is basically right, but he doesn't want to just get rid of them, he wants payback. He starts telling the old man that some of the 3 clans want him dead, and if the pavilion isn't among them, he's not going to let it go. The demonic cultivator replies to the guy that he should only pay his attention to the Starsword clan. The guy realizes this himself, asking for the old man's help to take people from the demon clan. The elder begins to have doubts about this proposal. The protagonist shows the old man the sunset legacy of the demon god, asking if it's enough for him to help. The old man saying that he was a great elder of the demon clan and would organize everything as quickly as possible. The protagonist sends the old man to hurry up and take the men, saying that if they are strong, it will be good, while thinking at the same time that he needs to get his power back and strengthen it. 3 days later, the guy hears that the Starsword sect has attacked a student of the Ego clan. The protagonist, leaving his hall, says that if the enemies are looking for their death, he will help them. The girl and the fat man notice that their master has gone somewhere, considering he is still being hunted by the Dark Pavilion. One of the old men said he saw the young man leaving towards the Starsword sect. He also notes that given the master's hatred of them, it all comes down to the fact that he went to deal with them. The girl starts to leave, telling the others that she will go ahead, and the others will gather enough strength to go as well. Sword Sect buildings. The outer courtyard of the Starsword sect. A young man flies to the cult to deal with his enemies and save his follower. The Sword Sect's men begin preparations to attack. One of the enemies strikes. The protagonist, dodging the enemy's techniques, says that such blows have no effect on him. The guy attacks his attacker with fatal blows. One of the crowd starts wailing, saying how dare he break into their territory and maim their elder. The young man descends on his enemies, saying, "Isn't this why they grab the ego of a subordinate?" One of the disciples starts saying, since the guy admits that the demonic sect elder is his subordinate, he's a demon. The protagonist begins to attract the apprentice with his power. Pulling the one by force, he grabbed him by the throat, saying he spared the guy too often. An old man in the crowd shouts for the young man to let his apprentice go. The kid, thinking that the protagonist can't kill the ego, starts saying that he's going the dark way, the way of the demon. The protagonist replies to the guy that even an animal knows what mercy is. A young man, smiling achidically, offers to play a game. The protagonist kills the guy. The elder, trying to stop the guy, yells at him to stop. The guy ditches the student, saying the ungrateful don't deserve a blessing like life. The elder starts attacking the guy, threatening to kill him. The young man offers 2 options: or they let Mo Shichin go, or he will destroy the sword sect and recover the ego himself. The elder begins to resent the guy's insolence, saying that he should be the one to choose how he wants to die, because they are stronger than egos. The man points his sword at the young man, and the other students begin to attack the ego. The protagonist pulls out a talisman, saying that the enemies have chosen death. One of the attackers destroys the amulet, laughing, saying they won't let the guy use his tricks. The protagonist defends himself against the attackers, saying that even without his tricks, he will kill everyone. The protagonist covers enemies with his force field. The man notes that the young man is very talented, and if he were a disciple of the sect, it would be wonderful. But he is waiting for his death today. The opponents all start attacking the guy together, but the protagonist begins to use the technique of 9 combat tricks and disposes of his attackers. The young man at the end of the technique kills one of the elders. Others won't stop attacking, calling the guy a demon. Opponents are starting to be thrown off by the guy's defensive technique. The young man uses another forbidden technique. The elder tells the guy that his techniques are nothing compared to his absolute power, and asks the other students to share his power with him. The teacher, having accumulated enough energy, launches his attack. The protagonist builds up his strength to strike back. The 2 techniques are starting to collide. Eventually, the guy wins the battle of forces and kills his enemy, towering over the defeated opponents. A young man is unexpectedly shot in the back. The protagonist lands on his knee, asking the disciple that this is their boasted righteous sect. The guys start laughing, saying that in love as well as in war, all means are good, and they don't understand why the young man tries so hard to save the old man if he is just a subordinate. The students start attacking the wounded guy. John Chen uses his powers to tell his enemies that they have no right to insult his subordinate. This technique unleashes many blows on the sword sect disciples. The surviving students won't rest and say he's going to die. The young man, laughing, asks if this is their justice, since they are not even able to defend their lands. The guy notices arrows coming at him. One of the archers starts yelling that he will deal with him and make him pay for the crime he committed in the cult. The young man calmly dodges all the arrows. He notices that he has already used up almost all of his strength because he has been weakened by illness. But he also has no intention of giving up and begins to use his powers. Eventually, he heals his wounds and reflects all the attacks of his opponents. He also starts attacking back. Ego's forbidden technique comes crashing down on the enemies. The attackers are still screaming that they'll get revenge and kill the guy. The young man tells them that retribution is just an excuse they use to make themselves feel better. John Chen repeats that if they give up his subordinate, he will spare them. One of the enemies brings in an old man. The one starts warning the master to run away and leave him behind, because they have hired an expert above the Tao stage. The young man says he doesn't care, because the old man is his subordinate, and he will go through fire and water with him. The old man, dropping tears, thinks that if they get out, he will serve the master for the rest of his life. The guy orders the apprentice to let the old man go, but he starts saying that he knows he's already exhausted, and starts attacking the guy. The protagonist, in turn, thinks he has done everything he can, and it looks like he is finished. But he is protected from the enemy's attack by someone else's barrier. At that moment, the master's apprentice appears and threateningly says that he dare not harm her master. Other allies come considering everything to understand what happened. They look at the ruins left by the sword sect and can't believe that it was all done by their master alone. The girl asks the protagonist why he went alone. He knows that she will be worried. The guy replies that he is afraid of death, but the burden of the lives of his people it is harder for him to carry. Belle begins to attack all of the master's enemies, screaming that she will destroy all those who hurt him. Someone stops the girl's attack, also suppressing her power with his. A mysterious voice begins to ask the young man's men if this is war. It was a master named Dugulu Chen. Approaching the guy, he says his time has come. The guy asks the wizard if he's the reinforcement the old man was talking about. Dugu looked at the young man and was surprised that he was able to deal with an entire sect by himself. Master says he promised to protect the sect by attacking Jayin Chen. Maiden blocks a jab, but she lacks strength and gets hit. A young man catches the girl asking if she's okay. The master launches a new attack, saying he will finish them off. Belle begins to show a sign saying she is the daughter of the Lord of the White Kingdom. She says she'll let him join their clan if he'll spare the guy. The enemy ponders the offer because it is the rarest and strongest clan in the city. The master considers the girl's proposal, but realizes that he can just kill everyone and no one will know about it. Guy notices the enemy is out for blood. The white-haired guy begins to reveal that the council is in charge of sect order and he can't turn a blind eye to John Chen's crimes. After that, he starts attacking the protagonist. The girl tries to protect the master with her body. The young man lets the girl go and rushes into battle, telling the enemy to be careful with his desires. The protagonist uses a forbidden technique out of last resort. The enemy is surprised that this technique raises his cultivation level to martial realm. The master attacks the young man, saying that he will not be affected by this, because he is stronger than him anyway. The protagonist stops the enemy's attack with one finger, saying that he is unable to ego kill. The youngster flies off, noticing that the hero has a very strong technique. However, the enemy does not intend to give up and starts attacking the protagonist again, saying that all his techniques will become his. The guy starts concentrating his energy, saying none of his friends will die, and begins to attack his opponent with a final blow. The young man's final attack smears the enemy to the ground. The enemy realizes that this last attack has deprived the ego of cultivation. He starts threatening the protagonist that if something happens to him, the War Council will not leave it so easily. The young man replies that when his sect was the greatest, then even the military council couldn't do anything. The guy lands on the ground and tells the girl they're leaving. He also adds that the enemy is not worthy of him taking his life. The guy turns to the enemy and says that if the War Council crosses them, they will all be killed. All of John Chen's followers are jubilant as they have destroyed the Star Sword sect. A young man stumbles and leans on a girl. The girl asks him if he's okay. The guy says they're leaving. A couple moments later, the protagonist falls in front of the girl. Ta starts crying, calling for the master while the rest of the followers run to him. The healer checks the young man's condition. The doctor says that the master has no strength left and his energy and body are in bad shape. The alchemist also says he doesn't know how to help him. The fat man starts screaming that he doesn't believe a master can die like that. An old man from a demonic cult says he can help if he takes him to a demonic cult, the fortress deep in the mountains, demon sect. The old man carries the young man while the sect disciples try to say that the sect leader was looking for ego. Elder opens some passageway while the disciples are trying to warn him that only the leader can go in, but the old man says he will take full responsibility and talk to the leader. The old man lays the young man in the bloody pool and orders the students to guard and let no one in. One of the guys starts explaining that this pool is filled with a liquid that has incredible properties to heal wounds, but also makes humans incredibly violent. The old man says he believes the kid can handle it. The elder leaves, saying he'll go talk to the leader to get his approval. The two guys say goodbye to the master and say they'll keep an eye on the boy. The liquid in the tank begins to heal the young man's wounds. The young man opens his eyes and he hears someone insulting him, asking him if he hasn't ascended. The protagonist finally wakes up and sees his ego being called names by some chicken. Proto asks the bird what he's doing here, calling him a chicken. The bird gets angry, saying he's the one and only Hell Phoenix. Phoenix tells that it was he in his past life who saved the hero from an impending doom by leading him here. The guy says he was trying to save the bird. As the bird comes out of the tank, it starts screaming at the guy, saying that he could at least say thank you for saving it. Phoenix begins to berate the young man, pointing at himself and his condition, blaming him for what happened. The guy packing his stuff replies that he'll try to talk to the cult leader and pick him up. At this point, an old man comes in, asking the guy if he wants to grab a bite to eat after his recovery. The young man grabs the old man and runs away. The elder asks the guy if he wants to lie down a little longer and recover, to which the hero replies he's not a fan of chicken blood. The old man looks at the pool and points to the bird, surprised, asking if that chicken has always been there. After leaving, the protagonist tells the old man to go back to the sect and tells the others to get ready because they are going to attack the allied clans in the 8 gates. Seeing the old man off, the guy says he needs to talk to the leader of the demonic sect. At this time, a man in purple robes appears in front of the guy and asks Ego what he wanted to talk to him about. The young man realizes he's facing a cult leader. The protagonist thanks the man, saying that if the demonic sect has any problems, he is willing to help. The master replies that his sect has been around for a long time and that there will hardly ever be a time when they need the boy's help. The young man replies that he believes this too, but he saw a bald rooster in the pool and asks if he could take his ego. The man replies that this is not possible because the phoenix is the symbol and power of the sect. The guy tries to exchange the phoenix by offering a method of cultivation and a martial art form. The two men stare at each other in complete silence. In the end, the master kicks the guy out, saying that he can't give the bird away because it is the main power of the sect. The guy shakes off the dust and walks away. The master, looking at the young man, notices that he possesses the legacy of the demon god of the sunset. Although it has not yet been extracted from the ego ruins, he assumes that the boy is the reincarnation of this creature. The master remarks that perhaps he is the one they have been waiting for. The young man flies into the neighboring clan's territories, seeing that the old man has done his bidding. At this time, Jian Chen's followers were facing the defense of the clans in alliance with the 8 gates in the allied clan square. The protagonists of the 8 gates and the clan alliance mocked the protagonist's men, saying if they knew they were so weak, they wouldn't lure them into their trap. The girl is weakened by the ambush of the enemies, says that if not for the trap, they would already be dead. The old man says that the opponents are just delaying their deaths because when Jian Chen comes, they will die. The old men start laughing at the followers' words, saying that if the guy was here, he would just die because his cultivation is too small to kill them. Belle begins to argue with her enemies, saying it's not true. One of the elders begins to attack the girl. She fails to defend herself, gets hit, which rips off some of her clothes. The old men start abusing the girl. Then the main character arrives and takes the girl from the clutches of villains without realizing who did it. After which the young man introduces himself as Jian Chen of the incomparable sect and attacks the old men. Those in turn dodge the attack. The young man gently pulls the girl down and says he will protect her. The guy mockingly asks, "This is what the righteous sect is all about." And the old man starts telling him that they not only put a bounty on his head, but were going to murder Lady Bai. The protagonist tells the others not to worry and assume that the enemies are already dead and pulls out many talismans. The old men start yelling at the guy, saying he's too weak to defeat them, and add that they'll rape the innocent girl behind him. After which they start going on the attack against the guy. Young applying talismans, calling opponents clowns. The old men repel the guy's attacks, saying that such techniques can't break through their defenses. But the guy's attacks do get through the enemy's defenses, and they start begging for mercy. The guy doesn't listen to them and kills 2 elders. The disciples of the enemy sects start running away begging for forgiveness, seeing as their masters were so easily killed. The young man returns to his friends and they are happy to see him. The protagonist begins to give orders to empty the clan's treasury and move everything there was to their warehouse, also telling Tong-san and Luo-shan to go along with him to deal with the Dark Pavilion. One of the subordinates reported to the guy that all the preparations he had asked for were ready. Houses on the square, Dark Pavilion area. The old men tell the protagonist that the barrier is set and the cultivators are ready. The protagonist starts walking towards the pavilion, saying it's time for him to get even. A man comes out to meet him, asking why the guy is so negative against the pavilion, because they run an honest business. The young masked man replies that he is aware that this is not just a hotel, but a branch of the Dark Pavilion. At this point, the men in black appear behind the man, and he asks the protagonist if, knowing who they are, he is going to fight. The guy replies that he's ready to fight, because afterwards they can't get back at him. Then an assassin appears behind the young man's back and says he's overconfident. At this point, the protagonist is surprised that such a small branch has such a strong fighter. The guy shoves the allies off the back, saying he'll handle it himself. At this time, the assassins attack the young man. The protagonist, flying above the enemies, tells them that he has never been afraid of anything. The guy applies his technique, and a hail of swords begins to fall on the enemies. While the swords are falling on the hero, an assassin attacks. The young man replies to the shadowy killer that he is cruel as he quietly watches his comrades die, to which he replies that he has poisoned the boy with his poison, and he will see how long the young man will last. But as the assassin retreats, he notices that the poison hasn't worked on the guy, and the attacks continue. A young man asks his enemy if he is mocking him, after which he starts attacking the assassins without touching the assassin. The latter asks why the guy doesn't kill the ego. The protagonist responds to the one that wants to put a blood mark on him. The man, smirking, tells the guy he's overconfident, after which it dissolves into a black mist. The young man, however, extending his hand, begins to laugh. The guy ends up catching an assassin, telling him to rid his ego of these tricks, then starts floating in the air, emitting light, saying it's time for him to finish this. The man, looking at the guy, realizes he can't budge, after which the protagonist uses his technique. This technique wipes out the assassin. After using the forbidden technique, the young man falls to the ground, thinking that without this technique, he would not be able to deal with the man. But the consequences after using it are too strong. At this point, the worried old men run to the young man. One of them takes the guy on his shoulder. The protagonist tells the one to take him to a demonic sect. The old man, worried, asks if it will really help. After the old man's words, the young man replies that of course he will help by raising his finger up. One day later, the young man is already lounging in the pool while listening to the rooster scold the ego. The boy, not understanding why the bird is complaining, because he is almost dead. The phoenix replies that the ego does not care, because if he himself stays in the pool, he will die. The protagonist begins to smile fearfully, responding with, "What's wrong with that, since chicken broth helps with all diseases?" Phoenix starts begging the young man to release his ego, to which the guy replies that he can't do it because Mo Yan is obsessed with imprisoning the bird here, and he's too strong to compete with him. The chicken can't believe the guy's words, asking if he's really that strong. The protagonist replies that he'll find a way to get him out, after which the guy starts running away. The protagonist is stopped by the cult leader, telling him to stop using the blood pond as a swimming pool, because it's his own pool and it's not public. The kid puts a coin in the man's palm and tries to negotiate with him. Then he starts asking if he has seen the chicken, because the chicken will die soon if he stays there, so why doesn't he want to give it to the guy? The man replies that he can't give the bird away for nothing. The protagonist realizes that the trickster has been planning this all along. The guy asks the leader what he wants in return for the phoenix. After the words of the young man, that emu replies that he wants Lin Lan Wen Tian, master of spiritual arts, dead. The leader begins to tell that this man is the cause of the decline of the demonic sect. The guy asks how he imagines that he who has not even reached the Tao stage has defeated such a rival. The man replies that he doesn't expect the guy to do it right now, because a promise is enough for him. The master goes on to explain that the Martial Arts Council currently rules the continent of atheists, and all other sects and academies are forced to obey. The young man asks the leader why he would take such a risk and go against the alliance. The latter replies to the boy that, since he has set a goal to return the incomparable sect to its former greatness, he will go against them in any case, because they will not like a powerful enemy on the same continent, and the young man also needs that shabby chicken. The protagonist then agrees to the head's demands. After the treaty is concluded, they approach the lake. The master remarks that if he needs the blood of the phoenix, he will come to the young man. The leader then releases the phoenix from its chains. The young man thanks the master for the favor. At this time, the phoenix rejoices in release. The master didn't like the bird's behavior and beat it, saying it was too energetic, asking it if it was going to run away. The phoenix, falling to the ground, asks the elder what level of cultivation he is at because he is too strong. He replies that he has recently stepped into the 5 marks of destruction. The protagonist realizes that this man is about to ascend, and it's no wonder that the legacy of the demonic sect is still intact. The leader escorts the young man away, telling him to return as soon as he fulfills his promise. The guy returns to his sect, where he is greeted by his entire subjugation. The fat man notices the scraped-up bird, saying he wouldn't mind some chicken soup. The phoenix then starts screaming and calling the fat man names. The teacher tells the young man that the Baegu City Department has ordered him to appear at the hearing. The boy replies that the Martial Arts Council is working fast because they are the strongest on the continent and have no choice but to show up. The old man says it's definitely a trap. The guy decides to go on a journey because the ego sect is the strongest in their area. The subordinates are upset and ask the master if he has renounced the sect, to which the guy replies that he is reinstating the teacher as sect leader, also passing on the fire armada techniques in divinity recordings to him. The young man also hands over 2 scrolls containing everything he knew about creating pills and arrays, asking those to take care of the sect in his stead, then leaves saying goodbye to his men in hopes of meeting again. The protagonist arrives at the doorstep of Min Academy in hopes that they will help him. The guy, remembering that the local elder was interested in him, while the guy was standing there, someone was watching him. The old man looks at the guy and tells the principal that this young man is Jian Shen. The principal orders the old man to bring the guy to him. The young man entering the academy heard from the other students that Ego had been appointed a holy son. Another disciple blocks the guy, saying he was looking for him. It was Nelan Feng Yun from the inner courtyard. The young man, looking at the guy, thinks what kind of dumbass blocked his path, also telling him to get out of the way. The guy attacks the protagonist, saying that a coward like him can't order him around. Young sends his opponent flying with a single punch. The fight is interrupted by the elder disciplinarian. The apprentice starts accusing the protagonist of attacking him. The young man thinks his opponent is just a rabid dog, but it turns out he had a plan. The hall elder starts accusing the guy of leaving the academy without the head's permission and starting a fight when he returns. The old man orders the young man to be taken away, at which point the egos are surrounded. The protagonist asks if the old man was a friend of Elder Lu, also noting that the latter wants to go to hell together. Elder says for a guy to surrender to the Council of Discipline otherwise. The protagonist interrupts the old man, accusing him of abusing his authority to fulfill personal goals. The old man starts attacking the guy, confessing that he wants to kill him. The protagonist prepares to attack. However, at that moment, the head elder puts his hand on the guy's shoulder, telling him to stop because they won't survive the consequences if the guy makes a scene here. Then the old man waved his hand and nailed the elder to the ground, saying that he had exceeded his authority and that he was depriving him of his position. The man starts to justify himself to the old man, saying that he was tricked by the guy. However, the old man says that he will strip the ego meridian and it will set another example. The elder of the discipline hall, resisting the old man's power, attacks the guy, screaming that he's going to take him with him. The protagonist sends the man flying with a single blow, justifying himself to the elder by saying it was a reflex. The old man replies that it doesn't matter and calls the guy to follow him. The protagonist, along with an old man, come to the garden of the academy's headmaster. The man greets the guy while the old man explains that he is the head of Mingquan Ren Xiao Academy. The guy is surprised that the principal is a berserker and the old man is a practitioner because they are very rare professions. The young man asks Quan Zheng why he waited for him. He tells him he knows he's being hunted. The protagonist makes the assumption that they want to protect the ego. The man says that they will not be able to protect the guy, however knows another place where he will be safe, this organization called Hunters Association. The director goes on to talk about how this organization is so powerful that even the council will have to think twice before attacking. The young man ponders the proposal and marvels that the association has evolved so much in 3,000 years. The headmaster insists on joining, but the young man replies that a righteous man like him cannot join such a sect. The old man is surprised at the guy's words, so much so that he spits up the water he was drinking at that moment. He starts wailing about how the guy destroyed 3 great sects. The protagonist responds to the old man by saying that there were other circumstances there and he is unlikely to join the association anyway. The man shows the guy a piece of paper saying it's a letter of recommendation to join. The young man, accepting the letter, thinks it's strange. Why would he write a letter for someone he's meeting for the first time? An old man notices a python at the academy gate and asks the guy if it's the bird's ego, after which the young man runs away, answering that he has to go. The others are looking at the guy and discussing how curious he is. A young man comes to the gate and sees a phoenix that is harassing other people. The boy approaches the bird, telling it that they need to leave and Ego wants to sit two strong masters. Then the bird takes off, screaming that it doesn't want to be eaten. The guy and the phoenix arrived in some woods. Proto tells the bird that he's going to visit the Hunters Association and doesn't need an escort, then offers to split up, but keep in touch. Then he grabs the kid by the head and puts a bloody seal on it. After the seal is applied, he leaves saying that he will contact the bird, but in the meantime he says goodbye to him. The guy notices the woods are too quiet. At this point, the Ego is surrounded by people. One of the attackers says they were waiting for him to come. The protagonist notices that his attacker was Gulu and took 3 assassins, a swordsman, and an array master with him. The attackers reply to the guy that the day of Ego's death has come. Then they all attack the guy. All attacks hit the protagonist. However, the enemies see the young man blurt out a bit saying that they put on a pretty good show, throwing them a low-level spiritual stone. The attacker starts screaming, realizing it's just an illusion they fell for. After which the guy just evaporates before his eyes, while Gulu's submission discusses the fact that the young master was tricked. At this time, the real Zhao Chen had already arrived at the doorstep of the Beastmaster Association. The guy clenches his fist and says he's going to pay for what he did, after which he heads for the gate. But as he enters, he sees that the place looks more like a bazaar than an academy. The old man asks the guy why he should join the association since he doesn't look like the others. The guy asks what he means. He says that it is very dangerous because the members of the association risk their lives every day to survive and earn a living. However, the old man adds that despite all the dangers, there are no rules here and there is freedom of action. To which the guy replies that this is what he needs, giving a letter of recommendation to the old man. The elder reads the letter and is surprised that it's from the head of the Northern Academy. He replies to the guy that he can't make such a decision himself and will go to the head to make a decision. After the old man leaves, other people start asking the young man how he knows the academy director. The one simply replies that he knows him and nothing more, thinking that as Quan Ren was a member of the Beastmen and as the one who later became the director of the Northern Academy. Then an old man comes running in saying that here's his plaque and he's moved into room 3 of the dormitory, while the other students are surprised that he brought a white plaque for the guy because it means that he might become an elder. The guy accepts the plaque while other students tell him they won't obey him. He tells them that he won't stay with them for long, asking them to let him pass. A young man looking for his room thinks that people here are more entertaining because they tell everything to their faces without plotting. The guy finds his room by opening it. Walking into the room, the guy meets a naked girl who was taking a bath. She sees the guy and starts covering up and yelling that he's a pervert. Pretty girl getting out of the bath says she'll show the guy what it's like to peep at girls. The guy replies to the girl that she clearly has a problem with her brain because it was she who took a bath in the ego room. The beauty, bickering, begins to tell the guy not to justify himself. The guy notices that the girl is a summoner who uses a flute. The protagonist grabs the beauty, saying he's not going to let her summon her animals. She starts screaming for him to let her go or she'll kill him. The boy pushes the beauty against the wall. She screams at him not to even think of doing anything, to which the protagonist simply throws her out of the room. The girl sitting by the door hears the guy say that peace has finally come. After that, the girl is called by a man asking her what happened. She starts yelling that her father was on time and tells how some guy broke into her room and then threw her out of it. The young man opens the door and says that the girl is not right because she was the one who splashed in the bathroom of his room. The man starts to say that it was probably a misunderstanding, introducing himself as Ye Min and that the girl is his daughter Ye Han because they usually live together in this dormitory, so the girl is used to using the room she likes. The protagonist replies that since the man is the head, he's not going to make a big deal out of it, while the girl is unhappy with her father's decision and yells at him. The man answers the girl and tells her to go to her room because she's already made a mess of things and he needs to talk to the guy for just the two of them. The girl runs away in tears, saying she won't talk to her father anymore. The head apologizes for his daughter's behavior, to which the guy replies that it's okay asking the man what he wanted to talk to him about. The man says that Dugu-Chen was furious that the guy joined the Beastmen and his subordinates passed on the message that he had reported the protagonist to the association and he would be punished. The protagonist starts to get angry with Dugu-Chen, The head tells him that he wouldn't pay attention to them, but the guy's sect is under threat. The guy remembers that the war council has no right to go to war with any sect. The man interrupting the guy says that he is right, however, because he destroyed 3 great sects being the head of a peerless sect and refused to take punishment for it. That's enough for the council to declare war on him. The guy, smirking, says what if he isn't the head of the cult? To which the man replies that it's already interesting. After a while, a guy arrives on the doorstep of the Beastmaster sect and shouts for John Chen to stop hiding and answer for his deeds, or they will attack the Ego Peerless sect. After the words of the guy from the military council, the protagonist comes out to them with the head of the association, saying that they are trying to blackmail him with his own sect because they can't take his life. The head also points out that the people from the council are provoking the association with their actions right outside his gate. The guy accuses the head, saying that even though John Chen destroyed 3 sects, he made Ego the elder of his association, and because of that he fell in the eyes of the council, to which the man asks what they know about the fact that the young man is no longer the head of the sect, to which the council representatives try to find confirmation of the head's words. One of the representatives finds confirmation of the head's words. Then the young gentleman calls all the men off, saying that if they resort to action, the other men will start saying that they are overstepping their authority. Whereupon the accuser leaves. The young gentleman and the protagonist look at each other, thinking they will sort each other out. 10 days later, the protagonist cultivates in his room. The young man notices the change in his energy opening the chakra, saying that the chakra is the strongest kind of energy of the many others. The guy decides to test his new power on a block of ice. Then the girl starts yelling at the guy, asking why he destroyed her icebox, also notices that the guy is causing one problem. The guy realizes the old man's up to something interesting. The young man feeds to make amends to the girl, offering to share techniques in return. Belle starts yelling for him to give her the icebox back or leave. Proto starts making excuses, saying he didn't do it on purpose. The girl, after the guy's words, starts walking away, practically crying, saying that because of the guy, her father no longer pays attention to her. After the girl leaves, the protagonist hears her screaming. Coming to the place, he notices Dugu Chung's footprints. The young man jumps off the roof, telling his subordinate that if he doesn't return within 15 minutes, he should tell the association and other sects that Yahan is missing, and then let everyone go to him. Forest of Primordials, the thief says, Ye Min Ye has been getting on his nerves for a while now, and he'll see who he is, pick the boyfriend or his daughter. Then the main character appears behind the thief's back, saying he'll watch him get his revenge. The enemy turns around seeing John Chen and starts shouting that the guy can't wait to die since he came to this place. The protagonist attacks the kidnapper, saying he can't listen to all the nonsense he's talking about anymore. The enemy dodges the guy's punch, saying he can't wait to see him die. However, the protagonist finds the seal that was supposed to kill Ego. He, laughing at the kid, says that such a trap will be seen even by a child. The thief can't believe that the young man found the seal so quickly, because the master created it especially for him. The enemy attacks the guy, screaming that he can't accept the fact that he was able to break the seal set by the Master of Seals. The young man calmly blocks the attacks, asking the enemy that after reaching the Tao stage, did he really think he could overpower the ego? He can't believe the guy's ego is stronger than the guy calling him a monster. The protagonist notices some people starting to come out. Young lands a jab to the kidnapper's midsection. The guy who got hit starts screaming, saying that the young man can't kill Ego because he is a great elder of the Martial Arts Council. The council won't forgive him for killing Ego. A guy takes a girl by the throat, threatening to snap her neck if they don't let him go. After the youngster's words, the head of the Beastmen appears with his men, who are clearly unhappy that Dugu Chung has kidnapped their leader's daughter. The thief begins to accuse the protagonist of having set it all up. The young man replies that he did not do anything, because it was not him who forced the guy to steal the head's daughter. The old man begins to shut up the kidnapper, saying that he will not listen to Ego, and if he wants war so much, he will get it. At the same time, 2 unknown men in a tree are watching the whole thing, discussing the fact that Dugu Chung will start a war between the council and the beastmen because of Dugu Chung. It was the head of the Beigu's city council, Liu Wu, and an Ego subordinate. Then the head noticed that the kid went against the orders of the other council members to help the Ego forces on the next stage of the plan, then starts using his technique to tell everyone that the head of the Beigu Council is here to get rid of the idiot Dugu Chen, who is not worthy of his position. The head of the Beastie Boys still says he won't let things slide and will definitely deal with the council. The battered guy yells that Liu Wu can't kick him out because he is the great elder of the council. The guy starts offering a deal to the man to trade his daughter for the protagonist. The head begins to think that even if he agrees, there is no guarantee that the guy will not harm his daughter. Also noting that if John Chen really is the reincarnation of that man, he is the only one who can change this rotten world. The old man does not agree to the exchange. However, Proto interrupts him and agrees to the deal. The man tells the guy that he shouldn't agree because it's not his fault, but the protagonist says he doesn't feel guilty, he just takes responsibility for what happened. The thief starts laughing, saying the guy made the right decision. He starts yelling, telling the guy to activate the seal and have the man block the guy's power. The guy agrees, saying it's the only way to save Ye Han. The man starts blocking the guy's power, saying that once his daughter is safe, he will save him, to which the guy responds that it's okay, thinking that the usual blocking methods don't work on him. The enemy cheers, grabbing the guy's arm. The one is stepping on the seal, then dumps the girl, saying they can have her. The kid holding the protagonist starts laughing, saying he'll pay him back for everything he's done. The head catches his daughter, but sees that the seal has already been activated. The protagonist, mocking the boy, says that he can't believe the stupidity of his rival because he created the perfect moment for him to fake his death. In response, the young man says that he will not be able to get out of his trap. Then the guy starts to disappear and explains that he can't kill him because he knows the blood cloud technique. After which he disappears, leaving the guy alone to die in that seal. Everyone who was there sees the explosion, thinking Proto died. The head of the Beastmen starts yelling that he won't rest until everyone on the council is in their graves. Somewhere in the woods, a phoenix is examining itself in a mirror, then sees the main character in the reflection. The bird begins to snidely tell the boy that he has found adventures on his head again, and that's why he came to him. The young man tells the phoenix to shut up and gives him the essence to recover. The rooster tells him to get the essence, he must ego beg. The guy asks him how he would like to die, boiled or roasted. Whereupon the bird wounds his wings, saying it was just a joke, and here is his essence. After receiving blood, the protagonist begins to cultivate to repair his wounds. The young man feels the energy begin to build up in his heart. The guy realizes he's starting to awaken his avatar. Phoenix notes that it's not an ego avatar because the guy had a different avatar in his past life. However, the guy is starting to get wrapped up in more and more energy, and they realize the guy is awakening two avatars. The young man realizes that avatars are all unique, and the cultivator has the ability to awaken only one, which was left to him by the previous owner. But those who were able to awaken two avatars are one in millions. Guy notices that his avatar is an imperial vine. The previous owner was the deity of water, an ancient, who was his friend in a past life. Then the avatar of the body owner appears. The protagonist starts stroking that one, saying he won't dishonor the ego name. After that, the young man begins to be filled with energy again. He realizes that a third avatar has awakened, and this one was already from his past life, Heavenly Lamb incarnations. The protagonist realizes that the Heavenly Lamb of incarnations is both the strongest and weakest avatar, because to activate it, the owner must make a sacrifice. The youngster and the bird notice that the avatar has been activated, after which the girl's spirit flies out of it. She asks the guy to find her in the next life, if rebirth exists. The guy crying says it's Yahello. He remembers how in a past life, a girl sacrificed her avatar in order to activate the Lamb of Incarnations, which also explains why the guy remembers his past life. A young man crying tries to take the girl's hand, but she vanishes. The protagonist then begins to promise himself that he will do anything to find Yahello. Phoenix begins to reassure the guy, saying that although he doesn't know what happened to him on the Imperial continent, he'll stay by his side. The guy starts to change his appearance and leaves, saying that he is going to Beigou City because no one knows that he is still alive. For everyone, John Chen died in the primordial forest with Dugu Chen. The protagonist sits in the inn listening to the other customers discuss the fact that the Beastmen are beginning to gather cultivators to destroy the council, as well as rumors that a great berserker has arrived in town to avenge the death of John Chen. The guy thinks he needs to keep an eye on the members of the association if they're going to go that far for him. And about the berserker, he thinks it's probably Quan Ren. He gets up, deciding that he needs to get stronger and reach the master stage. But to do so, he needs to redirect all the spiritual energy into his chakra. As the protagonist was leaving, a kid ran by him shouting that the daughter of the Lord of Beigou City was missing in the Forest of Primordials. Then the guy heard that for finding the Lord's daughter, he would give pieces of chakra wood as a reward. A crowd is gathered at the gates of the Lord's city estate. However, the guards begin to chase away all those who have not reached the master stage. many of the crowd begin to leave, saying they are just wasting their time. The protagonist, approaching the guards, hears the news that the Lord has been wounded and has not fully recovered. The boy understands why Baegu is so unsettled. The boy asks him to let him pass because he knows his way through the forest. The guard replies that he is not the first to say so. The young man says there's a phoenix in the forest. He's still a novice, but he's defeated many creatures of the master stage, and he fought it once. The guard notes that the Lord had told about it, but no one knew it yet, after which he lets the guy go ahead. Others who are missed start discussing the guy, saying that he's obviously a freeloader, and it's better he doesn't go near them. The young man, looking at the masters, thinks that if this group of 2 sword masters, a seal master, and a mercenary go into the forest, they will be torn apart by a horde of hungry creatures. The Lord's subordinates come out and ask to follow him. All of the participants came to the Lord of the city greeting egos. Lord Masi Bey begins to say that everyone present knows what he has gathered them for, after which he shows the award. 2 of the company begin to marvel at the reward. However, the protagonist is not pleased that he only showed 1 piece. One of the company asks the Lord how they will divide this piece among themselves. Since the piece is 1 and there are 4 of them, the guy interrupts him, saying that there are 5 of them. The young man suggests to the Lord that the reward should go to whoever brings back his daughter. The old man notes that the Tao stage boy is quite entertaining, but says that after they get his daughter back, they will decide how to divide the reward. Continuing, the Lord begins to show his power, saying that if they fail and a single hair falls from his daughter's head, they will die. Others see the Lord's strength and begin to bow and assure him that they will surely make it through. The guy leaves, saying that if they've decided on the reward, he'll go. The mercenary also says goodbye to the Lord. The group starts discussing the guy, saying they heard from the guard how well he knows the forest. The group comes to the conclusion that they'll just follow the guy and then kill him and take the reward for themselves. The young man had heard the mercenaries talking and really hoped they would be ready. Already in the forest, the protagonist meets a phoenix, asking if he has found the girl. The bird replies that he has found her, but she is unconscious and there are 2 sword masters and 1 mercenary near her. The guy starts telling his plan to the phoenix, after which he tells the bird that he's counting on him. A young man arrives at a place where there is a girl and hears 2 men discussing how the martial arts council could have fallen so low. The guy realizes these people are from the council. People discuss that Tomb 9 has been opened and the Lord has a map of this tomb, so they kidnapped his daughter to make a deal. Then the guy is met by a group of mercenaries telling him to tell them where the girl is or they will kill him. The young man replies that he has finally waited for them. The guy, disappearing, says she's in there. Then he starts shouting that Mrs. Baegu Yanzhou is over there by the lake. At this time, the kidnappers hear the boys shout and prepare to attack. A group of mercenaries realize the kid's just screwing them over, after which the council people attack the mercenaries. The mercenaries try to justify that they were lured into a trap. The attacker asks why he should believe them. The protagonist, seeing the fight subside a bit, throws a dagger. One of the mercenaries thinks they can't afford to fall into a trap, even if the target is right in front of them. However, the dagger thrown by the protagonist grazes the enemy. The mercenaries are trying to say they weren't the ones who attacked. However, the enemy begins to attack the group, saying that they will lie already in hell. The group realizes that they can't avoid the fight, so they also start attacking the enemy. The chief of the kidnappers tells one of his comrades to go and help the others deal with their enemies. Then he starts saying that his men will not lose to some mercenaries, and he only has to watch his back so that no one sneaks up from behind. Then he hears a voice saying that he has nothing personal against him. The man turns around asking who said that. The guy replies that he is the one who will take his life. The protagonist kills the opponent with his punch. After that, the young man takes the girl and runs away, saying that she is cute, but she is not very clever because to run away at such a time in the forest will be only an idiot. But he will try to be lenient to her because thanks to her, he will get a tree of chakra. One of the kidnappers notices their brother has been murdered, then starts accusing the mercenaries that this was their plan, and they fought them on purpose to steal the girl. The mercenaries managed to escape from their pursuers and caught up with a guy who was running away with a girl in his arms. The protagonist stops to say that they were quicker than he thought. The opponents start yelling at the guy to give up the girl or they will kill him. The guy gently puts the girl down, saying they can't do anything to him. After that, the opponent starts attacking the guy. The young man prepares to attack, saying he doesn't mind dancing since they want to. The guy attacks his enemy by chopping his sword. The enemy can't understand how he was able to shatter his sword since it's made of the finest metal. The enemy falls to the ground, whereupon the guy says they're next. Enemies attack the guy, saying he's an arrogant bastard. The young man kills 2 opponents by piercing their hearts in one move. The protagonist looks at the last of the group, asking if he's ready to go to hell. The guy tries to save his life by saying he'll tell the protagonist everything the council is hiding. The kid starts telling us that 10 days ago, the tomb of the 9 palaces of the prosperity sect that disappeared was opened, and the council wants to take all the treasures for themselves, also noting that he could take him there if he spared him. The young man kills the boy, saying he is grateful for the information, but he did not say he would spare him because he is from the council. The protagonist brings the girl to the Lord's palace. The courtier tells him to follow him as the Lord wants to thank him personally. The guy realizes there's a catch to the personal thank you. The Lord sat with the mysterious man, asking him if he should follow the plan. The man replies that there is no hurry. A young man enters the hall and tells the Lord to give him the reward. Masi Bey replies that it is an honor for someone like him to save the Lord's daughter, asking him how he can be so insolent to ask for the reward. The old man throws the award hard at the guy, telling him to take it. The young man calmly catches the box, asking the elder if it was an honor to fight high-level cultivators in the forest. The old man grins at the guy, thinking that he is very interesting because he caught the box in which he put 30% of his power. Then the old man starts yelling at the young man to get on his knees. The guy replies that he would never kneel. Noticing that only one should be kneeling here, the protagonist begins to unleash his avatar. The protagonist attacks an old man with his avatar. Lord, backed against the wall, wonders why the ego avatar obeys the guy. The young man starts threatening that in 20 seconds, a thunderstorm will hit the estate. The hooded man begins to persuade the lad to stop, for he is the head of the Beastmasters Association, and the Lord's behavior is his doing. He offers the treasure as an apology. The guy doesn't understand why his familiar is here. However, he asks for 3 pieces of chakra wood. The head gives the pieces to the guy. The young man thanks the head, thinking that now with 4 pieces, he would be able to learn the master stage in less than a month. The guy lets the Lord go as he snaps at him. He then assumes his true form, asking Head E if he's going to do anything, while Masi Bi is about to raise his hand on his subordinate. The one sees the guy and happily comes down to him, saying he can't let the Lord touch him. The Lord is glad he didn't harm the boy because Quan Ren would have wiped him out. The chapter tells him that Quan Ren, upon learning that he was dead, came to Bega and defeated the Martial Arts Council, also saying that if he didn't return to his academy, he would die. The guy doesn't understand why he has to do all this. The young man is reincarnated and says goodbye, saying he has a lot to do. The old guys start gushing over the guy, saying that if he's not the reincarnation of that man, then who is? After 5 days, the protagonist reaches the master stage. The young man begins to reason that after choosing a path, ordinary people can only choose one path, but those who cultivate using divine scripture can freely switch from one path to another. But there is a disadvantage: the cultivation speed is greatly reduced. Proto thought about it and decided he would choose the path of a warrior first. After choosing a path, the guy finally took the path of a warrior. However, his avatar started to act and also opened all 15 paths of development. The protagonist rejoices in the acquired power, also assuming that if all paths are linked and pumped by using only one, he will only focus on pumping the warrior path. As he leaves the inn, he hears someone shouting that a tavern is opening with crazy prices. The young man is interested in this news and decides to see what is going on there. The protagonist is stopped by a kid telling him that he can't stay here because he just doesn't have enough money to even drink here. He asks the boy why he can only determine his wealth by his clothes. The young man replies that he understood everything by name, because 1 cup of wine here costs 1 million high-ranking stones. After which the other innkeepers start laughing at the guy. The protagonist, laughing, throws 1 million rocks on the floor, asking the kid if he's sure of what he's saying. The attendees start yelling at the protagonist, saying that everyone present can afford to spend 1 million stones. A young man asks the waiter to escort Ego to the 2nd floor, mocking the others. The protagonist has brought a bottle of wine that he paid for. He tastes the wine and realizes that it strengthens the soul. Proto starts pouring the entire bottle into himself, after which he praises him. However, one of the visitors starts wailing, asking the guy what cave he came out of. The disgruntled man goes on to say that this wine was not made by Mrs. May to be drunk so viciously. The protagonist responds to the major to stay out of his business. He starts telling the young man to take his 1,000,000 stones and leave the place, because he doesn't want to be here with such an animal. After snapping the protagonist's finger, a multitude of spirit stones fell out at the guest. The guy gets out and starts yelling, asking how he can throw his rocks at him. After which Master Luo and Master Chen enter the floor. The guest starts laughing, saying that it is his uncle who has arrived, and he will not forgive his nephew's humiliation. The nephew starts running up to his uncle, complaining about being insulted. They're asking who dared to insult. They see John Chen. After they realize that the protagonist is in front of them, they kick the guy, telling him to immediately apologize to this gentleman. The kid doesn't understand why he has to apologize. The young man forces his nephew to kneel down, saying to apologize, thinking that of all the possibilities, it was Jian Chen who pissed him off. He then turns to the protagonist, telling him that he can choose any punishment he wants for his nephew. At the same time, he thinks that he inflicted serious wounds on him at the academy when he was at the Dao stage, and he'll be laughed at if they fight now that they're at the same stage. The protagonist replies that it would be inappropriate of him to instruct his nephew. Because of Proto's words, Chen Yu has to raise his hand at the kid. Other visitors can't figure out who the white-haired guy is. After that, he asks him if his brother is happy. He also starts to pass his voice to the protagonist, saying that there are a lot of people here, and if he agrees to stop this show, he will pay for whatever he orders today. The boy says that's not enough, because he hasn't forgotten how Ego almost killed Ange because of him. Master Chen says he'll do everything in his power, but don't let the boy get carried away. The protagonist, going up to the second floor, says he's waiting for his brother there. As they walk up, they see some guy yelling at them to stop. The bank master introduces himself to the stranger by asking how he can address him. The unknown man begins to haughtily say that plebs like him have no right to be here. The bank heir starts yelling angrily at the guy, asking Ego how dare he talk to him like that. He starts to show his power by asking who he is. The stranger shows his power by answering nothing to the heir. Chen realizes that Luo Qinchang from the Martial Arts Council is in front of them. The one starts attacking the two guys who are up. The heir asks the protagonist to deal with him because he will pay him. The guy answers him that he will help him with 10 million high-ranking spiritual stones. Young strikes back with a jab. Upon impact, the avatar of the guy from the council bounces back, taking heavy damage that also affected the wielder. The opponent starts shouting that he will deal with the guy, to which the young man replies that he does not have enough strength. The fight is interrupted by a girl, accompanied by a master, asking them to calm down because her establishment will not withstand the fight of guys like them. The protagonist says that since she is Nayland Meyer, he is willing to forget today's incident for her sake. The bodyguard starts yelling at the guy, showing his strength. However, the beauty stops him. The young men realize that this guard is the Dark King. The girl asks if they have resolved the conflict or not, to which the two agree to stop. The guy from the council tells everyone to cut the crap because he's heard that all the wine sold in the restaurant is defective and only the wine the girl made herself is real. After the guy's words, she put out bowls of wine on the table, saying that each of them would cost them 10 million excellent spirit stones each. The kid taking the bowl says the money will be delivered later, and now he hopes the wine ego doesn't disappoint. The heir treats the protagonist, saying that he will pay for everything because he promised. A young man drinking wine increases his cultivation level. Luotian asks the lady how and what her wine is used for, to which she replies that it is made with water. The heir says the World Bank is very interested in the wine formula, and the price will be whatever she wants it to be. After the guy's words, other members of clans and sects start bursting in from the lower floors, saying they're ready to buy back the wine recipe. The council guy starts threatening the pretty girl. Nayland Mayer replies to the boy that if he wants a recipe for wine, he can go to any distillery. The one keeps threateningly telling her that he won't trick him just because the Dark King is behind her. Zazin continues to say that he is the son of Lin Lan Wentian, the pavilion master, and if she hands over the recipe, he will give her the position of wife and offer her as a mercenary to the military court branch. The Dark King starts to attack the boy, saying how dare he treat his mistress in such a way, to which the impudent replies that if he touches him, the girl will die. Bell replies to Luotian that he is just an illegitimate child, lifting bowls of wine with his energy. The protagonist catches all the bowls in the face of the backstabber. The protagonist stands up for the girl, saying that, how could they get a woman in so much trouble over a simple wine? The young man says that the reason why the wine could increase spiritual energy is because it was passed from Nayland Meyer's hands, because she is a martial dancer. The others can't figure out what a martial dancer is because that profession was lost long ago. However, a guy from the council remembers his elder talking about it. The young man goes on to say that in battle, the dancer can help those on their side improve their mental strength and even cultivation. Afterwards, the girl says that the boy surprised her. The beautiful girl asks if the young man decided to help her only out of kindness. The boy replies that of course not, Afterwards, he says that he wants her to become his apprentice because the profession of a dancer was long lost and only he can teach her. The cheeky guy laughs at the guy because he's just a middle-ranking teacher. However, the beauty flirting with the protagonist answers him that it is a very curious proposal, but she will think if he will take her as his wife. The young man, embarrassed, replies that he wants to take her as an apprentice because she fights well and is worthy to be her. There is nothing to think about love. The beauty tells the guy that his body thinks the opposite and let him not be shy because she prefers innocent crazy men like him instead of other men. The protagonist moves away from the girl, noting that her cultivation will be sealed for some time, and if not solved, she will not advance in cultivation, but he will be able to help if she becomes his disciple. The Dark King tells the beauty that the teacher-student relationship requires a lot of commitment, so he asks her not to be so hot about it. The girl replies that she understands the risks. Nayland Mayer gets close to the young man, saying she's a big spender and he can't afford her. After that, she left remarking that she'd find a guy if she needed one, so don't think about running away. The young man says he'll wait for them to meet. While in the back, a backbiter yells that the girl will never be his student. The protagonist turns around and tells the guy that if he wants to rest at his funeral, he'll help him. Then someone in the crowd shouts that Jugong's tomb has just been opened. Outside, you can see the tomb opening and people marveling at the discovery. A guy calls Luo Tian saying that there is a monster near the entrance to the tomb and they need his help. He leaves and tells the protagonist that he's lucky, and if he meets him again, he'll give him hell on earth. The young man stares after the guy thinking he's the one who's going to give him, and not just hell. After which the guy turns around and asks how Master Chen will pay him back. The master replies that here's a statement for 200 million high-ranking stones, asking the guy if it's enough. The protagonist replies that it is enough, noting that he won't bother him anymore. At this point, however, but puts some sort of stamp on the kid's forehead. He asks what he has done, to which the young man asks when they will go to the tomb, because the World Bank should also be interested in what is there. The humbled heir says their uncle will already be waiting in the tomb. Once a group of guys arrive at the entrance to the tomb, they are stopped saying that only people from the 3 major sects can enter. The roadblockers say they don't care where they're from, they won't let them through. Then the heir's uncle comes in telling the guys to leave. The man says these guys are from the World Bank. After which the boys are let through while the heir says hello to his uncle. The man asks his nephew who the guy is with him, who replies that he is a good friend of his. The young man greets him, saying he is from Tuntian Temple, Chenjian. As they walked onward from above, Gate Elder Qingjiang looked at them, thinking that this was who Master Luo Tianshong was telling him about. The old man, jumping off, tells the guy he can't pass, also noting that under the agreement, the World Bank will not prevent him. The uncle asks his nephews if he can help their friend, to which they reply that he doesn't need to, also saying that the old man is very unlucky and they feel sorry for him. The protagonist, looking at the old man, says that he is at the peak of the Zun stage, to which the elder replies that how dare he act so arrogant in front of him, preparing to attack. The young man knocks the weapon out of the old man's hands in an instant, saying that the man is too weak for him to even show himself. After which he draws his sword, and in an instant he attacks the elder, telling him to tell Luo Tianzhong not to try so hard because he will come for his life. The old man falls to the ground shivering, saying that he understood everything and will pass on the guy's words. The uncle of the 2 youths, noting the protagonist's strength, says it's a good thing he's their friend. After what happened, the lord of the city arrives. The young man notices his students wondering what they are doing here. The lord's group heads towards the guy. The disciples see their master and whisper joyfully about it. The old man sees the boy and greets him, while the young man thinks he could use the map the old man brought. The lord of the town notices that the boy has raised his level in a few days and is very surprised. The boy replies that it's thanks to the tree the old man gave him, thinking that this time he is being extremely friendly with him. The rest of the people who came with the lord of the city don't understand why he's being so nice to the guy. The young man asks to see the map from the old man. Others are starting to resent the guy's request. Lord gives the card to the guy, telling him to keep his eyes open for it. A young man looks at the map and notices that there is something wrong with it, realizing that if you follow this map, everyone will just die. The old man asks the guy if he's okay. The guy can't figure out what kind of game he's playing. The young man hands over the map, saying that everything is fine and that it is better for the Lord to look after it so that no one steals it. The teacher approaches his students, thinking that the old man tricked them into putting a protection talisman on both of them. However, the students, on the contrary, know about some plan of the Lord. The young man then leaves while the others discuss him and how he behaved. The protagonist approaches his group, telling the heir to ask his uncle to deal with the monster while he takes it with him. The heir doesn't understand what the guy means. The man notes that this plan is very dangerous, but the nephew says he understands what his uncle is talking about. But if there is any threat, this guy is the safest to be around. The protagonist group approaches the entrance to the tomb and sees two monsters that won't let them pass. After which the man engages in battle with the monsters. The Lord, seeing the battle going on, tells the girl that he will go help the man, giving the card to her. The girl accepts the card, thinking that they will finally put their plan into action. The girl and her group are the first to head to the entrance of the tomb. The protagonist realizes his student's plan, so he didn't rush into the tomb, but his companion begins to ask why they are in no hurry to enter. Screams began to come from the tomb, after which the young man grabs his companion and they head for the tomb. The temple inside the tomb. The young man's traveling companion asks why they can't see the people who came in before them, since he heard shouting before they came in. The protagonist explains that they are trapped and just can't see, to which the heir asks how they could be trapped if they had the map. The guy says that the map the old man gave him was nothing. He wanted the three largest sects along with the council to die here. The companion asks the guy if Begu isn't afraid that his plan won't work, and they won't all end up going against him. To which the young man replies that the old man cannot be killed so easily, and why his companion is so careless. The heir and the protagonist see some sort of silhouette up ahead. The boy asks in a trembling voice who it could be, because people shouldn't be here. The young man replies that it is a corpse. He was just a peaceful wanderer, but then got trapped in the tomb and became its puppet. The puppet starts to get up. The heir begins to panic, saying that they will die. However, the young man calmly says that it's just someone's toy that hasn't fully awakened. After which the guy throws a fire talisman that blows up the puppet. Sputnik can't believe the guy tackled him in one punch. The main character's disciples catch up with him, telling him to go away, because in front of him is a puppet of the ruler's stage. While his friends were praising their teacher, the heir doesn't realize what an idiot he was to try to insult or humiliate John Chen. The guy's allies start talking about how they quickly found him using a real map and about the plan to destroy the enemies. The apprentice gives the map to the guy, saying that the map shows how to get into the tomb, but it doesn't say what's inside. The map showed only forks of the road and no mention of what was in the heart of the tomb. The young man begins to reason, asking why Beige needed two strangers for his plan, to which the girl replies that it was the Lord's fiction. The young man finishes thinking and says that since there is nothing on the map, they will find out for themselves what is hidden here. The protagonist group comes to the underground palace of the tomb. A young man notices the strangeness of the statues and tells the others to be careful. On one of the statues, the protagonist saw something glowing in her forehead. Then the statue fires a beam at the girl. The guy tells her to duck, but she says she can't move. The young man grabs the student, dodging the beam. The guy saves the beauty, telling the others not to worry because he's there for them, thinking it's the third eye technique that has a terrible mental influence. The protagonist says that there is a reward for saving the heir's life. The protagonist says that there is a reward for saving the heir's life. The protagonist blocks another attack by the statues, saying that all the lives of his comrades belong to him and he won't let anyone take them. The statues change their appearance, exuding a terrifying energy. The guy puts a protective barrier on his companions, because from this energy they can lose their minds. After putting on the defense, the guy rushed to fight. The shockwave from their clash with the enemy hurts the defense. The heir sees how strong the protagonist is, can't believe they're on the same stage as him. The guy uses the avatar technique. After that, he deals with the enemy with a single blow of his technique. The heir, seeing the strength of the protagonist, thinks that he has achieved such strength in a couple of months, calling him a monster. The young man tells his companions to stay here, for he will go on alone. Walking further, he sees the statue begin to awaken. The three-headed lord tells the guy to leave the place. The protagonist puts his head down and says he didn't want to destroy the temple. He just wanted to know the truth. He asks why the temple of the 9 palaces that govern the entire heavenly 9 was destroyed in one night. The Lord replies to the lad that they have indeed fallen, having experienced in doing so an infinite darkness before which no one can withstand. The reanimated statue is starting to go crazy. Then it collapses. The guy is surprised that a creature comparable in power to the 30 major deities could end his life like that. Walking into the next room, the protagonist notices a fluctuation in energy. Some entity appears in front of him. Proto asks the ego who he is. He replies that it doesn't matter, asking the guy if the lost can find their way without being able to exalt themselves. The protagonist replies that being absolutely strong is the only way. The unidentified man laughing at the guy's answer says that they once thought so too, but they were wrong. The vanishing entity says it will reap the guy again once he finds the true path. A young man finds a strange ring that emanated energy. Various treasures begin to emerge from the ring. The guy is very excited about his find. He also finds one of the 6 unspoken techniques of the Third Eye world. The guy's joy is interrupted by the fact that he felt the girl's protective talisman working. After leaving the temple, he hears a female disciple calling for Ego to help him. The girl, resisting, tells the attackers that when her master arrives, they will all die. However, the attackers say that her master can't do anything to them because he is weak. The attacker sees the protagonist and starts threatening him. The protagonist, seeing his students being attacked, come to a rage. The protagonist snatches the weapon from the guy using spiritual power. Then he lifts the enemy into the air. He asks if the guy is a spiritual master. The guy replies that it doesn't matter because he dared to touch his students, after which he restrains the enemy with his power and chains. The lad asks his associates to help him. One of them agrees to help, but the other says he won't. The protagonist turns to the one who refused to help, saying he made the right choice. The other, however, begins to use his technique to attack the protagonist. The young man takes out his brush just like his enemy, saying that since he's an artist, he can't show up at art school with such skills. The enemy is surprised that the guy is also an artist. The young man draws a white dragon, saying that Ego is offended by the word "to" of the opponent, after which the protagonist's attack kills the guy. However, the young man has no intention of stopping and pulls the shackled kid down, grabbing the Ego by the throat. That one tries to save his life by saying that he made a mistake, and since he is one of the great disciples of Chinjangai, he will be able to compensate for the damage. However, the guy defies his pleas and destroys the warg's spiritual veins. The last of the attackers watch the whole thing from stealth, recognizes that the guy is strong. However, he attacks the guy's students, saying they are his weakness. The young man catches the needle, asking who dared to do it. The enemy praises the protagonist for his good reflexes because he caught his needle. The protagonist looks at the enemy and tells him that he is too confident to attack the students in his presence, then strikes a strong blow at the opponent, appearing in an instant in front of him. The attacker falls, but the young man notices that something is wrong. The guy realizes it was a spirit of darkness. The young man is then attacked from behind. The enemy shows up and says that the needles he wounded the hero with are aimed at spiritual power. However, the protagonist striking the guy asks why the guy thought he had a path limit. The young man is surprised that the enemy has not yet died with such fatal damage. He also suggests the guy to see which will die faster, his Tao form or his body. The antagonist decides that he may not only lose the chance to take the treasure, but also his life. After which he attacks the guy. Young manages to attack his opponent before he can land his blow. However, the enemy manages to block the attack and disappears, telling the guy that he will wait for him outside the tomb to see him die. After the guy disappears, the protagonist starts coughing up blood. The teacher falls down, but the students manage to catch him. The apprentice says they should follow the enemy to finish him off, but the guy stops them because the enemy possesses the spirit of darkness and no one can catch him. Jian Chen says that everyone needs to rest first since this was not the last battle they would face. The guy who managed to escape tells the others at the entrance of the tomb that the white-haired guy killed Yi Shuxiao and Li Maru and took the treasure. The liar says to get all the brothers together to get revenge. The clan elders say they will definitely kill the guy. The 3 elders ask Chen what he thinks about it, since his nephew entered the tomb with the protagonist. The man replies that his child of the bank will not prevent the elders because the World Bank also wants to share the treasure. After their conversation, Luo Tian and Meyer still come in and say that they want to get involved as well. To all this still comes the Lord of the City and the head of the Beastmaster Association, saying that they are also involved. The 3 elders say that the thief is not out yet, and it is not yet time to divide the treasure. From the crowd, they began to shout that the protagonist had come out of the tomb. The guy asks why there are so many people here. The elders demand that the young man give them the treasure if he doesn't want them to kill him. The heir says he can help preserve the treasure, to which the young man replies that he doesn't need any help with that. The protagonist tells the guy to keep the World Bank out of it because he can't handle the consequences. After which the boy goes to his uncle, asking him not to interfere with what is happening. 3 elders attack the young man demanding the treasure, to which the protagonist replies that they're too confused because they can't kill him. He's starting to use his techniques, after which it attacks the enemies. Opponents start laughing at the guy's attack, saying he can't get over the stage difference. However, the attacks come through, confusing the enemies. The protagonist reattacks the elders, killing them. The defeated begin to beg for mercy. The crowd marvels at the guy's strength. More masters flew out from the crowd, already ready to strike, demanding the treasure. The young man destroys one of the techniques with his power, using a forbidden technique, at the same time attacking the other masters. However, they don't give up, and as soon as the guy runs out of strength, they will attack. After the attacks, the protagonist ran out of strength, which the enemies decided to take advantage of and attacked him. However, a beauty from the crowd defends the guy, saying that a student has come to help him. The enemies ask Meyer why she is helping him, since she can't handle the three of them and her guards won't help her. Belle replies that she's not going to rely on the Lord of Darkness, winking at the protagonist. The boy says that if she's going to do it for her master, he won't be disappointed in her, no matter what the outcome. After that, the girl starts dancing, saying that today she will dance only for the master. The guy starts to feel a rush of energy because of the girl's dancing. The young man shows his strength and says that since his student is dancing for him, he will not let her down. Opponents see how the protagonist's power has grown, asking Meyer what she has done. The protagonist attacks the masters, saying that he didn't allow his apprentice to be called by her name. One of the enemies can't take the pressure. At that moment, the other two masters discuss that they should interrupt the girl's dance and then kill the guy, after which they split up and attack the beauty and the protagonist at the same time. The young man begins to use his spiritual technique. The protagonist kills two masters at once, telling the others to surrender or they will die. The crowd, seeing the guy's strength, don't dare to challenge him anymore. Only one out of everyone challenged the guy. It was Luo Tianchong. The protagonist sees that his opponent from the Martial Arts Council is also the son of Linlan Wangtian, so he uses his avatar, after which he attacks his enemy, saying since he didn't want to surrender, he will teach him a lesson. Zaznaika falls to the ground while the others whisper. A young man towering over the others tells them to surrender. The others, seeing the protagonist's strength and ruthlessness, give up. The Shadow Master calls out to the protagonist, saying that the ego mistress is exhausted. A couple guys come out of the crowd, see that the protagonist has run out of strength, after which they attack the exhausted guy. However, the attackers feel an unknown force pinning them to the ground. Behind the enemy, Academy Principal Bayman appears. The one gets in front of the protagonist, asking the others how they dared to raise a hand against a student of his academy. The Lord and the head of the Beastmen are happy that this man came and protected the lad. Other people are starting to say that Baiming Academy doesn't have such talented students. The protagonist reincarnates into his true form, saying that he is Jian Chen. The director thinks it's a good thing he saved the guy, however he had to reveal himself. A battered Luo says that Quan Ren was able to protect the protagonist today, but will he be able to do so tomorrow? Belle enters the dialogue, saying that since the protagonist is her master, he will now be under the protection of the Naylan family. The guy asks the girl why she is protecting this young man, since she is supposed to be with him. Meyer mockingly replies to the guy to acknowledge that there's nothing he can do to her. The girl takes her master's hand, saying that since Master Quan was with her, the others won't do anything. Already in the pavilion, the beauty asks the guy how his wounds are. He replies that everything is fine, his wounds don't hurt. The student then asks the teacher when the opening ceremony will be in her honor. The girl keeps saying that she only danced for her master, so she wants a reward from him. She tells me that nothing will pay for her dance except spirit stones. The apprentice, seducing, asks the master if he agrees to do the welcoming ceremony. The young man, blushing, agrees. The protagonist gives the girl a ring, saying that gives her 50 million spirit stones, a welcoming ceremony, and covering all living expenses. After the guy's words, another female student enters the room. The apprentice pushes the girl away, saying she too wants the master to give her something. The girls are starting to fight. The students push the guy down. Then they lie on top of him, asking who he'll choose. The young man tries to push the girls away. He tries to justify himself by saying it was an accident. The protagonist kicks the girls out of his room. The head of the Zvero boys comes to the guy, saying that he came to check on him because he is worried about his health. The young man says that the old man obviously didn't come for that, as he is now being hunted by the three great sects in Mugur because of what happened in the tomb, also asking why they came up with a plan to destroy the great sects. The head replies that there are many reasons, because Wu Ger has long since earned the hatred of the people. After the conversation, the guy walks the old man out. He is called by the headmaster and asked when he will visit Shifeng Temple, because the head has already summoned all the officials to Baominyuan. The young man runs away, saying that as soon as he is done with his business, he will definitely visit the temple. In the Tianyuan forest, resting the phoenix that the guy left behind, the protagonist suddenly appears in front of the bird. At this point, he disperses the beasts. He brags to the guy that all the animals in the forest are now his subordinates. The young man praises the phoenix, telling it to come with him. Qingjian's sect estate. A bird asks the protagonist if he should kill everyone. The bird asks the protagonist if he should kill everyone. The monsters from the forest begin to attack the sect. The people inside are panicking, screaming that they're being attacked by monsters. The Master of Formations places a dome over the entire area. A wave of monsters collide with the dome, unsuccessfully trying to break through. The young man sees the dome and uses the breakthrough technique, after which the dome collapses. The protagonist comes to the enemies, saying that everyone can stay unharmed. The enemies ask what he wants. The protagonist replies that he only wants one thing: the dissolution of the Qingjian sect. The head replies to him that this is impossible because the sect has already been standing for generations. Moreover, Wu Ge has already set the rules. The young man replies that Wu Ge means nothing to him, using the pressure of his power on the old man. The old man falls to his knees, asking why he was doing all this. After all, the Qingjian sect was no threat to him. The boy remembers how the old man behaved in the tomb and gives him an ultimatum that if he doesn't want to dissolve the sect, he will trade the lives of his disciples for the stone tablet of the Qingjian sect. The old man disbanded the cult because he saw no way out. The protagonist jumps to the phoenix, asking why it is up, for they still have 2 great sects to visit. The bird asks his master why he is letting them go. The young man replies that he had no intention of killing the innocent, but if they won't take a chance, that's their choice. The disciples ask the old man if he would really dissolve the sect so easily. The elder replies that he is not going to dissolve the sect like this and will bring Zhang Chen's head to wash away the shame. After which he says he's going to Wu Pavilion. The young man arrived at the Long sect. The head of the sect comes out to the protagonist saying that he has heard that all the great sects have dissolved and he will dissolve his own tomorrow. The guy replies that he's not going to stop them from disbanding. He's here for a guy named Mu Xinyun. The man replies that the guy's already gone, and it was the Blazing Heaven Academy that he went to. Phoenix asks the guy if this is really the end, to which he replies, no. At that moment, the protagonist's apprentice appears and tells him through a communication technique that all the sects have united and they are waiting for him in the northern city. The protagonist says he knew this would happen. A young man reaches the city with his army of monsters, where everyone is united against him. The assembled elders say they cannot lose this war. The commander-in-chief takes the flag in his hands, shouting that someone like Zhang Chen should be executed because his hands are covered in blood. The protagonist addresses the unification, saying that he gave them all a chance and they didn't take it, which means they will die. The chief elder activates the defense barrier, after which he tells them that this defense formation will be able to protect them from the monsters. However, the guy will collapse it, at which point they will be able to attack him. However, the protagonist uses the spirit skill, Divine Hand, which destroys the formation in seconds. Enemies see their defenses fall. The boss orders everyone to attack the protagonist at once, because he must get a kick out of destroying the formation. Everyone starts attacking each other, leaving the battlefield full of corpses. The protagonist is surrounded by enemy masterminds. The young man provokes his opponents to attack. The enemies start attacking the guy using their strongest techniques. The disciples of the Union rejoice that their martyrs have come to battle the protagonist. Phoenix asks his master if he should deal with these insolent men. He replies that he will deal with them himself because he has not yet fully recovered. The protagonist uses the power of chakra. Bird is greatly surprised that he has cultivated a power that can destroy everything in its path. One of the old men is the first to rush out to attack the guy. The young man with one punch defeats the elder. The other elders decide to attack together, but the protagonist uses his avatar and grabs one of them with a vine. Another is attacked by a predatory flower. The old man screams, calling for the commander-in-chief to help him. The head of the Union saves the old man from the flower by cutting the stem. Proto takes some serious damage from the avatar's damage. The enemy turns to the guy, saying that he and his town and troops will kill him today. The young man asks why the man has been hiding for so long, and now he has decided to show up. The man tells the protagonist that he waited until he used up all his energy to finish him off. The Union troops are jubilant at the joining of the main to the battle. The protagonist combines his spirit Tao with his chakra, revealing his second avatar, after which he asks the enemy what he can do in front of his phoenix. The disciples see their master from far away, beginning to praise him. The elder cannot believe what he has seen and asks the protagonist how he was able to awaken 2 Tao spirits. The young man attacks the old man with his phoenix, telling him to surrender. The one answers him that he is a Lord Stage cultivator who is about to know the Supremacy Stage and is not going to give up so easily. Whereupon the Commander-in-Chief begins to attack back. The two forces begin to fight for supremacy. The man starts mocking the guy's Phoenix, saying the guy can't overpower his Suzaku Phoenix. The guy tells the Elder to take a better look. The protagonist's avatar then begins to absorb the enemy spirit. The protagonist's avatar attacks the enemy after being absorbed. The guy steps on his opponent's throat, saying he's due a reward and he'll kill him quickly. After which he shouts that he is John Chen on behalf of Beigou, declaring that today is the end of the Wu sect. The beaten enemy, yelling at the guy, asks if he really wants to go against Wu Ge, because he won't let him get away with it. The protagonist replies that he doesn't care about him or his sect. The girl also remarks that although she is a member of Wu Zhou, she has made her choice. After which the protagonist kills the chief elder. Mayor tells the teacher that she will definitely take care of him. The young man at this moment thinks that his student has a lot of secrets. After which the protagonist, leaving, tells the girl that they will discuss it later. The protagonist comes to the battlefield and tells the enemy army that their commander is dead, and if they surrender, they will not die. Opponents drop their weapons, saying they are surrendering. The young man turns to the girl, asking her who she really is. The other apprentice sees the master looking seriously at the other Meyer. She comes closer, wondering what she might have done wrong. The girl replies to the guy that there's no point in hiding anything now. She asks him if he has heard of the Xinghai constellation, the Qianming family. The boy recalls that he had heard of this family 3,000 years ago. The girl asks her if she's talking about the family, she says, which may be comparable to the forces of Wu's sect. Whereupon she replies that she is the eldest daughter of the Star family. When the student asks why she has a different surname, all of her family members hold unimaginably high positions, and their main residence, Linlan Wentian, is near the Sea of Starry Blue. The young man tells the girl that she knew there that he would fight Wu Ge, and from now on his attitude towards her will know no mercy. To which the girl replies that isn't that fair, since she was hoping that the protagonist could defeat Wu Ge. The protagonist thinks it smells of family secrets. However, she has helped him many times, and he doesn't think she has bad intentions. Then he leaves and says he hopes everything she said is true, adding that if she betrays him, he'll kill her himself. The girl gets down on her knees, saying she will never betray the master's trust. 3 days later, in the protagonist's room, Meyer looks at the master and thinks it's not a sin to be called his apprentice. The young man thinks that in the past few days, his cultivation has grown a lot, and the next stage is within reach. The pretty girl climbs on top of the guy, asking him if his cultivation has dried up. To which he replies that she's fine. It's just that if someone would dance for him to know the next stage, then maybe his anger would be extinguished. The girl seducing the guy begins to ask what he wants to see dance, because she knows a lot of ancient dances as well as striptease. Then she says she already knows what kind of dance she wants to see the main character get a little naked. Also thinking that this time she will be able to woo him. Belle stumbles at the end of the dance, but the protagonist catches her. Afterwards, she asks if the master liked her dance. They're interrupted by the principal breaking into the room. He and the other elders see the young man embrace the student. That's when they realize they've come at the wrong time. Then slam the door shut, apologizing for interrupting the moment. The main character, with a girl on his shoulders, flies out of the room, screaming for them to come back. A couple moments later, everyone is standing in front of the guy. The young man asks those who have come why they have come. Those tell that Luo Tianzhong is simply furious and demands that he appear in Beigou City. The man says that the boy should go to Seifang Jinhe. Only there he will be safe. After all, he can't protect him because he's too weak. The young man wondered if Wen Tian was so strong that even these three couldn't handle him. The protagonist asks what is the power of this whippersnapper. The director replies that his cultivation base is very similar to the demonic cult leader Mo Yuan. The protagonist asks why they are helping him. The protagonist asks why they are helping him, and they reply that time will come and he will understand the reason, but for now it is better for him to know only that they are on his side. The young man thinks that there is no point in lying to the old men with their power, and that he will be safe at the Seifang Temple because Wu Ge's powers do not apply there. Proto says goodbye to the allies, saying he hopes they will meet again. The allies also say goodbye to the guy with the hope that they will meet again. The protagonist tells his female students to call John Lee, and they leave. He also contacts the Phoenix, saying he will follow him to the temple. Guy thinks he's gonna deal with his new enemy. 3 for afterward, the protagonist and his students arrive at the gates of the city. The students show that they are very tired from the road. The young man tells them that as soon as they get to the city, they can have a good rest. The protagonist group reaches the city and rests in a tavern. The girl asks the teacher that they went to the Shifang Temple through Qinchuan. Proto recalls that Qinchuan is the hometown of the owner of the body and the fat man. Meyer asks the master if he is really from the Chuanzhong family. After all, the strength of this family is comparable to Baidi City, so how did the guy join the Guangzhou sect? Proto replies that he doesn't care about his family. Then the fat man starts shouting that he shouldn't talk like that because he is the young master of the Jian family. He says the guy's father had no choice but to send him to a cult. Proto recalls that the father of this body loved him very much. The guy looks at the protagonist and the fat man and starts mocking them, calling them beggars and saying that he didn't expect anything else from those who were cast out of the family. The girl starts to resent the guy's words, but Meyer stops her saying that it's up to their master. Fatty says the main character will return to the family sooner rather than later. However, they start laughing at him, calling him an idiot. The guy claims to be the young master of the Jian family. The fat man starts to claim that only Jian Chen is the lord of the family. The protagonist at this time thinks he doesn't care about the family, but since they are so important to the guy, he will help him return to it. The boy starts calling the fat man names, calling him a dog that follows the protagonist, and says that such scum like them cannot see the return to the family. The main character looks at the guy and tells him that it doesn't matter what the freaks say, because he will always be on his side. John Li attacks Zhang Luyang, saying that since the boss is on his side, he has nothing to fear. The guy, seeing this, starts to mock the fat man, saying that the scum of the other and did not expect because he is at the master stage and what he can do to him. After which he orders John to finish them off. The old man attacks the guy, telling him to die. However, the old man gets a punch in from the fat man, and from one blow he flies off into the wall, losing consciousness. The young man doesn't understand how it happened. Lee asks the protagonist what his opponent said because he didn't hear him. The protagonist replies that it doesn't matter, because he shouldn't care about the words of such a freak. The guy thinks that the protagonist remained the same idiot because they just got lucky. Then begins to gloat, telling the fat man that he's not happy yet because he hasn't defeated him yet. After which Lee punches the kid. The one also flies into the wall to his buddy. The guy cheerfully tells our hero that he has dealt with the insolent men. However, the fat man is attacked in the back by someone. After the blow, the enemy pushes the guy away, while the hero runs to the fat man. After which he asks Wang Jin why he is doing here since he is not from the Jian family. The enemy replies that although he is not from the Jian family, he is the young master's protector, and they will die for insulting him. After which the kid orders the protector to kill the protagonist and everyone who came with him. The apprentice asks the master if she should intervene. The apprentice asks the master if she should intervene. The apprentice asks the master if she should intervene. The kid remarks that he hasn't seen such beautiful girls around him. Then he says he's just short of 2 concubines, and why not just give them to him since his father also whimpered in his grandfather's lap before he died. The protagonist clutches at his heart, asking the battered heir what he means. After which he remembers his father, and all the good times with him were there but taking care of him. The protagonist feels all the anger and resentment of the body's owner, after which he begins to emit a strong energy calling out to Mayor. The kid, seeing the protagonist's power, realizes that he has awakened the immortal symbol of the family. The girl starts dancing, which increases the power of her teacher. John Chen asks the heir that since his father is dead, let him give one reason why he can keep him alive. The kid looks at the protagonist and thinks that his potential is terrifying, and there is no one who can stop him. After which he orders his defenders to kill the protagonist. Opponents begin to attack the young man. The disciples warn the master, saying that the souls of these protectors are the souls of the twin Tao. They are closely related to each other and can merge into one. However, the young man replies that no such creatures have yet appeared that can overpower the dragon and the phoenix. At that moment, the phoenix soul attacks the enemy without giving him a chance to do anything. The enemy gets hit and flies into the wall to his comrades. The protagonist directs an attack towards the opponents, addressing the heir, saying that today will be the date of his death. However, the 2 guards use the soul fusion technique, after which their soul Tao unites the form of the fox shifter. Jian Chen, looking at this technique, mockingly said that such a cheap trick would not work on him. After the young man's words, his phoenix pierces the werewolf's chest, killing his opponent with a single blow. The heir, watching his guards die, can't understand how this can be true. The boy begins to beg for his life, threatening that his family will take revenge on John Chen for his murder. The apprentices begin to persuade the master not to kill the guy because they have an obelisk of the soul, and if he dies, they will immediately find out about it and will announce a hunt for them. The frightened kid starts to give in to the female students. However, the protagonist still kills the heir despite the warnings. After the guy dies, his obelisk is destroyed, and the head of the family sees it. The head asks who dared to kill his grandson. The old man sees a projection of the protagonist, who says that he killed the guy and he'll be next. The head, angered, scatters the message, cursing John Chen. Some old man hears that the chapter is angry about our hero and is glad he's still alive. He leaves with the thoughts that he must find him and protect him. The student begins to question the guy, hoping he realizes that there's no way the family will stop harassing them. A young man asks the girls if they are afraid. The girls reply that the people who will come will be very powerful, for they will not leave the death of their young master so easily. Someone knocks on the door, distracting the female students, while the young man thinks that for the moment, he can use Xuan Huang's power and forbidden techniques in emergency situations. An old man enters the room and asks if John Chen is here. The girls warily ask the old man who he is and what he wants. The guy thinks he was familiar with the owner of the body, telling girls not to be so rude to him. The elder sees the young man and falls into his lap, introducing himself as Situ Butsa, rejoicing that he has found him. The protagonist notes that in his memories, he was the protector of the Jian family and was a middle-aged man with a steely spirit. The young man asks the elder what he is doing here. The old man, remorseful, replies that after the death of Jian Chen's father, his cousin took over his head, and he blundered when he failed to protect John's main lineage. Everyone was surprised at the old man's words, saying that even in ordinary families, if there were a couple of powerful people, such cruel things would not happen. The guy says it's not the elder's fault and wants him to tell what happened. The old man says that after the family sent Jian Chen to Guangjun, his father's position was shaken, and the Council of Elders decided to summon the Supreme Elder to kill his father, thus removing him as the head of the family. Afterward, under a ridiculous pretext, they exiled the family protector and set up a killing seal and destroyed his family. The old man starts crying while continuing to say that by the time he realized something, it was already too late. He would give his life if his seed were alive. After the protagonist listened to the elder, he told him that he would handle everything. Guy says that the Jian family has taken too many innocent lives, and he always puts the interests of others before his own. The students look at each other and sigh in agreement with the master. Young connects with the phoenix. He says he needs to do something to prepare his blood. The bird replies that he'll be right there and asks him not to do anything stupid. The young man is using a forbidden technique, saying that revenge is not waiting. A pillar of light emanating from Jiang Chen pierces the sky, crosses the universe, after which it lands in another world on a meditating man. He rejoices, saying that this technique can only be used by his king. Then he emits a lot of energy and says that Yao Yan hurries to help him and fills his body with his spiritual energy. The protagonist begins to absorb power, increasing his cultivation. The others present can't believe what they are seeing. Meyer thinks she has never seen such a person who knows so many powerful and rare techniques. The old man thinks if the kid's dad was here, he'd be proud of him. The apprentice notices that the young man has comprehended the heavens themselves. The protagonist, after leveling up, thinks he can now use the breath of the underworld and the breath of heaven each 3 times. He takes one step and moves to the John family's estate. People rush out of the gate and head asking who dared to invade their territory. The protagonist says he is John Chen and he has come to bring justice for the lives they took. The old man starts yelling, saying that the guy's got a nerve for daring to come here after killing his grandson. After which, Jiang Chen starts to attack. The young man kills the old man with one blow. He falls down and says he can't believe he's gonna die at the hands of a scumbag like that. The guy approaching the others, saying they're next. They start saying he can't be so cruel because they're all from the same family. The protagonist kills each one, saying that if they're his seed, he'd rather be an orphan. After killing everyone, the hero runs out of strength and starts to fall. Then he moves back to his students and the old man, saying that if justice does not exist, he himself is ready to take up the sword and fight for the good of all. Meyer catches the master, saying that he used too many forbidden techniques and his body couldn't withstand such a load. It is urgent to help him. Phoenix flies over to them and tells them to get out of the room. Then he spits blood at the guy and the student who was holding him. The girl starts calling the bird a chicken, to which the Phoenix says that if it were not for him, the guy would play chess with the forefathers. Meyer notices that by absorbing the blood, the teacher's body is healed. Bird starts to say no thanks or he'll get embarrassed. The apprentice punches the Phoenix without letting him finish. The girl tells her to look at the master. They see the main character floating and emitting a strong energy. The bird tells that it is an awakening blessing, and according to legends, You can get it if you bathe in special blood. Looking at the guy, the phoenix sees that he has awakened the immortal scarlet flame, after which he is caught by another student pushing Mayor away. The young man wakes up and asks what all the fuss they're making. The bird starts yelling at the young man, saying that he is an idiot because he almost killed himself, because he barely had time to save him, and he was lucky that he awakened the immortal form of the phoenix. But now he's lying in his mother's arms, in the arms of his student. A while later, the old man asks the guy what they will do now that everyone is talking about the collapse of the Jian family. The young man replies that he will go to the manor to get something. The elder says that the boy's father was proud of him, but the Jian family's loyal dogs are already after his head. Jiang Chen says it's not just the family that's following him. Lin Lan also came after him. Lan asks Jiang Chen that given the situation, something he is in no hurry to go to him. The young man replies that all in good time. He then turns to the female disciples and tells them to take the fat man and leave, because they will only be in the way, as Lin Lan only came for him. The guy comes out and asks his enemy what brought Lan himself to him. He answers that it is not enough that he killed his son, so how dare he speak to him like that? Jiang Chen replies that everyone should get what they deserve and asks if he only came to him for a paytom. The man says it looks like he has no choice but to kill the guy, then attacks the protagonist asking if he has any last words. The protagonist replies that he is sorry to be stuck here with him because he has more important things to do. However, the guy is saved from being hit. Then the other masters on Jiang Chen's side come and tell him to go to Shifang Temple. The man tells the enemy that the divine continent is not his property, so he can do whatever he wants. The enemy responds by getting out of the way because he will spare no one. The allies push the guy away, telling him to leave because he won't last a minute against the enemy. The young man thanks the old men, saying that he will definitely repay them the next time they meet. The protagonist, leaving, tells the others to all leave because these three can handle themselves. The guy is stopped by people saying that he will not run away because he must pay for the extermination of his family. The old man jumps forward, telling them to leave, he can handle the new enemies himself. Jiang Chen agrees and walks forward with his students. The enemies try to catch up with them, but the old man stops the enemies, saying that he had given his whole life to protect the Jian family, but today it was time to settle the score with them. A fierce battle begins. As Jiang Chen runs away with his students, the girl asks what they will do next. The young man senses the people from the Jian family approaching and tells the others to go ahead. However, the female students begin to ask what about the master, what he is going to do. He starts yelling at them, telling them to stop talking and leave, or the ponies will die with him. Phoenix takes everyone away and answers the guy that he'll take them away, after which the hero is caught up. The enemy says the young man runs fast, but he is faster, and threatens to kill the protagonist. The enemy begins to prepare to attack. The guy starts attacking, saying that such a pathetic scum can't take his life. The enemy, responding, says that he understands the guy's audacity because he knows celestial martial arts, but killing him will be no harder than taking candy from a child. Then he attacks. A strong punch lands for the protagonist. The young man flies back to the tree while the enemy asks him, does he really think martial arts can notice the power of a particular level of cultivation? The protagonist replies that he's had good luck with it. The adversary asks the guy if he's out of his mind when he dies and kills him. The guy says that the enemy is right. It is not easy to compensate for the huge difference between levels. However, he was not going to fight him using his teleportation technique. The enraged enemy screams and starts cursing Jiang Chen. Having teleported, the guy looks at the nearest town and thinks it's better to recover now, and then he'll find out where he's been thrown. 3 days later, the young man, meditating, thinks that the immortal form of the Scarlet Phoenix lives up to its fame because thanks to it, he has fully recovered in just 3 days. A guy walking through the city, listening to the conversations of passers-by, and realizes that the rumors of the battle in Losheng have not yet reached here. He spots a busy place and heads there thinking he won't be found there. A random girl grabs a guy by the sleeve, inviting him over. The protagonist, embarrassed, replies that he just wanted to know more about Wu Zhou since he wanted to go there. The girl replies that she heard that Wu Zhou was seriously injured in the last battle and they stopped recruiting students. The young man thinks that since Lin Lan is injured, he underestimated the strength of the group. The girl at that moment suggests that he go to her brothel. The guy refuses, saying he doesn't have any money and he has to go now. The girl says Qinchuan Manor is hundreds of miles away. What's more, there's chaos there as they say that a traitor has killed a lot of people and practically wiped out the John family. The protagonist thinks it's no wonder they don't have time to pursue him. The girl presses the guy's hand to her chest, saying that lack of money is not a problem. If he wants to have a good time, then let him just say so. After which all the brothel girls pounce on him, dragging him to their place. A while later, the guy comes out of there grabbing his lower back. Then someone grabs him by the shoulder, asking him to stop. The young man, frightened, thinks he has been found or is about to be raped. However, it was the kid who asked him if he's heading to the Celestial Academy. Jiang Chen throws the guy's arm off his shoulder, saying that he scared him because he thought he was going to be raped, and no, he's not going to the academy. The annoying guy asks if he's headed to Seifang Temple. Jiang Chen stops and asks the kid what this has to do with him and why he's bothering him. Jiang Chen stops and asks him what this guy has to do with him and why he's following him. The young man asks the protagonist if he can go with him since it's on their way. The young man asks the protagonist if he can go with him. Jiang Chen replies that Song should get off his back, thinking he doesn't have time to cover for some fool since he's on the run. The kid started catching up to the protagonist, asking him to wait. After 3 days of traveling, the protagonist arrives at the temple. Song marvels that they reached the temple so quickly. Jiang Chen tells him that he's fed up with him because he won't shut up the whole way. The boy grabs the young man by the sleeve, suggesting that he go to the store because they sell rare talismans. Some passers-by start taunting the guys, saying they're rednecks and let them pass. The kid replies that there's plenty of room to pass, while Jiang Chen thinks that wherever he goes, he meets arrogant bastards like this. Then the kid starts saying they're not stupid pigs in a pen. Why can't they just pass? They start to resent and lash out at the kid. Then Song says that it looks like the Tao's soul also has the form of pigs, and therefore they can't control it. Then he lets them pass. A group of resentful people start attacking the guy. However, he asks them to stop and wait because he wants to read the booklet. Then he begins to read, and during the battle, the tyrant uttered a phrase that still lives in the minds of men. If you want to fight, go ahead. Cast aside your miserable fear. Destroy all your enemies. Bow your heads, you miserable insects. Guys hearing this don't know what to do. Then they decide to leave talking to each other, saying that it's better to leave so that they don't pick up the polo smartness of this fool. Sleep doesn't understand why they left if they wanted to fight. The protagonist leaves saying he's bailing because the guy thinks too long. However, Song grabs the hand of the protagonist, saying that he must repay him for bringing him to the temple and asks him to go with him because he feels the breath of the deities. While Jiang Chen doesn't understand what the kid is talking about. The young men come to some mountain, after which the boy says that they have come, and then he feels the divine breath. The protagonist thinks the guy is very strong since he can feel his breath, asking if he knows whose breath it is. He replies that he can't determine exactly who that trail belongs to. The young man puts his hand on the ground to determine whose mark it is, thinking that this aura is familiar to him, for when he lived in the realm of the 9 heavens, and he is sure that it is. Then the protagonist says it's the god Tianyang. The kid replies that it's weird because it's a pretty useless deity. The protagonist notes that the guy's not afraid of anything if he talks about gods like that. Lan Song starts to ask the young man annoyingly if he will leave and if they will have to break up. Jian Chen doesn't understand how people put up with such an annoying guy. Then they hear someone's voice saying to move. The kid thinks it's the people from Siphon Temple. When they get there, they see people fighting. Jiang Chen says that they actually came first, but there are other people here besides them. Maybe they will just leave. Song replies that they won't leave because these treasures were left to him by his master. The young man says that since they are students of the academy, he is sure that prudence prevails. So he will simply tell them that they came first and ask them to leave. The guy tries to tell people that they came first, but no one listened to him and continued the fight, after which they argue and threaten each other with violence. Jiang Chen interrupts the fight, saying that they seem to be students of the academy, but are acting like children, noting that they were the first to find the hidden breath. The disciples ask him if this is a deceptive maneuver and which academy he is from. The protagonist asks those if they want to settle things peacefully. The students start laughing at him, telling him to go take a walk in the woods and not interfere with the adults to solve their business. Song feeds to intercede, however Jiang Chen stops him, saying that they will go and let those continue their morass. Then he says that if his memory serves him correctly, Tianyan used the martial arts of Sanqian Dayan. The boy replies that he is right because this god was famous for his fiery martial arts. The protagonist, as he leaves, says he's going to check something out. As he takes off, he sees a vortex of energy. The protagonist attacks the mountain where he saw the energy. The kid watching this, laughing, says he's a genius. The academy people start yelling at the guy, threatening him that they're not going to let it go. The young man answers them saying that it's a pity because none of them could take away the divine breath, because it's impossible, asking why Tinian Academy decided to deceive everyone. The disciple replies that it doesn't matter anymore because now he is finished. After which he attacks the young man. Jiangchun replies that it's too bad they didn't want to settle things peacefully. After attacking the enemy, unable to withstand the power of the blow, flies back to his group of students. Ego is caught by a guy the protagonist met near the store and starts shouting that he let them go there, and they dare to come back to him and injure his brothers. The protagonist replies that those are pretty loud words, son. Getting angry, starts yelling that whoever he called a fool. The kid, still yelling, says they're the ones who let them go. Jiang Chun thinks that Lon Song is a real piece of work, and you never know what he might do. The disciple says if they want to die, he'll let them. Sleep is starting to get angry with a strong energy, after attacking enemies with his energy. After taking some serious damage, the apprentice asks the guy why he's pretending to be an idiot with that kind of power. The protagonist begins to realize that it is not surprising that he can feel the divine breath, even from a great number of kilometers away. Afterwards, Sona is attacked by a guy saying that outsiders shouldn't interfere in the academy squabbles. The protagonist stops the punch, saying that his opponent is not him. Then he turns to his companion and tells him to go away. He will deal with him himself. The young man thanks his savior. The protagonist tells his opponent that since he's a disciple of the Saifan Temple, he's giving him a chance to just leave. The disciple rejects Zhang Chun's suggestion, telling him to attack. The guy starts attacking the young man, the attack colliding with him, forming an explosion. Zhang Chen, unharmed, takes off after the explosion, after which he attacks his opponent. The guy takes damage from the attack and falls to the ground. Jiang Chen comes down and tells Song to go get the treasure. The defeated man pulls out a cylinder and fires it into the sky. The young men see lights in the air. After Jiang Chen realizes it's a flare while his companion thinks it's fireworks. The protagonist thinks and asks God to save and preserve his soul, and if he brought him a tip, let it be fast because he can't take this green-headed dumbass anymore. The enemy starts laughing and gloating, saying that the two of them are finished. After that, a lot of people from the academy come in. The protagonist says they have no choice, but is interrupted by a companion saying he has no choice but to save himself. The young man wonders if he misheard. The guy tells him to save himself while he buys time. However, the protagonist hits the guy without letting him finish talking. Then he takes him and runs away, saying that why did he think they would fight at all? The students start asking the older man what happened here. He replies that the two men wanted to steal the treasure, but as soon as everyone arrived, they left. Two groups of students prepare to fight for the treasure. The two youths are watching this while hiding in a tree nearby. The green-haired one says that Zhang Chen is very clever because he didn't think they could escape, to which the protagonist replies that it was not an escape, but a tactical retreat. He observes the fight and tells them that the moment everyone is exhausted from the mauling, they will quickly get the treasure. At this point, the two representatives cross their blades, urging each other to back off, after which one of them makes a strong attack on the opponent. The defeated man begins to say that let's say he kills him and what's next, because the academy will haunt his killer for life. At that moment, the protagonist and his partner appear, saying that since they have played, he will repeat that the treasure belongs to them. The opponents begin to threaten, saying that they have come back for nothing because there are only two of them and they have a lot of people. The protagonist asks his companion if he would have any trouble nailing everyone to the ground. He replies that he is the strongest in his martial arts and no one is his equal. The guy uses his energy to nail all opponents to the ground. Then he turns to the young man, saying that everything is ready, but he better hurry up because he will not last long. A guy walks into a crevice in the mountain and sees the treasure. At this point, Sleep loses his strength, unable to restrain others. The leaders of the group start ordering the others to kill the guys because they must not let them take the treasure. The protagonist, flying out, grabs the companion and begins to run away. Opponents can't catch up to them, start to wonder why he's so fast. Sleep asks the guy to put him down on the ground, to which he replies that they haven't left the forest yet. The guy starts throwing up, and the young man starts yelling at him to stop because he's about to throw him down. However, the companion senses the stealthy attack and covers the young man with himself. The protagonist lowers his partner, saying he will find a safe place. However, he is interrupted by the attacker, saying they have finally met. The attacker turns out to be Mu Xing Yun, who says that the young man is quite rude for not even saying hello to an old friend. After that, but attacks the guy and his companion. The protagonist uses talismans to fend off the attack. Then he runs away thinking that if it wasn't for the wounded son, he would have kicked that bastard's ass. After arriving at a safe place, the young man asks his partner how he is feeling. He replies that he is not feeling well and asks if he is going to die. The guy says he's not afraid of death, but he wants to know something, and asks if they were friends or not. Jiang Chun tearfully replies that of course they were friends, whereupon he joyfully jumps up, and he says that the master was right and he made a friend, and for a friend you can give your life. At this time, the students arrive at the academy and are greeted by the master. After that, the students say that they were attacked by two guys from unknown academies, took the treasure. They also wounded every student from two academies. The master listened to his protégés and told them that if the two of them turned out to be students of the Divine Academy, they would be severely punished for attempting to attack students of other academies. The young men approach the academy, and Song tells them that before he left, Master had instructed him to train his cultivation at the Divine Academy. As they get closer to the gate, they are spotted by one student. This guy's name is Wan and he starts asking the guys how dare they show up here. They reply that why not, because they are also students of the academy. Wan tells them that if they are really students of the academy, then let them prepare for severe punishment, while the other guy Li Si shouts to keep an eye on them because he will go report to the head of the academy about their arrival. The guy starts indignantly asking what they did that they should be punished. The apprentice replies that they have crippled half the students at the academy. Sleep, shouting, says it's a lie because they were the first to attack them, and they were the first to discover that mountain. The foreman comes in and interrupts the guys' argument. The old man begins to say that as students of the same academy, they should treat their brothers better if some treasures are worth killing their brothers. The protagonist responds that naked older brothers and lover of his neighbors, what an abomination. The old man, starting to use force, shouts that how dare he say such things? Such insolence like him that put themselves above others are not worthy to carry the title of students of the academy. After which he attacks the guys. The apprentice offers the master the option that since they are no longer apprentices, let them give up the treasure. The elder agrees with the apprentice's words and demands the treasure be returned to them. The protagonist replies that he never wanted to be a student of such a pathetic academy where a bunch of underlings calling themselves elders humiliate you. The dream says that he realized what was going on because the academy is divided into two temples, the Temple of Heaven and the Temple of Earth, as well as the outer and inner gates. The old man is the head of the outer gate, which is why his master never mentioned him. The old man asks what makes him think that, to which the guy replies that the other chapters are great soul men, and he looks far unfriendly. The elder, angry at the boy's words, starts shouting and threatening, saying that he must not have been flogged enough. If he can't keep his mouth shut, now he will teach him a lesson. However, he is attacked by someone preventing him from attacking the guy. They are joined by all three heads. But the head of the Temple of Heaven shouts at the old man, asking who gave him the right to punish his nephew and the righteous man of our academy. The others are puzzled by the head's words. The guys can't believe that one of them is a righteous man and the other is the nephew of the head of the Temple of Heaven. Afterwards, the man apologizes to the guys for the old man's incompetent behavior. The guys say that apologizing won't get them anything. The man ponders that he cannot fall into the disfavor of the boy master, nor can he fall foul of the reverend. The head replies to the guys that the old man will get the harshest punishment possible. The old man jumps up and starts yelling that they're trying to trick the elder, and that doesn't give them the right to maim the students of any of the temples or gates. The man still passes a sentence stating that he is stripped of his status as head of the outer gate and will be punished in the dungeon. Also, all the disciples involved will spend 1 month in detention. After the head's words, the old man throws himself at his feet, saying that he can't do that to him because he has devoted his whole life to the academy. The head, pointing at the guys, says that the old man is still lucky because if they wanted his head, he would have done without a second thought. Brought it to them. The young men jokingly say that the punishment is really too lenient. After their words, the man approaches the old man saying, "Since they wanted it then." But the old man at that moment starts shouting that he accepts the punishment, whatever it is, after which the head leaves with Jiang Chun and his companion. They thank the head for helping them. He replies that no one deserves to be treated like that, especially his nephew and the reverend. The protagonist says that as far as he knows, the head has made contracts with some of his companions. He replies that they have already entered the inner gate right after them and asks if he can take him to them. The protagonist replies that he doesn't need to, and in fact, he wants to get to the academy sooner rather than later, and about the treasure, he will give it to the head. The head thanks the guy, saying he can feel at home at the academy. Then the man says that the boys will have to pass a small test because that's the rule. The boys say it's no problem. 10 days later in the protagonist's training cave, a young man cultivates inside the cave. After that, he tries to use the life force concentration technique. However, he's not able to focus his energy properly. He realizes he can't shape it without using divine techniques. Jiang Chun comes out of the cave after failing and sees the most difficult of divine trials going on in the sky. He notices the trial coming toward him. He then sees that on a cloud of lightning, sleep greets him. Then the guy cheerfully says it's test time. Jiang Chun yells at him to stay away from him. However, the guy throws himself at the protagonist, hugging him, saying that today is a great day for a challenge. After which a stream of lightning strikes them. The other students at the academy see that there is a trial in the sky. The students start running, saying they need to warn the others so they don't get killed by the test. Afterward, they see Sleep and the protagonist looking at the lightning bolts. The kid uses his technique to share the ordeal, saying he wants to share it with the rest of us. The guy leaves and says it's a gift. Jiang Chen yells back that he's an idiot. The other students can't believe that he shared the challenge with the help of his avatar. The protagonist enters the lightning stream, saying that he will remind Sonu of this prank, and quietly strengthens his body with the challenge. The others looking at it all can't understand where they got these two monsters from in the academy. After the trial is over, Jiang Chun says that he is almost done purifying his body, yet sees in the sky the heavenly eye. One student says they're finished, but the protagonist flies to the eye and slices it with one punch. The heads look at this and say they got these two into the academy for a reason. The protagonist, descending, says that now as he has cleansed the body, he will be able to concentrate his life energy. Then he sees the phoenix, flying towards him. He tells that the fat man was seriously injured by a member of the Jian clan, Zhu Qin. John Lu's house. Jiang Chun asks where Zhu Qing is now. The student replies that he is on the third peak. The young man leaves, but the phoenix tries to stop him, saying that he is acting too impulsively because his opponent is not weak. However, Phoenix realizes he can't stop the guy because he doesn't even listen to him. The young man comes to the third peak, then destroys the top, telling the enemy to come out. Getting up, the guy says that he didn't expect Jane Chen to come to him, but he's still willing to teach him a lesson. The protagonist asks if he hurt John Lu. He replies that this guy didn't want to bow in his presence, so he taught him a lesson. The protagonist runs at the enemy. However, the enemy evades by calling for his Guqin. Once summoned, it begins attacking the protagonist. Young blocks a jab and asks the one, and that's all he can do. The enemy then summons the horseman with his instrument. The protagonist calls out his Guqin, saying that he will show how it should be used. It shreds riders with a single sound wave. The enemy does not understand how the guy could so easily defeat his riders because he is the best of his kind. The protagonist summons his warriors and attacks the enemy. Warriors deal heavy damage to the enemy by piercing them. The protagonist tells Zhu Qing that he won't kill him, but taking away cultivation as he reads it would be merciful. The one saying that in all those years of learning how to play the Guqini, this was the first time he had been so easily destroyed. After which the protagonist kills the enemy. The Jian clan's eldest son, John Mu Luo, felt the killing. A few days later, the girl calls out to the protagonist saying that John Lu is awake. The guy asks the fat guy why he didn't fight back. The young man keeps asking how he could injure him like this. Phoenix looks behind him and hopes that the boy won't let John Chen down. The student starts to say that his wounds have not healed yet. However, the young man interrupts her, saying that his wounds will heal. But what good is that if he has such an attitude towards himself? The kid replies that his father is John Zhu Qing's servant, and he can't fight again. The protagonist walks away and asks him why he trains if he's been in the service his whole life. Phoenix explains to the fat man that Jiang Chen also hates him because he can't turn from iron into steel, also asking him what exactly he will do in the future. He remembers that before he followed John Chen, he was just a servant of the family, but now he relies on him for protection. He remembers that before following John Chen, he was just a family servant, but now he relies on him for protection. Then he says that he wants to rid his parents of their servant status and restore the giant family. The young man hearing this thinks that John Lu really did not disappoint him. Then he hands over the text, saying that as long as he wants it, nothing is impossible. Fatty thanks the protagonist for giving him the pinnacle of the human race's teachings, King's Landing. Phoenix sees it as an honor to be the young man's companion. The protagonist says goodbye while the students wonder why he just walks away. Then they seized him, asking him if he had taken them as apprentices to use them, noting that he had taught them nothing. The protagonist replies to the girls that since they have this issue, then they will go back to the cave and he will train them well so they don't worry about it. The beauties readily agree. From the cave, you can hear the girl screaming, saying it's not good for people to see this in broad daylight. The girl asks if this method will really help her. The young man replies that although they specialize in mental strength, they can't neglect physical training, and when she is able to free herself from the ropes, it will be considered that the training has been completed. The other beauty asks what about her and how she should be treated. The protagonist, fiercely shouting, replies that this pillar is just for practicing martial dance. When she can meld it, then her dance will be considered for advancement to the next level. After which he leaves and emphasizes that it's all for their own good. As he exits the cave, he is called out by an elder. He tells that the court has ordered that their school will move up a level and a leader must be appointed to receive the promotion assignment. The boy asks what this has to do with him. The head explains that Ling Lan personally called his name and asked for an extra promotion task. Otherwise, their school would be downgraded. The young man thinks that this old man has already received sulfur wounds, yet he has the strength to attack him. The head adds that Wu Go has already said that if he doesn't come, then he will get rid of Kwangzun School by ignoring orders. The elder says that they can stall for time. However, Jiang Chen replies that despite his good intentions, there is no point in hiding. Luxury homes in the city of Guofan. The young man came to the city and noticed Luo Tian in the crowd, thinking that he didn't expect to meet him here because he had destroyed him many times. He was also surprised that Ling Lan was willing to spend his energy to restore his cultivation. Two young boys are running near the young man, discussing some kind of competition. The protagonist doesn't understand what the competition is, but decides to go watch. When he arrives, he sees a young beauty who sits in the arena with her spirit. The protagonist realizes he's a spiritual summoner, and they're pretty rare. Also notes that the girl has an unusual talent that is very suitable for her to be his student. The girl says she'll marry whoever can beat her. Luo Tian enters the arena saying that this ring must have been prepared for him. He continues to boast of his ancestry. The girl replies that he is an illegitimate son, his pavilion has been dissolved, and his master seriously injured, so he does not deserve to marry her. The guy, angry, attacks the girl, saying he will look at her when she marries him. Beauty tries to block the attack with her spirit warrior. Cheeky breaks through the defense, though. Afterward, he attacks again. Jiang Chen notices that Luo Tian's fighting spirit has changed, thinking that he won't let the girl give up so easily. A girl begins to hear an ancient ghostly art. The guy grabs her hand, telling her to give her ring to him. At this time, the girl summons a powerful spirit, ordering it to remove the freak from the arena. He's afraid to admit defeat. However, the spirit attacks him, saying that he was ordered by his mistress to beat him up. After the punch, the guy flies into the air. The protagonist, satisfied with the spectacle, leaves, but the beauty notices him and suspects something. The protagonist comes to the temple and notices the statues, thinking that Wu Gei still has a habit of collecting sculptures of naked men. The statues say the guy's deadline has arrived. Jiang Chen tells them why they don't give him a promotion task. First, they will die if they attack him after all. Enemies attack the young man, screaming that they will kill him. The guy is using heavenly magic flame skills and destroys them all with one attack. After which he finds a scroll with a mission. Some man shows up and asks how dare he kill members of the Guofan City Temple. Just asks that they're going to kill him and he's not allowed to fight back. The man tells him that Wu Ge wants him dead, so he must die. It would be an honor for him, and starts attacking the protagonist. However, the guy throws back his opponent with a stream of his energy. The protagonist applies his avatar, saying that this would be the first time he used the Wanhua Divine Lamp. The man, realizing the avatar's power, begins to beg for mercy and begs for his life. The protagonist kills the enemy with an avatar's heavenly punishment. He runs out of strength and thinks that with his cultivation base, he can only use his lamp once. Then he notices someone telling him to show up. It was the girl from the arena. She is shaking with fear, says she is not the enemy. She asks if there's anything she can do to help him. The young man replies that she can help if she becomes his apprentice and then seals it. He faints and tells the beautiful woman to take him to the Temple of Siphon. Sometime later, the protagonist wakes up in his cave. A dream tells a guy that he knows he forced a girl to be his student. The guy asks how could he force her if he is going to teach her? The girl asks Jiang Chen if he asked her consent before teaching her. He replies that it doesn't matter since she is now his student. Belle asks if he will find a way to break her curse. The dream notes that if she doesn't marry before adulthood, she will die. The protagonist says, let them give him 3 days and he'll find a way to break the curse. The kid says there's no need for that, since they both drank the aphrodisiac and now they just have to continue in the room and the curse will be broken. Angry, the young man shoves the man out of the room. Then he sees a student asking him to help her because she is very hot. The teacher tries to stop the beauty. Outside the door of the room, Sun sprays more aphrodisiacs, saying that this potion was prepared by his master for support, and his clan makes the strongest aphrodisiacs. The girl pounces on the protagonist, saying he's too cold and she'll warm him up. Belle asks for help in breaking her curse. Jiang Chun sympathizes with his innocent body. 6 hours later, the guy walks out of the room. He is greeted by his apprentice's Fenyu, screaming, asking if she is not good enough for him. Meyer says that if the master wants her, he can come to her room, because her virginity is always kept for him. The protagonist starts screaming Sona's name so hard that the cave begins to shake. After coming out and seeing him, the guy starts telling Jiang Chen that he's just in time because he checked Tuntian's book and found out that his student wasn't cursed. The protagonist starts yelling at him, asking why he didn't say so earlier. In the moment, the young man asks if he heard correctly about Tuntian Temple. The boy replies that it's true that his faction belongs to the Paradise Palace and asks why he asked. The young man replies that he just had a flashback. The protagonist remembers his past antics, thinking that who would have thought the underworld really existed? Dream pulls out a picture of a guy he's heard rumors about and says the master said to find him and asks if he knows him. The young man replies that he has not seen him and is not familiar with him. The kid says it's weird because they look alike. The protagonist changes the subject by saying that, doesn't he say that his student isn't cursed or something? The kid explains that Jiang Chun has a new position and is a professor of spiritual cultivation of the divine pantheon, explaining that such people have attractive souls by nature that have an affinity with the yin sign, but eventually they are deprived of yang energy and die because of it, and Jiang Chen can help with the restoration of energy. The young man asks if this is a hint that he should thank Song. The kid says he doesn't want thanks. Their conversation is interrupted by Zhang Mu Luo shouting for them to come out. The guys come out and see Luo. Jiang Chen thinks that judging from his aura, he is the strongest spiritual master he has ever met. A guy asks the protagonist if he's the one who maimed Zhang Juqin, to which the guy replies that yes, he did. The guy says he's filed an appeal with the Academy's Supreme Assembly, and within 3 days, they have to meet in a deadly duel in the ring, and those who don't show up for the duel are out of the Academy. The protagonist replies that he will wait for the fight. The guy leaving says that in 3 days, he will go to meet his creator. The boy scolds the protagonist, saying that he doesn't understand how he can defeat this opponent. The boy replies that he can win, and that is a fact. He thinks he can't use his first-class avatar because it would complicate matters. The dream says that if the guy was the young man from the portrait, then he would be able to take him to the ruins of the Tower of Paradise. The protagonist admits that the guy in the drawing is him. The kid says that's where we should have started. He pulls out a mirror saying he's finished teleporting. The leader of the Heavenly Palace, a Taoist. The young men teleport into space to the Taoist. The dream introduces the protagonist to the master, saying that this is the one he's been looking for. The master cleaves the lake with a single strike. Seeing this, the guy thinks that this person is not weaker than Lin Lan, the ancient ruins of the Tower of Heaven. The elder says that down the stairs is the Heavenly Palace, and now this place awaits them. Sleep grabs the protagonist and tells him not to forget why they came here. The boy explains that the ruins are behind the light he is pointing to with his hand. The young man thinks he has never heard or seen this god, whose statue he is looking at. The protagonist walks into the ruins and sees that he's somewhere in the thick of the battle. The battle is beginning to come to an end. He sees one of the gods using his lighted cup. God says that the cycle of rebirth is infinite. As long as that cycle is intact, he will return. The young man says that at the cost of his life, the gods sealed the enemy army and protected the entire continent. Guy gets asked by some old guy who he is. He replies that he is Zhan Chen, a member of the Incomparable sect and a member of the Zhan clan. The old man tells him that since he's here, he should put up a memorial in honor of the god who sacrificed himself. The young man putting up the memorial says it is in honor of the god who protected 1 million people of the imperial continent at the cost of his life. The old man puts the guy on his knees. The elder says he'll give the guy a drop of sovereign god blood, but if he gets it now, he'll die, so let him sit down to rest. After which the young man sits down and relaxes. Then the old man begins to seal the power in the guy's body, saying that the day will come when he can use it. As he leaves, the old man points to the flute and disappears. He picks up a flute. A song comes out of it. The young man repeats the words of the song saying, "To ride or die in sorrow and pain, to the end of the ages. That's what true love is." Then he is carried over to Sun, who gives him a slap on the wrist saying it's been 3 days. The guy doesn't understand how 3 days could go by thinking that he didn't expect this because it's a memory of the past. Sleep shows the protagonist an instrument telling him that since he was thrown out of the tower early on, he realized it was a sonic-type weapon, and it is called the Farewell Sorrow. The master tells the guy to stop bragging. The kid grabs the protagonist, runs away, and says they're late because they have to go to the duel. However, he sees that the ego portal is broken and asks the wizard for help. The master scolds his apprentice and says he will call Draga to take them back. After the protagonist sees a divine beast flying towards them, and he asks why they named him that. The guy replies that he's half dragon and half Daruga, so they shortened it to Draga. The arena is already starting to say that the protagonist is just scared and won't come. The apprentices justify their master by saying that he is late for a good reason. A guy asks the girls if they are young men and if they are sure he can satisfy them all. He starts threatening the girls. The protagonist, flying in, says that the enemy has gotten so naked that he is reaching out to his students. The guy throwing the student says he didn't think Jiang Chen would show up and asks if he really believes he will win. The young man moves behind his opponent's back, after which the apprentice warns him. The enemy moves into the arena, provoking the young man. The protagonist again moved behind his opponent's back so quickly that he again failed to notice it, after which they start attacking each other. Opponent pushes Jiang Chen away, saying that if he kneels down now, maybe he'll let him go. The main character uses the Scarlet Phoenix technique. The enemy prepares to defend against Jiang Chen's attack, saying he'll show that even the guy's strongest attack is worthless to him. After which the protagonist's technique fails. The enemy starts attacking the young man, saying it's time to finish with him. Jiang Chen realizes that his opponent is a supreme caster and blocks the ego attack with his second incarnation. The enemy can't figure out where the guy got 2 incarnations from. The protagonist tells the enemy to start praying because he's about to become a walking corpse. The guy, unable to accept defeat, uses a forbidden technique, after which he uses it on Jiang Chen. The protagonist, seeing this technique, takes out his flute and starts playing it. The enemy starts screaming in pain, not understanding why he can't control himself. Afterward, the young man pulls the insolent man to him. The protagonist deprives the one of his eyes, saying that those lustful eyes that looked at his female students must disappear. Also, those filthy hands that tried to defile them will be cut off. The young man also says it's time for the enemy to say goodbye to his life. The one tries to save his life, saying that if he keeps him alive, he is willing to give him the whole clan. However, the guy doesn't listen to his enemy and kills him. The protagonist asks those watching if there are any objections to his victory. The students realize that he is incredibly powerful and no one has dared to contradict him, after which he begins to be praised by his comrades. However, Song asks that now he has permanently incapacitated 2 descendants of the Giant clan, will the academy be able to continue to protect him? The protagonist replies that this battle was unavoidable, and it would be wrong of him to let them live. The kid says that in 3 days there's a red banquet between the Divine and Blazing Academies, and 10 students will be able to enter the Tower of Madness, and there's rumored to be a Bodhi tree there. The young man recalls that through this tree, one can attain enlightenment. The students also say they will come there and hope the master will escort them. 3 for later, the location of the banquet. The chapter tells that besides them there was another seat, and it was taken by an inner branch disciple of Tan Shui. Elder also asked not to create conflicts with the Fire Academy team. Song asks if they are the kind of people who cause trouble. Jiang Chen thinks that since the old man is nice to him, he will listen to him. The chapter responds that it's not just about them, there were just some special circumstances that arose. The elder tells us that this year, in addition to them, in the Fire Academy, the Wave Academy was invited. They then meet with other academies and representatives, thank each other for the opportunity. Priest Wu invites everyone to come to the arena and hall as everything is ready. A disciple of the Fire Academy starts bullying Jiang Chen and the others, saying that as he expected the Divine Academy, who accept everyone indiscriminately, then arrogantly says that the students of their academy have become not just bad, but the worst. He is then approached by a white-haired girl saying, who does he think he is to point a finger at Divine Academy? All the students look at the girl, and the kid tells the protagonist that she is the first beauty in Tianshui's courtyard. She approaches the students and tells them that since they have a tongue without bones and have slandered the Seifang temple, using pressure, she makes them fall to their knees. The kid asks, where is he wrong? After all, none of their students have come to the banquet in recent years, but recognizes that she is different. Jiang Chen laughingly replies that since he's here, none of them will get into the Red Festival. The girl turns around and thinks it's the same Jiang Chen she's heard about, a priest, strong but arrogant. The students at the academy laugh at the guy's words, saying he thinks too much of himself. After the disciple, an elder from the inner courtyard, Tanglin Yi, picks them up and says that he can't wait to meet them to relieve them of their participation. Fenyu says that her master always tells the truth. The protagonist strokes her and says that they should go too because the festival is about to start. Priest Wu announces that the festival is starting and it is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, there will be one-on-one duels. 15 people will be selected to participate in the second round of team competition. Afterward, the Siphon Temple received its plaques with the order of participation in the arena. The first fight begins with Tianxue and the Fire Academy disciple, who is trembling with fear coming out. After the fight starts, the girl instantly wins the first match. In the second match, the protagonist comes out saying that he didn't expect to face this brash guy. The enemy begins to mock Jiang Chen, saying that if he kneels down, he might have mercy on him. However, once the fight begins, the protagonist defeats the badass with a single blow, starting to mock him by saying he was funny because he beat him thanks to the technique he took from them last time. After that, all the disciples of the Siphon Temple defeat their opponents. After the end of the fights, Head Wu comes out announcing that 7 participants from Team Siphon have passed to the second round, 3 participants from the Fire Academy, and 5 from the Wave Academy have still passed. In the stands, people are discussing that the temple has become very strong and they don't recognize them. Jiang Chen walks over to the arrogant disciples and says they won't be on top of things as usual this time. The enraged students reply that they'll see who's who. Late at night, Song turns to the young man saying that he trashed the Wu Pavilion branch a couple days ago and even left the John family, but none of them do anything about it, and even after the festival started. He finds it all very strange. He replies that the Jian family is still at war, he should be fine, and about Wu Go, if he counts the time, they should come now. At that moment, they hear a rumble from above. Afterward, they see the priest fly into them, colliding with the table. The guys help him up, asking what happened. The old man only replies, Wu Ge Bai Wu Chang. A man enters and says that he is Bai Wu Chang, ordered by the pavilion master to come here to deal with the thief Jiang Chen. The old man covers the guy, saying that the enemy will only be able to kill him over his corpse. Jiang Chen at this moment thinks that the priest's level is at the bottom of the sky. If he tries to stop the assassin, he will just die. The enemy begins to attack them. Sun thinks that when they entered the ruins, his master told him if there was a critical situation, he should use the ring. He interrupts everyone, saying his master has something to say. Then the guy holds out the ring and out comes a projection of a wizard who says that the protagonist isn't bad and he doesn't want him to get in trouble. The killer sees an old man thinking it's the one from Tongtain Temple and asks the guy what it means. He replies that his master won't protect him now, but the Seifang Temple doesn't want him to be in a bad situation. The enemy leaves, saying, since that's what the honored man wants, he won't do anything until the protagonist leaves the temple. The head rises and says since the master has decided everything, they can safely prepare for tomorrow's finals. Jiang Chen thanks the priest for his help. Sun asks who his master is and why he's protecting him. The guy replies that he doesn't know that either, but he knows that he'll cover for him temporarily. The young man says that's enough. Day 2, the finals of the Red Festival. The elder announces that 3 academies will fight in the ring in teams not for life, but for death, and the 10 people who remain will pass. Lighting a long candle announces the start of round 2. One student tells everyone to pull themselves together. They don't want Siphon Temple to take the 7 seats. The other students reply that they don't mind if they take up that many seats, because there are only 3 students of the Fire Academy. The protagonist tells him to stop talking nonsense, and if he wants to, let him start fighting because he won't get the job anyway. He then starts attacking, saying that after the battle, Jiang Chen would still not be left alive. But he is stopped by a white-haired girl saying that his opponent is her. The guy starts attacking, saying that he will kill her first, and then Jiang Chen. The protagonist meets up with another guy he already knows and says that Mu Xinyun won't leave here alive. People watching the fight are surprised at the speed of the students not realizing what's going on there. The young man attacks his opponent with his flute, saying that today he will settle accounts with him. The enemy dodges, asking him if he is sure of his words, then cloned and saying he's afraid that Jiang Chen won't even be able to find his real body. The protagonist thinks the only way to realize where the real one is to destroy his mental power by playing the flute. After asking his opponent if he's looking at the real him, the enemy attacks the guy in the back with a copy, saying he won't let him use the sound technique. The young man fends off the attack from behind, saying that something like that wouldn't work on him 3 times. The enemy attacks again in the back, saying they will see each other in hell already. Song intervenes in the duel, hitting the clone behind Jiang Chen's back with his tool, then becomes to cover the young man's back, saying that this is a melee of 3 houses and who will fight him alone. Mu Xinyun starts using his clone technique, saying that if he is so insistent on it, he will send him a couple desperate ducks. Sun is angry because of his opponent's words, but the protagonist tells him that he is purposely distracting him from his shadow souls and tells him to use his tool to deal with him. After that, the enemy envelops the guys with his power, but they begin to use sound techniques together and smashing the enemy's shadowy equipment. While heavily damaging the enemy, the protagonist approaches Mu Xinyun, saying that he has made several attempts on his life and today is the time of reckoning. He tries to dissuade the young man from killing him, but the guy falls head down looking at the young man. Jiang Chen is about to deliver the final blow. The guy's screaming to save him. Then a representative of his academy comes in, preventing Jiang Chen from killing Mu Xinyun, and says that they are surrendering. Sleet notices another participant pointing a finger at him. Jiang Chen and his boyfriend approach the last participant from the Fire Academy, who is clearly afraid of them and trembling in fear. They start intimidating the guy, telling him to get out of the arena or they'll help him do it. The